subscribe to my sister's channel. She will also voice her favorite plots. Let's give her a big asset. Konoha Hospital, Hokage-sama. Uzumaki came to his senses. Chunin did not have time to finish as the third Hokage had already disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having measured his former friend with a gaze, entered the ward, where a golden-haired boy was lying on the bed, staring unseeingly at the ceiling. Pale, thin, with an empty look, he resembled a dead man, and only 2 tracks of tears showed that he was still alive. For sure, but he doesn't react in any way. My people reported that before he woke up, he had cramps in his hands, and he also screamed, after which a wave of chakra swept through the ward, almost destroying our restraining seals. Danzo looked coldly at the child lying on the bed. He had often seen such faces, but not in children. Just for a moment, pity awoke in the old man's heart that was swept away by a wave of ambition and desire to protect Konoha. This child is a weapon that is designed to destroy enemies and instill fear. I've already sent for Yamanako. We need to check his mind. Danzo stopped when he noticed 2 sky-blue eyes glaring into his eyes, in which there was only a thirst for murder. Moreover, it was directed at him. Danzo involuntarily took a step back, and his hand reached for the blade hidden in the cane. It was the first time he had encountered such a thirst for blood. Even Kyuubi's was not so cold. Sleep Naruto. Hokage instantly appeared next to Naruto and put his hand on his forehead, releasing a small clot of chakra, lulling him to sleep. One Inoichi won't be enough. Call Shikaku and Hayashi. We need to find out if it's our Naruto or not. Definitely not. It's the first time I've encountered such a thirst for blood. Even I was scared. Damn Itachi. Why was it necessary to climb up to the boy and impose such a genjutsu? We couldn't take it off for half a year. Danzo silently retreated a couple of steps, and leaned against the wall. The subconscious. Kurama, Naruto, moving with difficulty towards the cage, slowly analyzed all the information received. You're fast, Naruto. A growling voice came from behind the cage. Don't come in. Naruto didn't listen and just walked in. He had heard this intonation too often, knew it too well, and this knowledge was frightening. Entering the cage, Naruto froze. A huge fox was nailed to a huge black wall. Her tails were nailed with black rods that burned with black flames, and her whole body was wrapped in black chains. Who? A black wave of rage rose from the depths of Naruto's subconscious, and a huge black wave swept him away, directing him straight to Kurama, and in a moment everything disappeared with the wall, and Naruto found himself in a white space where 2 figures, Shinigami and Amaterasu, hovered opposite him. There was a slightly guilty expression on their faces, but even so Naruto was surprised. He thought that they were also a figment of his imagination. You probably have a lot of questions? Yes, Naruto could hardly contain his rage. Why didn't you say that that world was just an illusion? Why did you mock me like that? You forget yourself, boy. Don't forget who you're talking to, and don't you dare look at us like that. The monstrous voice literally swept Naruto away, and just for a moment he saw a piece of the power of the gods, and it scared him so much that he knelt and bowed his head, sincerely apologizing for his words. For the first time, he was so scared. The overwhelming power seemed capable of just wiping out not only Naruto himself but also his soul in an instant. I'll start from the beginning. Shinigami waved her hand, and created an already familiar room. In that illusory world, it was here that they drank tea when they talked. Do you remember what Ichigo told you about atoms and so on? Why yes, don't be so afraid. It's not our copies that were made in the likeness of a man. We are gods. In every sense of the word. Earlier you always talked to our clones. They are created as a man and think like a man. Amaterasu smiled slightly, and from her breathed such warmth and calmness that Naruto's soul became much easier. Initially there were only countless particles, they are billions of times smaller than atoms, they make up everything in this world, but only gods, real gods, can control them. Shinigami spoke slowly, stretching her words a little. I don't understand. After a time that cannot be measured, they accidentally formed into a certain system, a system that was fixed, became almost integral. The system even had a mind, but could not learn and develop. There was nothing to learn for development. Countless times passed, and free flows created a system again that accidentally caught onto the first one, starting to destroy it. Then the first thought formed in the empty mind, not even a thought, but a desire to exist. The first instinct, the survival instinct. The system began to defend itself until it destroyed the attacker. After that, it came to an understanding that this could happen again, and a second instinct was born, a thirst for strength. The system began to learn, taking control of free flows, it appropriated them to itself. And when there was nothing left, the system realized itself, so the first god was born. Without a name, without a gender, something resembling a spiral, it slowly hung in the void. The mind of a child and omnipotence, but eternal emptiness. And then the system decided. Detach a piece from yourself and create something. The third instinct was born, the instinct of the creator. The first thing he created was his little copy. After a while she tried to take over his power. The killer instinct was born. God destroyed his own creation, instantly and without mercy. He didn't want to disappear one day. But the eternal emptiness scared him. And he created the first star, after which planets, galaxies, different sizes, different shapes appeared. He played with them like a child, colliding and watching them explode like fireworks when they collide. And one day something alive appeared on one of the planets. The first form of life, it possessed the fifth instinct, the instinct of reproduction. God began to observe, sometimes helping. The creature was strange, small and stupid, it multiplied by division, and quickly grew in number. After a while, they began to gather together, and the first animal appeared. God helped again by creating several individuals of a similar species and settling them on other planets. So he started learning. He forgot about the first planet, and when he came back he was scared. The creatures on it were still weak, but even then they could control the energy. They developed rapidly, and in the end called themselves magicians. God overcame his fear and continued to observe. He watched them like a child, breaking his toys, and was naughty when something was not as he wanted. His every whim caused disaster on that planet. Religion was born. They began to believe in higher beings that are angry with them. The child liked it, God liked it. He started talking to some, demanding unquestioning obedience. The creatures endured. They have skillfully learned to hide their thirst for revenge. And God, warming up his interest, gave more and more strength, creating planets and life on them. He gave a piece of himself, without noticing how it gets weaker. And one day we rebelled against him. The greatest army. Hundreds of billions of beings rebelled against God. The war lasted hundreds of years, and he lost. God was destroyed by his own toys. And the survivors absorbed the remnants of his powers and became gods. There were a lot of us. Everyone has their own desires. We started a war. Until they came to the brink of extinction. And then we dispersed across the universe. Groups of gods occupied galaxies, becoming lords there. Consumed by boredom. We created life and played like the first god. But we remembered what it led to. Then the game? Naruto looked at Shinigami in bewilderment. The game is real, but a little different from what I told you. Shinigami waved her hand vaguely. We create avatars, and ask them a certain point of view and behavior, although not very different from ours. after which they choose a player for themselves. And they're just watching. The stake of the world is just a pretext. The world is bigger than the world is smaller. We do not lose power, as we do not get anything, but worlds, inhabited worlds, are the currency of the gods. The bigger the world, the more expensive it is. You weren't chosen by me. But how? Initially, you were chosen by Amaterasu. She is your patron. She's been watching you since you were born. Shini cannot be the patron of the living, so she imperceptibly patronizes Ichigo. Amaterasu shrugged her shoulders. I chose you only because your birth was different from the others. You remind me a little of me. My parents were also killed at birth. But the legends are invented by people, sometimes by us when it's boring. Shinigami shrugged his shoulders. Since we're done with this, let me continue. Naruto nodded mechanically, and only after a moment realized that Shinigami was not addressing him. Sighing to himself, he only closed his eyes in anticipation. The game has one feature: we can only intervene if one of the players is too small and weak. As in your case, the scope of intervention is extremely limited, but due to the fact that you were in an illusion, we were able to intervene much more than usual. So you created the illusion? No, initially it was a simple dream genjutsu. Itachi Uchiha, after the massacre that he arranged in his clan, he wanted to subdue the Kyuubi to protect both you and the village, but he did not take into account that the Kyuubi chakra is unstable and the illusion did not work. A fight ensued and Itachi used the forbidden genjutsu, dragging Kurama into the world of nightmares. He is certainly a genius. But he is still too young. He has forgotten what is in your subconscious. He drew you in, but the seal created by your father partially protected you, creating a world of illusions based in your subconscious. He fed on the chakra of Kurama and yours, so it could last forever. And only you or Kurama could break it. This is everyone I knew there, everything I learned there. It was all in vain, not really. Amaterasu grinned, and with a wave of her hand created a strange-looking necklace with 7 colorful stones. Memories are sealed in every stone. If I give them away, not really. In order to combine these memories, the owner of the soul must be dead, or rather the soul must be free from the shell. Soul? Particles that have acquired an almost indestructible form. At the same time, each soul is unique. The character of a person is determined by the core of the soul. Memories are stored there. Shinigami waved her hand and a projection of the guardian appeared in front of Naruto. This is an incomplete soul. Over time it will absorb energy and come to a real soul. You are unique at least in that you were able to create a soul. Not even all gods are capable of it. Did you say that I would become a blacksmith of souls? Yes, this title is awarded to a mortal who is able to create souls. Ichigo already has this title, but I didn't tell him. Although I must admit there is another blacksmith, he himself accidentally created an almost full-fledged soul, and soon you will get to know him. What's his name? Tatsumi, Oga Tatsumi. Amaterasu smiled slightly. You should know that in the real world, not all of your friends are alive. Because of Itachi, you don't remember anything that happened to you in this world, so listen carefully. Your parents copied their memories and sealed them into a seal. It was your subconscious that used them to create techniques and seals in an illusion. Based on their knowledge and Kurama's knowledge you built your power. Over time you will absorb what is left. Perhaps you will return those that you had before meeting Itachi. We have only supplemented the rest of the illusion with real people. In the illusion, you had to suffer like Kurama, but the subconscious resisted this, and you met Hinata. As in the real world, you recognized her at the same age. She became the anchor that changed the illusion. You were so grateful to her for the first sincere smile and words of gratitude in your life that these memories remained with you even when you lost the rest. The next one was Anko. When you ran away from the orphanage for the first time, she was the first to find you and did not scold. She also let you in. You can say that she really became your mother for a couple of days, but your memories were erased. As with you so with her, Akage? You saw her when she came with her father, you were struck by her princess outfit, she can be called your first love, but still fleeting. She's dead. A year ago, she and her brother were killed by shinobi mercenaries. The soul is with me, you will get it a little later. Kaori? A girl from the Uchiha clan. Dead. She didn't have a Sharingan, so she was an outcast there. You and her and Tayuya often played together, but Tayu was kidnapped by Orochimaru when you were 7 years old, and Kaori was killed by Itachi. Ami? With each piece of information, he paled more and more. Kushina wanted a girl for herself. And some of her desires were embodied in illusions. Amaterasu shrugged her shoulders. May? Photos in the book, Haiden? It's strange to hear this question from you, but one thing I can say for sure, Jashin does not tolerate betrayal even if his followers are illusions, so there are now 2 Haidens in the universe, one in the eternal arena, the second in this world. Our time is coming to an end. So, I will slightly correct your knowledge that you received in the world of illusions, you will not be able to achieve the same power that you had there. In reality, you wouldn't be able to kill so easily, you wouldn't be able to fight against a Raikage at that age. I would not be able to force so many Jonins led by the heads of clans to retreat with one technique, I would not be able to master the chakra so easily. I've already figured it out. Naruto nodded slowly and after thinking for a second looked directly at Amaterasu. How do I become a god? Ha ha ha, Amaterasu laughed merrily, and Shinigami only smiled a little. Everyone asks this question, and we answer each one. Master the energy, subdue it, absorb it, increase the energy reserve, and then absorb the worlds. Devour empty planets, turning them into energy, and after the 100th planet you can be called God. And I must tell you, no one living has been able to achieve this yet. Although Ichigo and Tatsumi have the greatest chances of becoming gods. Unlike you. Why, you only know how to destroy, and God should be able to create. Naruto was looking at the place where 2 gods were sitting before, a god so strong that he instinctively bowed down in front of them. He recognized them as the rulers of his life. His whole nature was against it, but his survival instinct insisted that he was weak and would not soon be able to stand on equal terms with the gods. You're back, Naruto. Kurama, hanging on chains, looked at Naruto with a sad smile. You know, Biju do not have a gender, we are just clumps of chakra. When did you realize that the world around you is just an illusion? Quite recently, about half a year ago. But there was no pain in that world. And I could rest, and then I could live like an ordinary person. I fell in love, and I was loved. I have a real family. Why did you decided to become a woman? Mainly because of you, you subconsciously trust women more, they have treated you much better all your life. Hence your lovemaking. Kurama noticed how Naruto blushed. She burst out laughing. You've been doing this to us and you're still blushing? Kurama grinned. And then, grinning, she continued. But to your chagrin, I can't become a human again, so consider me a summoning animal, a good friend, but still an animal, or maybe not. Naruto looked thoughtfully at Kurama, noticing the spikes engulfed in flames, he confidently approached them. What are you? Kurama stared with all her eyes as a stream of dark water lifts Naruto. How he holds out his hands. How the flame is thrown at them, slowly burning the skin. I won't let you suffer. You are my anchor, Kurama. Naruto looked melancholically at how his hands were burning in black flames. But he didn't stop. Each thorn shrank as he approached so that he could grasp it, but they were still burning. It was painful, very painful, but this pain drowned out the inner one. Grr. Konoha Hospital. What's wrong with him? As soon as Inoichi entered the ward, he stared at Naruto with all his eyes, whose hands were burning in the black flame of Amaterasu. The Hokage, who was sitting on the floor, repeatedly sealed the flame, but it reappeared each time. Uchiha Itachi imposed an unknown seal, and now it has broken. Hokage wearily wiped the sweat from his forehead and prepared for a new, 9th sealing. The hands will have to be amputated. I will send people to search for Tsunade. Danzo, cursing Itachi, left the office. Damn boy, we need to send people to search for Uzumaki. If this one can't stand it, the fox will break out again. A couple of hours later. Hokage-sama, I don't understand. I was supposed to be sent to the land of water. Anko looked at the Hokage in bewilderment, who was sitting wearily on a chair with his head propped on his hands. This mission can wait, we need Tsunade. Naruto's hands are almost completely burned in the flames of Amaterasu. Anko covered her mouth in horror. Who? Itachi? Noticing the nod, Anko's hands clenched, and her nails dug into her skin. She felt something familiar when she looked at Naruto, but common sense told her not to get close to him. The gaps in memory hinted directly at this. 2 weeks later. What happened? Hiruzen frowned at Anko lying on the bed. Her whole body was covered with bandages, under which there were many wounds. I ran into Orochimaru and Itachi. They were looking for Tsunade themselves. Anko could hardly hold back her tears. Orochimaru pierced her spine with his blade. After examination, doctors diagnosed complete paralysis of the lower body. I'm sorry, excuse Hokage-sama. Anko closed her eyes, and did not see how Hiruzen was looking at her crippled body with sadness. Hokage's office. I can't restore his hands, it's simply impossible, the tissue is dead. Tsunade took a sip of the bottle and drank more than half in one gulp. The situation is better with Anko, but the chance is no more than 10%, I just won't risk it. Kusanagi is not an ordinary blade. Are you sure you can't do anything? Hiruzen looked wearily at his student. I'm not a god. Tsunade shook her head negatively, looking with pity at his bottle that already showed the bottom. What about Naruto's mental state? Empty. We have known this for a long time. He has never shown himself to be a smart child. Hamura shook his head with a grin. I did not finish. He has no memories of 9 years of life. They are erased. Danzo frowned at Inoichi. Yes, there is one thing, but he has hundreds, thousands of fragments of other people's memories. I saw us on many of them, but we were all younger. With a 90% probability those memories belong to Kushina and Minato, but here. Anything else? Hiruzen thought deeply. The Uzumaki clan's techniques are very strong, even if Naruto can't become a shinobi. Blood. Rivers of blood and a sea of dead. I've never seen so many dead. It seems to me that this is part of Kyuubi's memories. The power that I saw in those techniques, sorry Hokage-sama, but even you couldn't withstand them. I suggest replacing the Jinchuriki. Rejected. Hiruzen didn't even let Danzo finish. If he has Kushina's memories, then we will get access to the Uzumaki clan's techniques, and in whom should we seal the Kyuubi? We don't have another Minato. We need to find him a family. I will not allow him to be brought up in the clan. Danzo looked furiously at Sarutobi. I know, that's why I suggest Anko. She can no longer be a shinobi, but in the past they got along well. She will be able to look after him. Are you suggesting that two cripples live together? Anko has not lost the ability to use the chakra. She knows how to create clones. The boy probably wants to be a shinobi, but without hands. Hamura shook her head negatively. He's stubborn. Sarutobi chuckled. Like Anko, I think they will still surprise us. Konoha Hospital. So what am I going to do with you? Anko, lying on the bed, frowned at Naruto, who smiled faintly looking at her. Hello Kasama, Naruto smiled gently. And? Enko froze and looked at Naruto. His smile struck her. So they look at a loved one, at a family. Why is this address and this smile so familiar to me? Why do I have a feeling that I have already heard it? What did you call me, you little brat? Enko, hiding her embarrassment behind sarcasm, looked attentively at Naruto, who was standing in the middle of the ward, in a hospital gown with bandaged hands. Kasama, I don't know, it just came out. Naruto nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and after taking a couple of steps frowned, his hands swayed, disturbing the balance. It would be better to be completely cut off than like this. They only interfere. You don't know what to say. Naruto arched an eyebrow a little mockingly, and jumped up a little and sat on the edge of the bed. Well, this is quite expected, after all. Naruto fell silent, not knowing how to choose words. It was too difficult for him to talk to such Enko, with someone who almost did not know him. After that, his gaze reached out to the window, just for a moment, but it seemed to him that he was being watched. What also has nothing to say? Enko smiled and stretched out her hand and tousled the hair on Naruto's head. This action seemed so familiar to her, which caused some blurred images in her memories. What am I going to do with you? Cut off the hands. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and his hands fell off his knees in dead pieces. What, are you serious? Of course. Naruto nodded. The flame burned the flesh right down to the bones, so they poured some jelly over me and wrapped bandages, but when I walk, my hands are constantly creating inertia. I almost fell before I got here. What do you say, Hayashi? Hiruzen was looking attentively at Hayashi, who with the activated Byakugan was looking at Naruto and Enko, who gradually started talking. Uzumaki felt me. Hayashi saw Naruto's look. This is the look of a man who is sure that he is being watched. And his chakra is too stable. Even with you, Hokage, she herself is not under the same control as this brat, but it seems that he controls her subconsciously, without even noticing it. Which is very strange. And the Kyubi chakra, I just don't see it, not even an echo. Maybe intuition? No, when intuition begins to look around, he looked at me confidently. Inoichi was right, he got the memories of his parents. They were very strong shinobi. Hayashi sighed. I'll send people to keep an eye on him. No need, I trust Enko. Hiruzen nodded goodbye to Hayashi and disappeared. A week later. Naruto thoughtfully looked at the mayhem in a small apartment. Kasama, you should at least clean up sometimes. Shut up, you brat, it's not better yourself. I can't argue. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, and looked around carefully. Kasama, how much money do you have? Enko was still hardly accepting her position when the wheelchair was brought to her. She barely restrained the rage inside her, but the presence of Naruto cooled her down. But most of all she was struck by the lack of pity, only silent understanding and support. We need to buy a bigger house. Why? We're on the 3rd floor, and I can't carry you in my arms, Kasama, yet. I am able to carry myself in my arms. Enko chuckled and folded the seals, created another clone, who began to slowly clean up the room. The clone that held her before put her in a chair, and disappeared. I say right away, I don't know how to cook. I can. Enko looked at Naruto in shock. This grunt and smile was the same as hers. And how will you cook? Well, yes. Naruto looked at his hands and then, under the shocked gaze of Enko, released a sky blue chakra that gathered in front of him, created a light blue silhouette that accurately copied Naruto, except for the color. Only products are needed. Which ones? Enko carefully looked at a kind of shadow clone that joined her clone, and began to clean the room. Naruto looked at Enko and smiled. And also, we need paper, a chakra conducting and a set for Fuinjutsu. And why? Enko lately, already tired of being surprised by Naruto's knowledge, Hiruzen told her that with a high degree of probability he inherited parts of his parents' knowledge. I don't like being followed. Naruto nodded towards the window. Honestly, is it possible to be so brazen? Kakashi-san, too lazy, didn't even hide properly. Aha. Anko nodded to the clone that went to the window, opened it, and the next moment a swarm of Kunave went towards the tree, with explosive seals. I don't like being watched either. But how did you notice him? Giggled a lot. When we passed by, after all, Kasama, your body is too outstanding. Naruto dodged a slap on the head. But he couldn't keep his balance and fell right on Anko. Kasama, either you will cut off my hands, or I will do it myself. I ran away. At least wait until Tsunade-sama gets a little free. Anko could not understand seriously Naruto is talking to her or not. Yes, I can do it myself. Naruto looked at the knife in the clone's hands and licked his lips bloodthirstily. Anko shuddered looking at this smile. She saw it in the mirror. Had they really known each other before? As you say, Kasama, stop calling me that, aunt. No. Anko-chan? Definitely not. Anko's sister? No. Anko-sama? That's fine, as you say, Kasama. Naruto dodged a slap on the back of the head, swayed awkwardly, but still leveled off with a grin and made a mock bow. What do you say, Kakashi? Hiruzen looked at one of the best shinobi of the village, and wondered why tears were visible on his face, and all his clothes were singed. Monsters. They are both monsters. Kakashi with tears in his eyes put the almost completely burned book, Aika Aika, on the table of the Hokage. They destroyed your book, Kakashi. It's time for me to Hokage-sama. Kakashi instantly disappeared. Hiruzen smiled to himself. I hope you will support each other. A month later. Naruto, did you take everything? Anko was sitting on the bed looking at Naruto, who was wearing a white male kimono cut off at the shoulders. Instead of hands, there were now thick bandages. Naruto and Anko cost a lot of effort to persuade Tsunade to completely amputate his hands. And what should I take? Naruto arched an eyebrow and shrugged his shoulders with a grin. I can't write anyway. And I'll take the book from my friends. Which ones? Over the past month, no one has even come to you. Anko folded her arms under her chest, carefully examined Naruto. If someone had told her that a 9-year-old child would take care of her, she would have thrown a kunai at him, and if they had said that this child would take care of her better than she took care of herself, she would have simply killed a madman. You know, you seem to have grown up a little, and your eyes are not so bright anymore. By the way, do your hair bother you? A little, but not critical yet. Naruto blew away a strand of golden hair, which has been noticeable lately. Still a healthy diet, and constant training, although in the room, but still had a positive effect on his body. Come, at least I'll pull them off in the tail, they will still interfere less. Anko loosened her hair, beckoned with her hand to Naruto, who obediently sat down on the bed, with his back to Anko. Anko, carefully braiding Naruto's hair, thought about how much her life had changed. At first, when she saw the stroller, she just wanted to kill herself, because all she could do was fight, but the boy who broke into her life turned everything upside down. He seemed to know everything about her. Preferences in food, in books, in people, in relation to life, it seemed this boy knows everything, even more than she herself. She quickly got used to being dependent on him. He cooked, cleaned, entertained her. He spent all his free time in her room. He didn't complain about anything. Is this supposed to be the perfect son? Yes? Anko, thinking, slowly fingered Naruto's hair. Ahem, oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking. Anko lowered her head a little shamefacedly, looked out the window, where she again noticed the fine artful carvings on the frame. Are you sure the seals are reliable? Of course, since Hokage hasn't visited us yet, or Danzo means they are working. Naruto looked thoughtfully into the mirror that stood opposite the bed. I look a lot like the fourth, do you know? I'm not an idiot, Naruto chuckled and looked into Anko's eyes through the reflection in the mirror. More importantly, can you get those herbs, Kasama? It will take some time, but yes, I still have connections, still they are not quite legal, Anko chuckled, finished braiding Naruto's hair. Don't be late, according to rumors, I was always late. Naruto got up from the bed and turned around. He quickly leaned over to Anko, and gently kissed her on the cheek. Don't miss Kasama. Naruto dodged a slap on the head and literally flew out of the house. Be careful, Naruto. Son, Anko smiled and looked out the window, or rather at the tree where the next observer was sitting, who calmly looked at the illusion of Anko reading, which creates Fuinjutsu located on the window frame. Well, it's time for me, Anko bit her finger, and drawing blood on her wrist, caused a small black snake. I need something for my storage on Ryuchi. The snake nodded and licked the blood, disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Annoying, Naruto ignoring, frankly pitying and contemptuous glances, slowly walked along the main street of Konoha. Listening to whispers behind his back, Naruto was getting more and more out of himself, but now his mind is fine, and the child's body is more susceptible to emotions. How not to break down and start killing, and Naruto-kun. A quiet, worried voice distracted Naruto from his thoughts. Turning his head to the right, he froze. Behind the pillar, leaning a little on it, stood Hinata, in a hoodie, obviously a couple of sizes bigger, with reddened eyes from tears. Hi Hinata. Naruto, slowly and carefully approached Hinata, that with every step he took. She blushed more and more, and slowly retreated. Hinata, retreating, stumbled over a stone and with a thin squeak began to fall back until the wind flow gently picked her up and lifted her to her feet. Yes? Naruto looked at the blushing Hinata with a gentle smile. And Naruto-kun, Hinata couldn't stand it and lost consciousness. Naruto turned his back to Hinata, who was floating in the air, and bent down a little, put his back up. After a couple of moments, under the surprised looks of passers-by, Naruto carrying Hinata on his back, slowly walked towards the academy. At least he hid the thirst for murder, an amateur, Naruto-kun. Hinata muttered Naruto's name in a dream, squeezed her hands harder, and fell into a joyful dream in which Naruto carries her on his back, and slowly sings a vaguely familiar song resembling a lullaby. Let her go. Chunin Hyugo looked furiously at Naruto, but did not dare to attack, as he was afraid of hurting Hinata, who was hugging Naruto tightly, sleeping on his back. Get off! Naruto jerked his head and a stream of wind burst out from under his feet and literally slammed the shocked Chunin into the ground. It's still too difficult, and the chakras are just catastrophically small. If it weren't for kurama, Naruto sighed bitterly. The simplest manipulations with the wind cost almost the entire supply of chakra, and only kurama saved him from complete exhaustion. A monster, Chunin, pinned to the ground, looked furiously at Naruto, who walked past him and headed for the building. Hayashi-sama will not leave it so easily. Hinaheim, wake up! Naruto turned his head, looked at the sleepy Hinata, who slowly opened her eyes, gently looked at Naruto until understanding came to her. And Naruto-kun? What? Hinata pushed off Naruto's back in a panic, but could not pull away. Careful, or you'll fall. Hinata Oinov lost consciousness again. But this is not normal. Naruto regretted that he did not have hands. Life would definitely be much easier. It would be necessary to attract attention. Naruto turned around and headed to the training ground, supporting Hinata with his chakra. This chakra, Hiruzen stared in panic at the crystal ball, which glowed bright crimson. Jumping up from his seat, he stared out the window in panic, where he noticed a huge fire of crimson chakra blazing above the academy. It can't be. Hokage instantly took off from his seat, in the direction of the academy. Just to have time. How long have you been Hokage-sama? Naruto, sitting under a tree with a sleeping Hinata on his lap, calmly looked at the Hokage. Don't worry, I just had to get your attention. And I didn't expect you, Danzo-san, although I should have guessed that you would come too. Naruto looked at Danzo, who was standing in the shadow of the building. So it's not only the Hokage crystal ball that can track the Kyuubi chakra. Explain yourself, Danzo, holding his hand on the sword, took a step forward. It's not worth it. Naruto grinned, stuck out his tongue, and formed a small Biju bomb on its tip. It will take me a split second to blow it up. Of course I won't kill you, but Kyuubi will be very unhappy with the way they treat me. I don't think that you will harm Hinata-chan. Hiruzen smiled calmly looking at Naruto, but inside he was ready to kill. You're right. Naruto nodded, looking at Hinata with a slight smile. She loves me, I can never hurt her. Although I have no idea why, so why did you use such a dangerous way? Not here, and I think the elders will also want to listen to me, like your student Tsunade, Naruto thought for a moment. Although we should also call Shikaku-san and Inoichi-san. And I also have a small request, let Tsunade-san examine Hinata. Something is bothering me. Hugo's clan has the best doctors, they are not Tsunade-sama. Moreover, I recognize their talent as doctors, that they can treat chakra canals, but the rest of the body, even the simplest poison, will be very difficult to determine. Is that your condition? Danzo frowned at Naruto. Only one of, Danzo-san, one of. Naruto smiled and lifted Hinata into the air. Under the surprised looks, Hokage and Danzo put her on his back. Where does such control over the wind chakra come from? It is comparable only to Kekagenkai. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto, who was surrounded by light blue wind currents that support Hinata. And so, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around the audience, frowned at Naruto, who was calmly sitting on a chair. Opposite the table, where all those whom he asked to be present gathered, except for Tsunade, who had already taken Hinata. Why did you call us Naruto? First of all, I would like to get the Namikaze mansion, which by right of inheritance belongs to me, and yes, I know about the seals and that you could not remove them. This mansion, like many others, was destroyed during the fox attack. Hamura looked at Naruto with a contemptuous smile. Yes, what are you? Naruto was picturesquely surprised. Even so, I know about at least 8 accounts in the main bank of Konoha, registered in my name. Moreover, I personally know about the will and what is written there. And I am very surprised why I was brought up in a shelter, and not the Hyuga or Uchiha clan. Do not forget, the elder did not have time to finish as a monstrous chakra and bloodlust descended like a mountain on everyone present. It's you, don't forget, you're alive only because I want it so much. Naruto, rising to his full height, looked furiously at the frightened shinobi. Do you know what it is? At these words, the kimono opened, revealing Naruto's stomach to everyone. On which the seal of death shone crimson. Do you know what I can do? Naruto grinned and the seal slowly turned. And the amount of Kyuubi's chakra began to grow at a terrifying rate. You wouldn't dare. You're going to die. Oh no, I'm not going to die. Moreover, I'll be alive and well, because I signed a contract with Kyuubi. A contract tied to my soul. As long as I am alive, Kyuubi and I will be your shield from other villages, but we will not be a sword, we will not attack, we will not blindly obey you. If we do not like your orders, we ignore them. If we do not like your actions, we will stop them. The will of Naruto's father, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the will of his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, will be fulfilled by me, Kyuubi no Yoko. Naruto closed his eyes and looked at the audience again. I have a partial memory of my parents. I personally know each of you and I know what to expect from you. I know your aspirations, your weaknesses. And with Kyuubi's memory, I know how to hurt you. I'm not touching you, you're not touching me, and my foster mother, Mitarashi Anko, will erase her memories again, or hurt her. I swear, Kyuubi will have a great frolic in the center of the village. You weren't so cruel, Naruto. say thank you to Itachi. Naruto grinned. He wanted to subdue Kyuubi. But he screwed up. Moreover, because of him, I had to give up my hands to fix everything that he had done in my subconscious, but I have to admit, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have been able to make a deal with Kyuubi. And I also agree to hand over 86 seals of the Uzumaki clan, remade for ordinary shinobi. They will be weaker by a third, unlike the original. What kind of seals? Guards, I'm not going to give you weapons in your hands. Naruto smiled cheerfully, looking at the sour faces of Danzo and the elders. These seals were altered by my mother. Kushin's Uzumaki, some of them have already been transferred to some Konoha clans. As a complex system of barriers, but they are not complete. Although they are much superior to the usual barriers. What is necessary for this? I need to examine them to know which part is missing. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. In a month we will move into my mansion. Konoha Hospital. It's strange, Tsunade frowned at her palms that were lying on the little girl's chest. What happened to Tsunade-sama? Shizune looked worriedly at Tsunade, who was frowning harder and harder. Strange, the girl is physically healthy, but something is strange. Shizune, take the blood and chakra for analysis and find samples of her parents. There is a problem with this. As far as I know, her mother, Hanabi Hyugo, died after giving birth to her second child, about 6 years ago. I need her medical records and blood samples. I'm afraid it's impossible. She's from the Hyuga clan, and they have all the data. I don't care. Tsunade frowned. If I'm right, her mother was poisoned during the first birth. Part of the poison remained in this girl, which affects her heart. It will pass with age, but I think her father should know. Naruto was moving quickly towards the hospital, smiling a little, feeling the gaze of several shinobi who were watching him, starting from the moment he left the Hokage residence. Was Naruto worth the risk? Kurama's growling voice rang out in Naruto's head. Yes, I was originally going to declare myself as the third force in this village. I don't want to be a pawn. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Yes. I'm still Kurama's child. I got angry when I saw Danzo, and the memories of my parents, and the truth are gradually appearing in my head, and I didn't notice. Kurama was silent for a moment. By the way, how long will she take my chakra? I'm a little uncomfortable, even if you've altered the subconscious, but it's not very pleasant to feel how the chakra is constantly disappearing. I didn't know that creating a body for you requires so much chakra. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I myself am not yet able to generate so much of it, and I can't stand Sen chakra yet. It's risky for you to absorb it at all. If you haven't forgotten, you used your hands to dump the excess, and here you are much weaker than there in the illusion, and the world here won't go the way it went there. Kurama smiled. It's not so easy for you to make a harem. I don't think Anko or Mei will be happy to share you with anyone, and you? What about me? I live inside you, Naruto. We will always be together, in life and death. Kurama tried to make her growling voice softer, but she failed. So, have you decided who will become your wife? You can't have multiple wives here, Kurama. I'm only 9, I can die tomorrow, or I can die today. I already realized myself that there in the illusion I was wishing for strength, I was getting it, wishing for victory, the enemy was getting weaker, all my wishes were fulfilled one way or another, I only had to wish, even all the pain I felt was just my desire. Since childhood I felt different from everyone else, I felt guilty. And I thought that I deserved this pain, and only acquaintance with Ichigo was real, as well as his monstrous strength. You're right, Naruto. Kurama fell silent, slowly sinking into a doze. Will you let me watch your life? Could have asked before, left or right? Right, Naruto. It will be much easier for me to replace it with my own, but it will hurt. I have learned to tolerate her for a long time. Naruto closed his right eye, and after a moment the burning pain stunned him for a second, and blood flowed from his right eye. The Hyugo clan. What? Hyugo Hayashi looked incredulously at Shizune, who was holding a small pig in her arms, nervously looking at the floor. Repeat, repeat immediately. While examining your daughter, Tsunade-sama found something, and for confirmation we need the medical records of your wife and your youngest daughter, who allowed to examine the body of the heiress of the Hyuga clan. This was one of the requirements of Kubi, or rather Naruto Uzumaki. Hyuga Hayashi looked furiously at Shizune, who shrank from fear, and literally flew out of the room, demolishing the door, and scaring the servants. You, Hayashi noticed jumping on buildings, instantly appeared in front of him, and stabbed him in the chest. Naruto received a monstrous blow to the chest. Naruto spat out a blood clot froze in the air, then went down to the roof, and a moment later he opened his right eye, looking at the world with a blood-red iris with a vertical pupil. What the? Don't swear, Kurama, rising to her paws, with her eyes closed, looked at Hayashi Hyuga, who was standing on the roof with an activated Byakugan. His emotions, strange taste, anger, rage, sadness, despair. Now I'm worried about why he attacked me, and how to explain everything that was happening to Kasama. Naruto sighed in despair. You're right, Anko is also extremely bloodthirsty in this world. I'm even envious sometimes. Kurama grinned, but began to gently direct her chakra into Naruto, quickly healing Naruto's wound. But we have a slightly different problem right now, and it's the furious head of the Hyuga clan. Naruto looking at the frowning Hayashi with multicolored eyes. Do we have a choice? You should be more restrained, Hayashi-san. After all, you are the head of the great Hyuga clan. Naruto bowed and jerked towards Hayashi, and sticking out his tongue began to form a Biju bomb. Kaiten, Hayashi's instincts reacted faster than he could have imagined. A moment and a huge vortex of chakra rose around him, literally wiping the building under him into dust. Wow! Naruto suddenly closed his mouth a couple of meters before the collision and, pushing off from the air, jerked in the opposite direction. It will take him at least half a second to restore his balance, about another second to find me. Not enough, and the kid is not bad. One of the jonins, watching Naruto, was surprised at how Naruto acted in this situation. Inexperienced beginners do not do that, veterans do that. Weak, so distract and escape. Hayashi-sama, starting today Naruto is inviolable. I wasn't going to kill him, just maim him. This cannot be allowed either. Will you oppose me? Hayashi took a stand, and chakras were slowly rising around him. I would not like to, but if I have to. Jonin tensed up in front of Hayashi, and 5 more shinobi appeared behind him. Please don't complicate the already difficult situation. Hokage-sama can explain everything. TC, I need to check on my daughter. Unexpectedly, but it worked. You know, if a Biju bomb was flying at me too, I would also defend myself. Kurama laughed loudly in her subconscious, making Naruto wince. Hayashi glared at Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the ward, in which Hinata was kept. Of course, I had 6 broken ribs. Naruto continued to sit quietly with his eyes closed. It hurt, Hayashi-san. Say thank you for not killing. Naruto turned his head a little and looked at Hayashi with a blood-red eye. Hayashi instantly activated Byakugan and looked at Naruto in shock, inside of which 2 charms were intertwined in a bizarre dance, the sky-blue chakra of Naruto, and the red-gold chakra of Kubi. Do you control this chakra? We have a mutual agreement. Naruto nodded at the door. There's Hinata Harem. I would love to go there myself, but I'm afraid I would not be understood correctly. Hayashi bypassed Naruto and went into the ward, where Hinata was lying on the bed, next to which Tsunade was sitting, and thoughtfully studied a folder with documents. Tsunade-san, and Hayashi. Tsunade frowned at Hayashi and noticed Naruto behind his back, on whose chin and cheek there was blood frowned. Uzumaki, come to me now. Yes, yes. Naruto lazily got up, went into the ward and approached Tsunade. What's wrong with the eye? Naruto jerked his shoulder, looked at Tsunade with his left eye. Hayashi-san's hand is too heavy. He didn't like that I carried his daughter on my back. Hayashi looked at Naruto in shock until Tsunade's heavy fist landed on his head. Revenge is sweet, isn't it, Naruto? Kurama grinned in her subconscious and laughed merrily. Aha! Naruto grinned at the unconscious head of the Hyuga clan, grinning. I'm fine now. The ribs are already fused. And what about the eye? Tsunade was still looking worriedly at Naruto's closed eye, from which blood was still flowing. One of the parts of the contract with Kubi, Naruto did not have time to finish, as his head was in the steel vice of Tsunade, and his right eye saw the light again. What is this? Tsunade looked at the blood-red eye in shock. Don't twitch. Tsunade put her palm on Naruto's eye, and closed her eyes. How is this even possible? It's even more complex in structure than Byakugan. What about Hinata Harem? Naruto took advantage of Tsunade's confusion to escape from her arms. It's like you said, after getting her blood test, I found something, antibodies for one specific ingredient. Tsunade frowned. In a week I will be able to completely remove all the consequences. What is it called? Naruto looked at Tsunade with interest. Castor. Almost all the trees have been destroyed in the last 10 years. For a simple person, it is deadly. But for shinobi, Tsunade thought for a couple of moments. It doesn't kill instantly. But every year the body is severely depleted, and in 10 years a shinobi whose chakra level is equal to Jonin will die, and then there's childbirth. Naruto looked thoughtfully at Hinata. This plant is extremely difficult to get in other countries, but in the land of fire there is a very good climate for it. But in order to remove the symptoms and external signs, you need a couple more plants, and now they no longer grow in the land of fire. Where are you from? You taught my mother. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. But there is another factor, this poison has a very sharp taste and smell. An experienced shinobi will not risk taking it. Naruto thought for a moment. Hayashi-san, did everyone in the clan support your wife's candidacy? Or Hinata for the role of the next head of the Hyuga clan? Naruto had noticed for a long time that Hayashi had woken up, but since he didn't show it. Then Naruto himself decided not to. Are you implying that you have a split in the clan, from its very foundation? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. You should check your elders. Many, it seems to me, are unhappy that the next head of the Hyuga clan will be a woman. Tsunade-san, you have some plants with you. I want to cook something. Which will help Hayashi-san find out the truth. That I would let an amateur prepare the serum? And you will cook it, but according to my recipe. Naruto grinned. Thousands of years of experience of Kubi, who watched the life of his Jinchuriki, Naruto looked at Tsunade's anticipating grin with a satisfied smile. So, Naruto examined himself carefully. I have removed the blood, there is no smell left from it, the time is just right for returning after the school day. I don't seem to have forgotten anything. Good luck. Kurama smiled encouragingly in her subconscious, looking at her floating body, which consisted only of a snow-white skeleton. By the way, Naruto, did you like my tails with ears? It was nice to hide behind them and they are pleasant to the touch, so probably yes, Naruto grinned. Zoophile, pedophile, oh, I'm at home. Naruto smiled and went into Anko's apartment, which he had long called his home. How was your day? Anko was in the bedroom reading a long and rather old scroll. Ordinary and boring. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, and going to a fairly wide bed, fell on it. Laying his head on Anko's lap. Anko, with a gentle smile, put her hand on Naruto's forehead, and looked into his blood-red eye. And what about the eye? That's what I forgot. Naruto smiled awkwardly and closed his eyes. Well, here's the thing, yes, I'll find out myself now. On these words, Anko, still holding Naruto's head, stretched out the second one and the elastic band turned into a small black snake, crawled onto her hand and bit her on the pad of her thumb. Run Naruto, Kurama jumped up in her subconscious and began to rush around the cage in a panic. Run, if I could, Naruto, panicked, looked at Anko, whose hand was getting heavier and heavier. And the room was filled with bloodlust. Ordinary means, yes, son. Anko tilted her head a little and smiled sweetly. Mom? Naruto swallowed loudly. Boring, right? Anko's eyes darkened and a dozen snakes and a couple of clones appeared behind her. I can explain everything to Kasama. Naruto looked at the smiling Anko with fear in his eyes. Yes? Anko smiled and the snakes instantly swaddled Naruto's body. And this is so that you don't run away. Several chakra healing seals were placed on Naruto's body. A few hours later. And why did you gather us, Hayashi? One of the three elders looked suspiciously at Hayashi, who was standing behind the head of the Hyuga clan with his eyes closed. Has the new position of Naruto Uzumaki been brought to everyone? Yes, a few hours ago a messenger came from the Hokage, which indicated the new inviolable status of Uzumaki. This is all? There's something else you should know. Naruto Uzumaki received almost all the memories of Kubi and his parents. What? This is priceless. It's not about that now. Hayashi chuckled, and a wave of chakra went from him, instantly causing the elders to frown. There is a drug in your body that Naruto gave me. During these 5 minutes, you will not be able to disobey my order. I never thought that I would be grateful to this boy. Which one of you is responsible for the death of my wife? Hayashi laughed hysterically and madly. The head? One of the servants of the side branch looked into the room in a panic, and saw the pale elders. Haru? Gather the whole clan, today we will have a triple execution. Hayashi smiled wryly. Gather everyone, children, the elderly, the wounded. Recall all shinobi from missions. I want to see everyone within an hour. Haru bowed in fear. And now you. Why you wouldn't dare? Oh, I dare. I dare, for Hanabi, you will be executed. I will put the 4th seal of execution on you. Why you? An hour later. In the courtyard, on a small pedestal stood the head of the Hyuga clan, and in front of him, 3 bodies lay broken dolls. They were severely beaten but were still alive. I am the 48th head of the Hyuga clan. I want to tell you something. Hayashi stood on a small pedestal in front of the whole clan with his head held high. Since ancient times, there was a law in our clan, for the murder of a clansman, anyone was executed. The most cruel that the ancestors could come up with, and today, for the murder of my wife, Hanabi Hyuga, I will execute 3 elders of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi bloodthirstedly grinned, and slowly began to approach the first elder, smoothing the seals on the move. The first. The symbols of the forbidden seal began to appear on the body of the first elder, and with each seal, the elder's screams were getting stronger and stronger. A moment later, his body ignited. The second, the third. Hayashi looked with inner satisfaction at the 3 elders who were writhing on the ground, burning alive. Looking at his people, he saw fear in the eyes of children, in the eyes of teenagers. There was a misunderstanding that mixed with fear. There was understanding and tacit approval in the eyes of adults. And everyone who was familiar with the elders looked at the head of the clan in anger. Looking at the dead elders, Hayashi thought for a moment. And sighing, he approached Niji, who was standing in the first row. Niji, I am guilty before you, and in order to atone for my guilt before you and my brother, I will do something. Hayashi began to fold the seals, and under the shocked and puzzled looks of others, tore the bandage from Niji's forehead, and touched Niji's forehead with his fingers. Be patient, Kra. Niji arched, and the seal on his forehead began to fade. Starting from this day, the Hyuga clan is one. Hayashi approached a woman who knelt down, raised her face with tears in her eyes, and a moment later 2 fingers touched her forehead, removing the seal. And the next head of the clan will be worthy of this title, whether it's my daughter, or any other child. Everyone has a chance, but don't you dare forget from now on the Hugo clan is a family. United family. A week later. Anko's house. Naruto looked at Anko with sad eyes. His ass was mercilessly hurting, and the ointment that Anko inflicted afterward did not allow the chakra to regenerate the shameful damage. Naruto has never felt such shame. I asked for forgiveness. Naruto looked at Anko with a pleading face, who was looking at him with a smirk. Give me the antidote. No, really, Anko grinned, and having folded several seals, she summoned a snake that crawled up to Naruto and, wrapping around his leg, rose to neck level, where it turned into a small chain. And no matter what stupid things you do, she'll keep an eye on you. Well, Mom, don't mummy me here, shoot to study, and that without incident. Anko grinned, nodded to the clone that grabbed Naruto by the scruff of the neck and threw his carcass out the door. And so, why are you late, Naruto? Iruka looked with pity at Naruto, dressed in a white kimono, with already whole sleeves that dangled calmly as soon as he took a step. At the 2 multicolored eyes that looked at the world with cold indifference. Golden hair that already reached her shoulders was gathered at the back of her head in a small ponytail, and in front hid her eyes. I did something at home. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Yes, and it's not too convenient for me to get ready. I'm sorry. Iruka shyly averted his eyes. I don't like pity, Iruka-sensei. Naruto smiled wryly. You've changed a lot, Naruto. I just grew up. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Can I enter the classroom? You've been away for more than a year and a half, Naruto. You need to catch up with your friends. Iruka sighed. Who has the best handwriting? Well, Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata. Then I will ask Hinata Harem for her notes. After a week I will pass everything that I will be able to. Will you have time? Try not to make it here. Naruto shivered. In any case, I can't write myself. Okay, Iruka breathed out in resignation. But sparring, as long as it's not Jonin, there shouldn't be any problems, although there will be problems with Gai-sensei's students. Do you know Gai-sensei? Mom told me. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Mom? Mitarashi, Anko, and? Iruka, having changed his face, looked at Naruto, who smiled affectionately, talking about Anko. Wait, the same Mitarashi Anko. There is only one Mitarashi Anko in Konoha. We are full, this village, this world, this universe. Iruka with a pale face looked at Naruto, on whose neck a pendant made in the shape of a snake was visible. Please tell me you're joking. No. Naruto looked at Iruka with a grin. I would change my last name to Mitarashi, but then it will cause certain problems. Okay, go to class, we're already late. Silence. Iruka knocked the magazine on the table, forced everyone to pay attention to him. Who is this? Sakura looked with interest at the boy who was standing at the side of the teacher with his head slightly lowered. And he's cute, Ino, shooting her eyes at Naruto. Yeah, but these stripes remind me of someone. Sakura frowned at Naruto. He reminded her of someone. But she couldn't figure out who. I said quietly. Iruka threw a chalk, which split into 2 parts in flight and crashed into the forehead of Sakura and Ino, who frowned resentfully and stopped talking. And so, after a year and a half, Naruto returned to this class. Iruka was silent for a couple of moments, hoping that the children would calm down quickly, but he had to throw chalk again. But this time it was Kibu, who was loudly indignant. Naruto can take any place. Yes, yes. Naruto, noticing the confused Hinata, walked towards her with a confident gait. Hi Hinata Harem, hi en Naruto Keikun. Hinata wished with all her heart to fall into the ground or at least lose consciousness, but nothing came of it, and under the gaze of Naruto's multicolored eyes, she blushed more and more. Naruto, I understand that you haven't seen everyone for a long time, but you will have time to talk. Excuse me, Iruka-sensei, why doesn't Naruto write anything? Kiba, noticing that Naruto is leaning back, sleeping peacefully with his eyes closed. Naruto has some circumstances. Iruka didn't want the lesson to break, and tried to calm the class down, but the wave of indignation from the children was like a storm, getting louder and louder by the minute. Only Hinata, who knew about Naruto's reasons, lowered her head low. She did not have the courage to say everything she thought, but with every second the determination in her heart grew stronger. And when she stood up resolutely, a quiet and cold voice echoed throughout the classroom. Kiba-kun, do you also want to get some circumstances? Naruto's insinuating voice made everyone shudder. Even Shikamaru, who was sleeping on the last desk, instantly woke up. Yes, Iruka-sensei, can you borrow a kunai? Naruto got up from his seat and went to Iruka, who, numb from shock, shook his head negatively. It's a pity. Kiba-kun, do you have a kuna? Why would you? Kiba looked incredulously at Naruto, who was standing in front of him with a smile, hiding his eyes behind his long hair. Well, you want special circumstances, don't you? Or are you afraid? Naruto openly provoked Kiba. He wanted to see the reaction of everyone in the class, especially Hinata's reaction, how much they differ from those that he remembered. Will they be afraid of him? Will they despise him? Or they will feel sorry for him? Humph. Kiba took out a slightly crumpled kunai from a secret pocket and handed it to Naruto. That he didn't even budge. Kiba even forgot that they are forbidden to carry weapons before graduation, except for training. But Naruto pissed him off. Stick it in the table, please. Naruto smiled a little, and when he heard the sound of the kunai being stabbed, the smile turned into a grin. Thank you. And now stretch out your hands. A moment, and Naruto bent down, grabs kunai with his teeth, forcefully pulling him out of the table. Why? Don't, Naruto-kun. Hinata ran up to Naruto and hugged him from behind, buried her face and quietly cried. He didn't mean to offend you. Naruto looked in surprise at Hinata's hands, which were hugging him tightly from behind. He felt her tiny body trembling, heard her soft crying. Closing his eyes, he saw through the kunai, under the shocked looks of others. Please don't, Naruto-kun. Hinata didn't want to see such a Naruto, and when he grabbed kunai, she was scared. All the shyness has disappeared. I wasn't going to. Naruto regretted that he didn't have hands. He couldn't get out of Hinata's grip, because he was afraid that he wouldn't keep his balance. Ino, noticing that the kimono was unnaturally hanging on Naruto, tensed up, and only when Hinata hugged Naruto, she was shocked to realize that Naruto had no hands. There are none. Quiet. Iruka couldn't stand it and screamed, making all the children, except Hinata, Naruto, and Shikamaru, jump. Yes, Naruto lost both his hands in an accident. How it happened and why I won't tell, and Naruto is forbidden to talk about it, so don't bother him. And you, Kiba, if you want liberation, you can use the services of Naruto. I think he will be happy to find a friend with the same problem as him. Pierre, refrain. Can you let me go already, Hinata-heim? Oh. Hinata jumped away from Naruto in a panic, and lowering her head began to retreat until she stumbled and began to fall forward, but Naruto had already taken a step towards her, and she leaned on him. Sorry, what a cutie. Kurama looked at Hinata with emotion, and was touched by Hinata's innocence. And I remember in that world she was almost the same, except that she was more confident and lazy. And stuck to you constantly. Naruto, are you sure you want to participate? Iruka looked doubtfully at Naruto, who was standing next to the confused Hinata. Who was too embarrassed to run away, but is already healthy enough to lose consciousness. Naruto just nodded. Who wants to fight against Naruto? Iruka looked at the children, who looked doubtfully at Naruto. Each of them felt uncomfortable looking at him. They really wanted to know what happened to him. But each of them understood that it was not worth asking about it. Iruka sighed, he expected this, but no one dared. Sasuke-kun, can you? Naruto looked at Sasuke with a grin, who was looking at him with a gloomy look. Sasuke looked at Naruto contemptuously. He always beat him, and over the past 6 months he has become much stronger. And now he didn't even see a human in Naruto. I'm not going to fight a cripple, and Naruto-kun? Hinata always felt the mood of others well. It helped her to protect herself from attacks in the clan. And now, seeing Naruto's crooked smile, she was scared not for Naruto but for other people. Although deep down she understood that Naruto would never harm her. It was a kind of instinct. Shall we bet? Naruto took a step forward, and slightly raised his head, showing everyone a blood-red eye. For a wish, 5 seconds will be enough for me to defeat you, cripple. Sasuke smiled contemptuously. Do you agree or not? Naruto smiled contemptuously. I agree. Sasuke went inside the circle. Without restrictions? Naruto raised an eyebrow questioningly. I don't care, Iruka-sensei. Are you sure? Iruka noticed the confident nod and sighed. Only taijutsu. What happened? Everyone was shocked to look at the calm Naruto and the unconscious Sasuke, who was lying outside the arena and looked unbelievingly at the sky. How? Sasuke didn't even notice what happened, didn't have time to notice this blow, didn't have time to react. Everything that happened seemed like a dream, just a nightmare, but the pain from the blow was real. But worst of all was a mocking look, a look full of contempt. Don't you dare. Naruto arched an eyebrow questioningly. Did you say something to Sasuke-chan? Don't you dare look at me like that. Sasuke furiously jumped up and snatching kunai tore at Naruto, but as soon as he entered the circle, a monstrous blow fell on his chest. Naruto, looking at Sasuke, grinned. You're too weak, shut up. Sasuke lunged at Naruto again, but every time he stepped into the circle, a monstrous blow knocked him off his feet. Each time he didn't have time to react. Contempt was replaced by envy and hatred. He envied Naruto's strength, he hated him for being stronger than him. Aren't you tired of it? Naruto looked lazily at Sasuke. He had already thrown Sasuke out of the circle more than 20 times. There were dozens of shurikens and kunai lying around Naruto. And all because of Kurama's chakra, which greatly strengthened his body, and the wind chakra with which he controlled almost half of Sasuke's movements. Naruto looked at Sasuke with pity. Everyone was watching, and no one dared to say a word. Even the eternal Sasuke fan club were in mute shock, and could not believe what had happened. How did you get such power? Why you, and what did you do to gain power? Naruto arched an eyebrow mockingly. There is only hatred in your heart. Hating you will become weaker, perhaps you will be stronger than others, but at the same time you will be weak. You can never beat me, Sasuke-kun. Lies. You're lying. Sasuke glared at Naruto. Well, Anko frowned at Naruto, who was standing with his head down. I thought you said you wouldn't look for trouble, but what are you? Anko jerked her head irritably. I asked you not to stand out. So I'm not, yes? And Sasuke? And Kiba? You've already stood out. Anko sighed. And that's what I'm going to do with you. Naruto just lowered his head. By the way, Mom, did you manage to get everything? Yes, I'll get the last part by the evening, then tomorrow morning you will surely be able to walk. Naruto smiled looking at Anko's shocked face. And then I'll tell you something that I haven't told anyone else in this world. Anko faltered. Over the past month she was convinced of one thing: if Naruto is sure, then it's possible, and if it's possible, then he is able to do it. Thank you, even if it's just a chance. Naruto looked at the 6 flasks in front of him with a strange expression. 6 drugs created according to the modified recipe of Hinata and Anko from the illusion, the drugs that the two goddesses finalized when they corrected some memories. Bones, nerves, muscles, these drugs will change everything. Kira, what is the percentage of failure? Naruto, looking at the drug, risked distracting the keeper from creating the body. I'm conducting an analysis, a monotonous voice with notes of fatigue made Naruto shudder. The analysis is completed. Bone change, the chance of death is 0, harmful effect on the body is 0.5% chance. Muscle tissue change, the chance of death is 0.02%, harmful effect on the body is 8% chance. A change in nervous tissue, an 8% chance of death, a harmful effect on the body, 46%, how can the harmful influence be removed? The Kyuubi chakra will almost completely negate all negative effects, thank you, not at all father. Naruto was lying on the floor in the center of a 2-meter seal, calmly looking at the ceiling. He was wearing only short shorts, and part of his chest and neck were covered with seals written in his blood. Around him stood 3 shadow clones of Anko, each holding a test tube. Are you sure, Naruto? Anko, sitting on the floor, looked at Naruto with concern. Maybe I'll be the first. I have a Kyuubi, I won't die or get hurt, and when I understand that everything is fine, then I will let you use these drugs. Naruto smiled and nodded to the clones with a sigh. Anko clenched her fists and looked at the boy. The boy who became her support, she felt needed and loved for the first time in a long time. She bathed in the affection that Naruto gave her, in the care of which he enveloped her. It seemed to her that she was not an adult here, but Naruto, that she was his daughter, and not he was her son. And now, when she looked with a shudder at how her clones poured drugs into Naruto's slightly open mouth. Time has stopped for Anko. The seals covering Naruto's chakra began to glow, and after her son, it arched, his mouth opened in a silent scream, and black blood flowed from his nose, ears, and eyes. Anko looked at her child's agony with tears in her eyes, but she couldn't do anything. She wanted to come over, but couldn't, wanted to hug, but couldn't. Time dragged on endlessly until a golden flash of chakra lit up the room. Anko stared at Naruto in fascination that he had stopped screaming. His body slowly rose into the air, enveloped in the golden flame of the chakra. Anko shook off her tears and looked attentively at Naruto, whose body began to change little by little. The stripes disappeared on his face, and 2 thin black horizontal lines appeared right under his eyes that bulged slightly from under the skin, the same were on the lower part of the jaw. A moment later, the skin on his chest parted, and from under it, a thin black bone protruded above each rib. Anko looked at Naruto's body in shock. She couldn't understand what was going on, but seeing the peaceful smile on his face, they could only trust him. Bone growths also appeared on the knees, creating a small thorn that was very conspicuous, and a moment later thin bone lines appeared on the legs. After a moment, Anko realized that all these lines go exactly along Naruto's bones, where they can perform without touching or interfering with the muscles. Looking at one of her clones, Anko nodded to him, and after a moment she was looking at Naruto's back, along the spine of which bone growths protruded. And then the skin on the shoulders parted. And at the place where the humerus connects to the joint, bone growths appeared that gradually hid the entire shoulder. What did you do to yourself, Naruto? Anko looked at Naruto's body, and it seemed incomplete to her. She realized that he had no hands, but it was not that. It seemed that all these growths were needed for some specific purpose, but she could not understand for what. Looking at how Naruto's body slowly sinks to the floor, and the fire of the chakra gradually faded, Anko exhaled with relief. Oh, you'll get Naruto from me, for making me worry. Anko nodded to the clone, received Naruto's blood-stained body and headed to the bathroom. And what would you do without me, Naruto? Kurama closed her eyes in despair in her subconscious. What were you thinking when you decided to use all 3 drugs at once? And Anko is also good, she trusts you too much, Kurama, don't grumble, and it sucks. Naruto opened his eyes with difficulty, and tried to get up, but the head of sleeping Anko on his stomach made him change his mind. Kira analysis. The analysis has been carried out. The state of the body is normal, tissue transformation has been successful, physical strength has increased, the reaction rate has increased, the strength of the skeleton has increased. The limits are not known, the Kurama chakra caused an unknown mutation, the DNA mutation is stable. Funny, Naruto looked at Anko with a smile until he felt Anko's hand fall on his cheek and painfully pulled it away. Ay, Anko and looked furiously at Naruto from under her lowered head. You won't be able to sit down with me for a month, so it was necessary. Naruto wanted to wave it off, but not with what? I was worried. Anko looked at Naruto with concern. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, but you'll have to learn everything all over again. All reflexes will have to be worked out from scratch. How much time has passed? 2 days. Anko got up from Naruto and stretched. Now it's your turn. Naruto looked at Anko demanding. I will be able to completely remove the pain and consequences. First explain what it is. Anko poked her finger at the bone growth on Naruto's cheek. It feels very hard, a little rough, just like a bone, and this is the bone. Naruto sighed. I'll tell you everything when you can walk. Well? Naruto stared at Anko, who was lying on the floor, shyly covering her breasts. Her head was now in his lap. After all, Naruto needed contact with the body to transmit the chakra. Anko was shy of her body now, although she had openly shown her body before, but now. She was crippled now, with a thin, ugly scar running across her stomach, and she had gained weight. She was ashamed of her body. She was ashamed of her ugliness. If it was any other person, she would have been lying quietly in front of him, yet she was a shinobi. But in front of Naruto, she felt a constraint unknown until that moment. Stop being shy. Naruto frowned at Anko. Naruto looked at Anko, and his body began to slowly become covered with golden chakra. That gradually covered Anko's body, giving warmth and unknown to her a feeling of monstrous strength and protection. How are you? Naruto looked worriedly at Anko, who slowly opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling in bewilderment. After the incident, her body changed a lot, it became even better than before the injury. Anko became even more beautiful, but the scars were still on her skin. I don't know, Anko felt very strange lying on the bed. She felt that her body had become much heavier, but at the same time, her whole body was overflowing with strength and energy. But it turned out that she was not even able to raise her hand. Kasama, now you're like a child who can't even walk yet. But at the same time, even an ordinary blow without a chakra is able to break through a concrete wall, without much harm to the body, the bones will not even crack. An ordinary grip can compress a tree. The reaction speed is such that it allows you to notice the cicada strokes, and the head will ache for a while from the information received until you get used to it. You can already walk, Kasama. I saw how your legs moved. Naruto looked at the shocked Anko, who began to continuously jerk her body. Lean on me, don't be afraid, you'll leave a bruise at most, you'll have to reacquire reflexes, relearn to fight. That's just, what? Don't leave the village, don't tell anyone that you can walk again. Naruto lowered his head, hiding his eyes. As long as you're weak, you're safe, Danzo and the elders won't make their move against you. Your influence on me is almost negligible because of the memories. The whole connection between us is the memories that were erased and that I restored thanks to Kyuubi. Moreover, they hope that you will instill in me a love for the village, because you yourself suffered from traitors, you will be faithful to the village. I won't be able to stay at home forever, Naruto. Anko smiled sadly. I will go crazy with boredom, even you will not be able to be around forever to dispel my boredom. You will grow up, go on assignments, walk with friends, with a girl, it will take many years before you become so strong that everything in the village will be yours." Anko jerked her hand, and with difficulty but she still managed to pick it up and put it on Naruto's head, then become a teacher. Naruto raised his amused eyes, and grinned. "Hundreds of defenseless children, whom you will be allowed to teach, and even punish. Everything that does not threaten their lives is allowed, everything that will make them stronger is allowed, and faith in the village will be brought up by the third. You know, this is a pretty funny idea." Anko grinned, and nodded thoughtfully for a moment. "Yes, and the leaders will only be in favor. I will be in plain sight like you. Well, that's decided. And now tell me, you promised to tell me something. When Itachi created the illusion, he drew into it not only Kyuubi but also me. That world lived from my conception to almost 17 years. Initially, Kurama had to suffer in order to fall into despair and submit to the one who would save her from that hell, but the seal that my parents installed partially protected me. My subconscious gradually began to influence the illusion. At the age of 3 I had a friend, Hinata was her. After you sheltered us, albeit by order, gradually the world obeyed my desires. I wanted to fulfill the world, I believed in the reality of the world, so I thought that I was strong. I'm more than sure that you didn't tell me something." Anko looked intently at Naruto. "Did you have a girlfriend? Or a child? If the world obeyed your desires, then hormones also influenced you. Was it Hinata? Or someone else?" Ahem. Naruto choked on the air, lowered his gaze in embarrassment. "So Hinata wasn't alone, too? 3? Anko stared intently at Naruto, who lowered his head more and more with each of her words. "There were 8 of us." A small, golden, translucent 9-tailed fox appeared on Naruto's shoulder, whose tails instantly wrapped around Naruto's neck. "And you were there too, Anko-chan." "What? Meet Mom, this is Kyuubi, or Kurama." Naruto looked at Kyuubi with a withering look until he felt the grip become much stronger. "Ho, I'm not to blame, it's all Kurama." Naruto desperately wanted to switch the arrow to Kyuubi, but judging by Anko's look, he didn't succeed. So that's it." Anko looked thoughtfully at Naruto and Kurama sitting on his head. "This explains a lot." Anko looked at Naruto and Kurama with pity. "In any case, some of the information cannot be used without verification. Some of the knowledge that we got there has been corrected, but the rest, it is dangerous to use them." Naruto sighed. "The muscles in our body are monstrously strong, but they lack energy. There we created a drug that allowed us to use the force at full power. It only worked for 1 minute, and gave just monstrous strength, but the load was almost stronger than when opening the 7 gates." Naruto smiled wryly. "For this, it was necessary to change the bones and nervous tissue, the only way the body could withstand that monstrous power. But, here, there is no one substance, and without it, the drug will have a negative effect on the body." Kurama sighed. "If Naruto can still remove the consequences with my chakra, then you, Anko, will not be able to." "That's it," Anko sighed. "What are the consequences?" "Monstrously severe exhaustion of the body, as well as probable damage to internal organs." Naruto sighed. "But the Guardian is currently busy creating a body for Kurama, so she will not be able to create that drug so that it does not cause consequences for the body. Creating a new substance takes a lot of time, but Kurama's body is made in the likeness of Uzumaki Kushina. You just need to strengthen the body a little. Already in my likeness. The keeper said that you need fox DNA to make tails and ears, but I'm also used to them." Kurama yawned, jumped off Naruto's shoulder and a moment later stretched out on the arms of Anko, who was sitting on the bed, and did not stop moving her legs. Gradually regaining control, she still could not believe that she was able to move her legs, and was even afraid to walk. Because she was afraid that if she took a step, she would wake up. Konoha Council Meeting. "And so let's start." Danzo frowned at everyone present. "We have a problem brewing, and her name is Naruto Uzumaki. And what's the problem?" Some Inuzuka, listlessly and disinterestedly looked at Danzo, who was sitting next to the Hokage, who was frowning in silence. He's getting out of control. Hamura looked around at everyone present and frowned. Each of the heads of the Konoha clans was present here, as were ordinary people who were mainly in charge of trade affairs. How interesting, a monstrous thirst for blood descended on the room, and a golden nine-tailed fox landed inside the circle formed by the round table. Naruto clearly said, "You don't touch us, we don't touch you, or do you want to break the contract unilaterally?" Biju bombs began to appear on the tips of the Kubi's tails. KQB? The civilians jumped out of their seats in panic and tried to run away, but the monstrous pressure pressed them into the floor. I am Kyubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed fox. Kyubi, although sitting on the floor, still reached the chest of an adult. And believe me, the only thing that keeps me from killing you is the contract that I signed with Naruto Uzumaki, but you see what's the matter, if you take even a step against him, the contract will be violated, and I gain full freedom. Naruto didn't mention this point. Hiruzen looked at Kubi with a shudder. He could not understand how Kubi ended up here, because this place was the most protected in Konoha. He doesn't have to report to you anymore, he doesn't even have to help you, but he loves his parents, and that's the only reason he hasn't released me yet. Kyubi grinned, and behind her back, the tails still holding the Biju bomb slightly increased. You know, I have to say thank you to Itachi Uchiha. Thanks to him, I got the memories of Minato and Kushina, and after signing the contract and cutting off half of my chakra, I learned to control it no worse than Jonin, and with my volumes. Itachi, Biju are strong only because of the volume of the chakra, but they could not use techniques. And now, Danzo, furiously clutching his cane, was thinking how to get out of this situation. What do you want? An old man with the smell of Uchiha and Senju. How interesting, you are not on the lists of residents of Konoha, which means I can safely kill you. Kubi grinned and instantly moved to Danzo. You know Naruto is smart, he clearly indicated that only those who are on the lists of residents of Konoha are inviolable. But you and your organization, you don't exist, so remember, I'll notice at least one faceless near Naruto or Anko, you'll die, take a step towards them, you'll die, look at them, you'll die, talk to them, and you'll die, and even your eye won't save you, because I'm just shadow clone, and while I'm in Naruto's seal, illusions won't affect me. I tell everyone, Naruto and Anko are inviolable, touch them, and the events of 9 years ago will seem like a walk to you, because then I was controlled, and now I will act. And I will start with your children. I am 1,000 years old, I do not know pity, I do not know mercy, I do not care about all of you. And now I am many times stronger, more experienced, smarter, I am everywhere, barriers are no longer able to restrain me, because I have the knowledge of 3 generations of Uzumaki, and whatever you risk, I can only say that I have already sealed 40 Biju bombs throughout the village, and believe me, you should try to print at least one, all will detonate. Kyubi grinned and disappeared in a cloud of golden smoke. And only the paw prints, and the terrifying pressure that did not subside, reminded of her presence. And a small seal in the center of the room, from which a monstrous pressure of the chakra emanated. Hiruzen looked furiously at the gloomy Danzo. Your actions can cause the death of not only Konoha, but also the whole shinobi world. Biju is able to use shinobi techniques, not afraid of illusions, and owns seals. I can't calculate her, I can't predict her actions. Shikaku's quiet voice made everyone shudder. Her? Yes, although Kubi spoke of herself in the masculine gender, but there was one reservation, and the behavior. I'm afraid she got too much from Kushina, and her custody of Naruto only confirms this, as well as over Anko, because Anko was almost Kushina's sister. Shikaku sighed. But at the same time, she is still a Biju, for her human lives are worth no more than the life of an ant under her feet. But more importantly, I couldn't predict a single word she said. Illogical, insane, strong. From now on, my clan and I will not influence Naruto. Moreover, the slightest movement in his direction and we will leave Konoha. the Yamanaka clan supports the decisions of the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan supports the decision of the Nara clan, the Hyuga clan agrees with the decision of the Nara clan, the Senju clan agrees with the decision of the Nara clan. Tsunade, looking at how the clans one by one decide not to interfere in Naruto's life, sighed, then turned her gaze to Danzo. What did Kubi mean by saying that you smell like Senju? Danzo just silently got up from his seat and left the room. Danzo went into his office and violently hit the wall, leaving a small funnel in it. Damn Itachi, you ruined all my plans with your amateur performance. Danzo, sitting down at the table, froze. A seal was carved right on the table, inside of which was drawn a hieroglyph denoting a fox. Next to the seal was a small scroll. Unwinding the eye patch, and carefully examined first the scroll, which was subjected only to the transformation technique, and then the seal, the amount of the sealed chakra inspired awe and fear. Unfolding the scroll, Danzo stared at the image of a nine-tailed fox, filled with blood, and a bloody inscription at the bottom. This is just a warning, as compensation, I took the entire archive. Kyubi no Yoko, Danzo in a rage threw a scroll, which from the collision with the wall turned into a dead shinobi. Well, where have you been? Naruto was lying on the floor looking at the ceiling when a small golden fox jumped on his chest. I was solving some problems, Kurama yawned and, after a little trampling on Naruto's chest, covered herself with her tails. You shouldn't think about it, whatever you say. Naruto winced funny when Kurama's tail touched his nose, and closed his eyes and fell asleep. The Hyuga clan. Did you call me Otho-sama? Hinata timidly looked at her frowning father, who was looking thoughtfully at the table with the seal carved on it. Hayashi sighed. After the recent events he realized how much he had distanced himself from his daughter. And now he didn't know how to fix the situation. I have to apologize to you. Hinata looked blankly at her father, who now got up from the table and knelt in front of her. Dad? Hayashi was still kneeling in front of his daughter. I release you. From now on you are free to choose your future life. I will accept any decision you make. Hinata, pressing her hands to her face, began to cry softly, and when she felt her father's embrace, she could only cry loudly, and grab her father's kimono with her hands, spilling out everything that had accumulated in her. Hayashi could only hug his daughter, who was crying in his arms. Realizing what a mistake he made in the past. The Nara clan. What do you think about Uzumaki? Shikaku made a bishop move waiting for his son to answer his question. Little information. Shikamaru thoughtfully looked at the board. What impression do you have about him? Has no fear, is strong, smart. Shikamaru thought for a couple of minutes, but then looked seriously at his father. Unpredictable, and very dangerous because I don't know how to say. When I'm around him, it seems to me that he's all stained with blood, even more than you or Tsum-sama. Much more, as I thought, so he really got the memories of Kyubi. Shikaku just sighed. Naruto is inviolable, I understand. The Inazuka clan. Tsum Inazuka tried in vain to wake up her son, but he could only mumble something under his breath. Ma, leave me alone, are you? Tsum grinned crookedly and looked at her partner, who lazily got up and walked up to the staggering Kiba, and bypassing him, bit his ass. Kiba was screaming wildly, holding on to his ass and with tears of resentment looked at the grinning wolf, who, with a rather growl, returned to the side of the hostess. Crazy, Kiba did not have time to finish as a slap on the head from his sister knocked him out. A day later. Something good has definitely happened to you, Hinata. Naruto bent down to Hinata's face, intently studied her sparkling eyes with happiness, and a small but sincere smile. You're positively glowing, and Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed, retreated a couple of steps, and covering her face with her hands, she wished with all her heart to lose consciousness. This is very strange, Naruto. a little girl should not have such a reaction if she were a normal child. Such a reaction would be possible at 11 or 12, but not at 9. Kurama lazily turned over on her side in her subconscious and looked at the skeleton, inside which nerve endings had already begun to form. Even in the world of illusions, she was not so mature spiritually. At 9 years old, is it dangerous? Naruto continued to look at Hinata, who pressed her head into her shoulders more and more. Not to say that it would be very, but if everything is left as it is, in the future she will have a problem with being fixated on you. Kurama sighed. Although her clone was walking around the village, watching, she herself was waiting for the moment when she would have her own body, but with such a speed of formation, it is necessary spend at least 3 more years. As far as I can tell, her father changed his attitude, and her pent-up emotions broke out. If you don't start controlling this process, you will have a wife. Yandere, KH, Naruto, looking at Hinata, could not imagine that Hinata could become like this. What do you suggest? Give her to Anko. It seems to me that she had similar problems in childhood, but in relation to Orochimaru, she will figure it out, and we have something to offer Hayashi, and Naruto-kun? Hinata looked worriedly at the thoughtful Naruto, but when she could not get a reaction from him, she was scared, and gathering all her will into a fist, gently touched. For a moment, a wave of heat passed through her body. Frightened Hinata pulled her hand away, and retreated a couple of steps. I wonder how far she will go. Kurama looked at Hinata with interest. When she touched Naruto, she sent a small stream of her chakra into her body. Are you sure? Naruto also looked at Hinata with interest. Yes, and it seems to me that we are being watched. Hayashi, sitting on the next building. My clone is standing behind him. Clone? You didn't tell me. I must have secrets. Kurama grinned. Hayashi-sama, is this normal? The maid who had been looking after Hinata since childhood looked worriedly at the 2 children who were standing in the middle of a small alley. And you look at Hinata, look at her reaction. Do you want to say that this is normal? Hayashi, watching Hinata during the last day, was more and more afraid that he had broken his daughter, but he was a warrior, and did not know what to do. He only hoped that Naruto, having the memory of his parents, knew how to help his daughter, because they were friends with Minato and Kushina. I found a picture of Naruto in her room. I have no idea where she got it from, but the fact that she hid it so well. But, you're right Hayashi. A small golden fox jumped on the shoulder of a startled Hayashi. You overdid it. Another couple of years, and she would have completely lost her will, an obedient doll, fixated on Naruto, but now her emotions have burst out. Everything she has been saving up in herself since Hanabi's death has escaped. Kyubi, Hayashi tried to suppress the tremor in his voice. To feel that the strongest demon is sitting on your shoulder is quite uncomfortable and scary. What do you want? Remember the 12-year-old Anko, and the way she looked at Orochimaru. What does Mitarashi have to do with it? Hayashi squinted in bewilderment at Kyubi, who was lazily licking a paw on his shoulder. But after a moment, he remembered a dark-haired girl who was chasing her teacher everywhere. Wherever he was, she always followed him. Only Orochimaru could influence her, and only a few years later Kushina, Hanabi, and Mikoto took matters into their own hands and slightly corrected Anko. There's a slightly different situation here, and I wouldn't say that for the better, Kyubi thought. You're her, aren't you? Hayashi looked at Kyubi. That she widened her eyes just for a moment. And then she nodded, grinning. So Shikaku was right, you really have Uzumaki Kushina's memories. Who knows, but you don't have to worry about yourself. Kyubi waved her tail in the direction of Naruto. Look at him Byakugan. Hayashi activated the Byakugan and looked at Naruto and cried out in shock. How is this possible? Naruto is no longer Uzumaki. Roughly speaking, he is the founder of a new clan, a clan that has absorbed the best features of the Uzumaki clan, Namikaze, and mine. I don't even know how long his life will be now. How is this even possible? I can make your daughter the same, and Anko can fix her character. Think about it, Hayashi. Kyubi jumped off Hayashi's shoulder and stood in front of him, thinking for a moment. And about what I want, like any mother, I want to give my child the best, but what does Hinata-sama have to do with it? The woman looked at Kyubi with fear, but she loved Hinata too much. Naruto likes her. And she loves him, moreover, she has potential, and Hanabi would be glad, if memory serves me right, when it turned out that you would have a girl, and I. Kushina, a boy. Already then it was decided to do everything possible that they would be together. Kyubi nodded her head and Hayashi disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Hanabi would be glad. These words did not leave Hayashi's head, but all thoughts were squeezed out when he noticed how his daughter timidly approached Naruto and touched his shoulder. It was worth it to happen. Like a drop of golden chakra entered Hinata's body. How is this possible? Hayashi watched with bated breath how just one drop strengthens his daughter's chakra system. If only such a tiny part of the chakra is capable of such a thing. Now it's not surprising why the body of this boy is so unique. I'm even afraid to imagine what will grow out of him in the future. Not a word to anyone about what happened here. As you command. The woman bowed, but still looked anxiously at how Hinata calmed down a little, again approached Naruto and touched his shoulder again. Juvenile pervert, Kyubi, looking at the world through Naruto's eyes, could only sigh. She needs to be a little bolder. Naruto smiled faintly, but Hinata, who was in a trance, did not notice this and continued to run her fingers over the bone growths on his face. Did you like it? And Hinata, still holding her hands on Naruto's face, woke up from a trance, and noticing Naruto's wide smile, shuddered and retreated a step, stumbled and began to fall. But a warm current of air caught her. Sorry, what are you apologizing for? Naruto approached Hinata, and stared into her eyes. Don't be afraid. Naruto's quiet words penetrated into Hinata's very heart, making her tremble with excitement. Why are you afraid to look into my eyes? Am I scaring you? No, Hinata involuntarily screamed, and stubbornly looked into Naruto's eyes. I'm me. If you want, you can touch me again, I don't mind. Hinata, as if in a dream, stretched out her hands and touched Naruto's face, running her thin fingers over his cheeks, where there used to be stripes. She was experiencing an incredible uplift in her heart. Touching the hard stripes on his face, she felt regret that she did not notice when they appeared, because they could not have appeared in just a couple of days, right? What are you doing here? Ino looked into the alley and stared at Hinata in shock. That she was stroking Naruto's cheeks with a blissful smile. We need to tell everyone. Oh, Hinata jumped back in a panic and lowered her head, blushing deeply. Are you sorry? A little. But I'm afraid if she continued, something not very good would happen, Hayashi. Kurama grinned. Well, you're right about that. He's still a father, and to watch your daughter touch a boy her age. It seems to me that in his place you would just kill a fool. I'm not that cruel. Naruto shook his head negatively, but imagined his daughter doing the same thing as Hinata shuddered. I'm much, much worse, ha 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 ha, Kurama laughed merrily. A young girl was sitting at the teacher's desk. Dressed in a dark kimono, and with her hair braided into a tight bun, held together by two thin senbons, two strands framed her face. She looked thoughtfully at the children, who looked at each other in bewilderment. You can address me Mitarashi-sensei. Anko looked at the pale children with a bloodthirsty grin, who looked with apprehension at the huge dark snake slowly crawling around the classroom. Her name is Shaksa. From time to time she will attack some of you. Your task is not to interfere with the others to evade or fight off her. Those who fail will be punished. Mitarashi-sensei, what happened to Irika-sensei? He's fine, the management just decided to add a new item. Anko, grinning, looked at the children who were nervously fidgeting in their seats, under her gaze. You will not have textbooks, I leave the notes on your conscience, but those who will not be able to pass my subject will not be able to become shinobi. Failed twice, and forget about joining the ANBU, failed 3 times, and you will not be able to become a Jonin, 4 times, and you are an eternal genin, Mitarashi-sensei, what will you teach? Anko thought for a second. And then a weak wave of Ki passed through the class, but even it was enough for the children to try to escape in fear. Survival, I will teach you to survive, poisons, traps, orientation on the terrain, plants and weather, antidotes, first aid, to yourself and your comrades, each of you will experience it all for yourself. Every day I will randomly choose one of you, he will also be a test subject. Some may even die. Today I'll start with, Anko thought for a second. And after noticing Naruto's grin, she sighed. Naruto Uzumaki, you will be the first, yes, Mitarashi-sensei. Naruto nodded slightly to Hinata, went to the center of the class, and turning his back to Anko, lowered his head a little, hiding his eyes. Fun, Naruto? Of course. Anko folded the seal and 3 clones of her appeared in the classroom, which picked up scrolls from the table and began to distribute them to students. When the children had all the scrolls, Anko put 3 small bottles of the same color on the table, on which the names of the antidotes were written. As soon as you open the scroll, you will have only 5 minutes to learn what is written there, after which the scrolls will disappear. Anko looked at the frowning children and grinned. They described these 3 antidotes, how they are used, what they can be made from, and what poison to use them against. You will see the symptoms of the poison on Naruto when the fox bites him. Anko noticed how the children shuddered and grinned. There are 3 antidotes, 1 antidote for each row. Now everyone will come to the table and study them for 30 seconds. When Naruto is poisoned, you will only have a minute to choose the right antidote. When you have chosen, you sit down at the row. I will give Naruto exactly the antidote that most of you have chosen, and what happens if we make a mistake? Ino looked at the scroll with concern. Naruto will be very bad. Anko grinned. Now the first Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke got up from the table and passing by Naruto carefully looked at 3 small bottles, carefully reading the names, and memorizing them. He turned around and returned to his seat. Idiot, Kurama sighed sadly. Idiot, Naruto could only shake his head a little. Next, Haruno Sakura. Anko only grinned harder when Sakura repeated Sasuke's actions. Shikamaru Nara. Are you sure there's an antidote? Nara lazily looked at Anko, and received a nod, went to the table, and carefully opened the bottle. Looking inside, he nodded to himself and slightly pulled away, sniffed the smell, after which it was funny, but nevertheless lazily sneezed. Having put the second bottle in place, Nara took the next one, and repeated the actions, returned to the place without even looking at the third one. Well done, it was expected. Inuzuka Kiba, remembering that pungent smell, was afraid to open the bottle, so he just repeated the actions of Sasuke and the whole class. Hinata Hyuga. Anko stared intently at the girl who was walking to the table with uncertain steps. Passing by Naruto, Anko couldn't help but notice how her son's head swung. Having made a note to herself that it would be possible to tease him later, Anko looked at Hinata, who carefully took the bottle and opened it, carefully looked inside, after which she sniffed, and with a funny sneeze, closed the bottle. After examining 2 more, she stopped for a moment, then turned pale and looked at Anko, with mute reproach in her eyes. She clearly wanted to say something, but Anko's smile made her shudder and turn around in fear. But before Hinata could take a couple of steps, Anko's voice stopped her. Hinata-chan, can you help me? Anko looked at Hinata with a smile of anticipation. You see, I can't walk, could you bear Naruto's torso? Mitarashi-sensei? Hinata blushed and looked at Anko, but seeing the order in her eyes, shuddered and approached Naruto hesitantly, froze. If you want to know what it's for. Anko looked at the children who looked at her uncomprehendingly. Seeing only the face, it will be difficult for you to identify the symptoms. Naruto has no hands, so dress up to bare the torso. Why yes, Hinata, lowering her head, approached Naruto and gently took hold of her clothes and slowly pulled her down. A moment later, Naruto's kimono was held only on his belt, exposing his torso. Hinata looked at the dark growths that exactly repeated the location of Naruto's bones. Without restraining herself, Hinata gently touched Naruto's chest, and ran her finger over the black growth. Ahem, Anko coughed into her fist, forcing Hinata to gasp and retreat. And so once we're done with it, everyone get up from your seats and stand in front of Naruto. After waiting for the children to occupy a semicircle around Naruto, Anko nodded to the snake, which almost instantly crawled up to Naruto and clung to his collarbone. Time's up. 60. 59. 58. Naruto suppressing his chakra. He felt his shoulder begin to go numb, his body temperature began to rise, and the bite sight began to rapidly turn red. 45, 44, 43. The children, seeing Naruto's condition in a panic, began to run from desk to desk until they noticed that Sasuke proudly walked up to one of the tables and sat down at the first desk. At the same moment, almost the entire class took a seat behind Sasuke. 32, 31, 30. Shikamaru frowned at Naruto, then looked at Anko, and went to the second row, where there was no one. A couple of seconds later, Chuji joined him, and Ino, who moved from Sasuke's row under Sakura's surprised gaze. 15, 14, 13. The pale Hinata looked at Naruto with tears in her eyes, but having gathered herself, she slapped her cheeks and headed for the third row. In the depths of her heart, she was afraid that Naruto might get hurt, but at the same time, common sense insisted that the teacher would not intentionally harm the student. Anko clapped her hands and looked furiously at the row where almost the entire row was sitting. Well, what are you waiting for? Quickly give Naruto the antidote. Anko's roar made the children shrink in fear. And a small wave of murderous intent forced them to start moving, but when the children were already jumping up from their seats, Sasuke was already near Naruto and handed him an open bottle. It will be a little unpleasant, Naruto mentally sighed, and grabbing the antidote with his teeth tipped his head over. I was right, Sasuke looked victoriously at Anko. No, this is your first murder. Anko shrugged her shoulders melancholically and nodded at Naruto, who, after standing for a couple of seconds, fell flat on the floor face down, and coughed a bloody cough. Aren't you overdoing it? I even bit my tongue. Kurama looked at the unfolding events with curiosity in her subconscious. Naruto grinned to himself, took a deep breath. Naruto's body arched, and after a moment he went limp. And a pool of blood slowly appeared under his face. You made a mistake, and your mistake cost your life. Anko calmly looked at Naruto's body. She warned him in advance about what would happen. So she was more than sure that Naruto was fine, but he would get more for the performance. When the meaning of these words reached the children, most of them screamed in horror. And they moved away from Naruto's body, even though they said they would be shinobi. They never took these words seriously. It was just a game, up to this point. And no, I could not be mistaken. Sasuke looked at Naruto with horror. He did not see that he was breathing, which means he is really dead. Your pride killed a man, Uchiha Sasuke, and the blindness of the others is a consequence of their stupidity. Anko's voice was like a thunderclap in the ears of children. Naruto-kun, please. Hinata's quiet voice made everyone turn their heads, where a little girl turned Naruto's face over and gently poured into his lips the antidote that she chose. She didn't even notice how the Byakugan in her eyes finally woke up. She only saw Naruto's heart beating slowly. But even when the antidote was in Naruto's mouth, it didn't work. No. It can't be, that's enough, Naruto. Anko looked at Naruto with a wry smile, who was covered with a pale golden chakra for a moment. Moments later he calmly opened his eyes and smiled encouragingly at the crying Hinata. You deceived us. No, Anko ignored Sasuke's scream and forced him to shut up with a look. And now everyone has taken their seats. Naruto, you too. Yes, Mom. Naruto dodged the chalk under the shocked looks of others, sat down next to Hinata. Anko sighed and looked at the children, who had calmed down a little, and continued. No matter what you think, but the poison and the antidotes were real. The only difference is that among the 3 antidotes, only one is correct, one will only strengthen the effect of the poison, and the third is just a dummy. Only Hinata chose correctly, so I will personally teach her one technique. Shikamaru, Chuji, Ino, you chose a dummy, you do not receive punishment, but you do not receive rewards. The fault is only the laziness of a proud representative of the Nara clan. After checking the 2 antidotes, you thought you could choose by elimination. Although Ino in fact should be punished. She changed sides when she saw that you were a sloth, chose another. And finally, our little murderers, without checking the antidote, your stupidity and arrogance in the future may cost the lives of your comrades and friends. Be but the name, Sakura. You seem like a smart girl. Anko sighed ruefully. We are shinobi, murderers. If it makes it clearer to you, there are spies in every village, as well as our spies in other people's villages. Everyone knows about it, but there is nothing to be done here. So there are sabotages, and damaged weapons, and forged seals. Everything can be ruined. Shinobi, smart shinobi are constantly learning from their own and others' mistakes. I have about 500 kinds of antidotes with me, and I can prepare each of them. I can distinguish each of them by taste, color, smell and background of the chakra. Which Hinata did. When she felt a fake, she hesitated, and after checking the 3rd antidote, she found the right one. But Naruto wasn't hurt. I'm Uzumaki. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, and after nodding, Anko continued. And Uzumaki have always been famous for their endurance. What poison did Mom give? Ahem, Mitarashi sensei, was only a strong sleeping pill, with minor side effects. Snakes use this poison to hunt large prey. What Sasuke-kun gave me. It has greatly enhanced the effect that you observed. Slow heartbeat, breathing, fever, loss of consciousness. In fact, this is a kind of coma. Not dangerous. For me and other Uzumaki, I would just sleep for a couple of hours and that's it. For others, it is a coma for at least a week, or even more. But the blood, I bit my tongue a little, it was much more fun that way. Naruto smiled, and showed Sakura his tongue, on which there was a small bite mark that had almost disappeared. Finished? Anko looked at Naruto and sighed. I called Naruto first only because he is Uzumaki, but next time the choice will be arbitrary. Moreover, you will be divided into groups of 4 people, one of whom will drink the poison, and the others will have to determine the antidote. Those who choose correctly will receive a reward, those who lose will be punished, and those who will drink the poison. Nothing, that's not fair. Shinobi and honesty are almost incompatible things. Anko smiled wryly. I teach you to survive. Believe me, many genins die only because they could not provide first aid to themselves and their comrades. To let you know, many of you will die, whether it's a war or a mission, or your own stupidity, but I will do everything to teach you to survive. You will hate me, curse me, be afraid, I don't care. I will torture you, beat you, humiliate you, but if it saves your life, then I did it for a reason. Anko clapped her hands and 10 shadow clones appeared behind her. And now your punishment. Toothbrushes appeared in front of the children who were punished. You will use these brushes to wash toilets. And until I'm satisfied, none of you will go home, and you personally, Sasuke-kun, will wash the toilets, and believe me, no one will be able to leave the academy until you finish. Cruel, it's Anko. What else did you expect? Kurama sighed lazily. Hinata, stay, I will teach you, after which Naruto will guide you. Why yes, Hinata felt a lot of envious glances crossed on her back. But no one dared to say a word. After all, Anko's aura pressed on everyone like a mountain. Well, what can you say? Hiruzen stared at Anbu, who was the deputy head of Anbu, honestly. Anbu seemed to think about something and then sighed. Yes, how did Anko cope on her first day? To be honest. Anbu sighed. I regret that I did not have such a teacher when I studied at the academy. Its methods are cruel, but based on my experience, this will increase the survival rate of genins by at least a third. What? Hamura and Koharu almost jumped out of their seats. While it is difficult to accurately assess how useful these classes are, but even the first lesson is enough for genins to have a better chance of survival, Anbu sighed. If I had known earlier, I would have taken her as a mentor for Anbu beginners. I can only advise sending a mednin of a rank or higher to her class on a permanent basis. And also to introduce a similar course in other academies. To find shinobi that can no longer fight but can train is not difficult. We'll think about it. Hiruzen looked thoughtfully at the scroll of the report in front of him. Kakashi was of the same opinion, and even though Anko was too young, she had a talent that almost destroyed Orochimaru by betraying her, but apparently the appearance of Naruto brought back what Anko had lost. What a pity that she will never be able to walk again. She had the potential to become no weaker than Kakashi and Guy, although she crushed him in herself after betraying Orochimaru. Amaterasu-sensei, what are you doing? Hinata looked at Anko in fright, which easily held her body and pulled off a shapeless hoodie. I will teach you to awaken Byakugan at will. Anko chuckled and finally pulled off her hoodie and nodded to Naruto. But how? Hinata didn't know where to put herself. Without a jacket she felt almost naked, and the presence of Naruto only confused her more. You'll find out. Anko gently pushed Hinata away, from which she, unable to keep her balance, fell on Naruto, who came up from behind. I'm sorry. Hinata did not have time to finish as the golden fire of the chakra broke out of Naruto's body and enveloped her. Hinata has never felt so good, she has never felt so strong. And a moment later, her vision was transformed. Now she saw everything. At first it was just Naruto, inside of which there was just an incredible amount of golden chakra. After she saw Anko, inside of which there was also a part of this strange chakra. Every minute she saw more and more: the classroom, the corridor, neighboring classes, her classmates that are now cleaning the toilet under the gaze of the clones. After a couple of minutes, a headache appeared that disappeared and reappeared. Hinata was mesmerized by the sea of golden chakra that surrounded her. She bathed in it, and the fact that Naruto is the source of this chakra made Hinata even happier. She unknowingly hugged him and buried her head in his chest and smiled happily. My chakra has a stronger effect than I originally thought. Kurama stared intently at how the light lilac iris turns golden. Although it will only benefit her. Naruto is enough. Anko, noticing the change in Hinata's eyes, frowned. When the bonfire of the golden chakra was asleep, Hinata was still hugging Naruto. And her eyes were still shining gold. Hinata, stop feeding the chakra into your eyes. How? Hinata turned to Anko and blinked innocently. I came for Hinata. Hayashi went into the classroom, stared at his daughter in bewilderment, who was sleeping on the desk hugging Naruto. Anko nodded to Hayashi and put down the scroll she was reading. We need to talk. Is it something with Hinata? Yes. Anko noticed Hayashi's changed expression and smiled conciliatingly. She's fine. But there is something you should know. Kyubi has already told me everything. This is not relevant to that conversation. Kubi appeared from Naruto's stomach and jumped onto Anko's lap. When Hanabi was poisoned, it affected the fetus. Hinata's eyes mutated. What do you mean, already on you? Well, okay, I don't mind. Kurama yawned and pointed her tail towards the sleeping Hinata and Naruto. Initially, her eyes would be weaker than an ordinary Byakugan, the range would be no more than a kilometer. But instead, she has phenomenal chakra sensitivity. Her control will surpass Tsunade's in the future. That's not all, is it? Of course not. To teach her how to activate Byakugan, I used the Kyubi chakra. Anko yawned widely, not at all shy of Hayashi. Her eyes mutated, she learned to walk on walls in 10 minutes, and has already learned to release chakra through tenketsu. Hayashi shuddered. Oto-sama? Hinata sleepily rubbed her eyes and looked at her father. That he was looking at her in shock, Hayashi activated the Byakugan, and looked at his daughter. Her chakra canals were 3 times thicker than in the morning, and in her eyes, they were like the average chunin of the Hyugo clan. How is this possible? I filter my chakra through Naruto's body. Kyubi grinned and jumped on Hinata, who automatically caught her. In fact, only the chakra remains as similar as possible to the chakra of nature. Then where to? Naruto's bones. They are black because they contain my dirty chakra. Kyubi, basking in Hinata's arms, curled up into a ball. I have only recently realized this myself. What do you want, Kyubi? Why do you need my daughter? Hayashi still could not understand Kyubi. She was too illogical, did what she wanted and when she wanted. But with each meeting, he became more and more convinced that she was strongly attached to Naruto. She will be a good match for Naruto. Kyubi noticed how Hinata blushed and smiled. I also need a blade from your arsenal. If I'm not mistaken, you had a long straight 2-handed blade in a crimson sheath, the blade of which seemed to be covered with dried blood. There really is such a blade. Hayashi frowned at Kyubi. But why do you need it? I don't need it. If I need it, I can create it from a compressed chakra. Kurama lazily waved her tail. I need the metal from which the blade is made to make Naruto a prosthesis. But even so, there's no need to destroy the sword. The method of forging this sword has been lost for a long time. This steel will be an excellent basis for Naruto's prostheses. Kurama yawned. When Naruto is able to fold seals, he will be able to improve your barrier. And you? To do that, I need to leave his body, not just create a clone. Kurama, basking under Hinata's strokes, yawned widely and simply disappeared. 3 weeks later, huge, Anko, sitting in a wheelchair, looked up at the 3-story mansion in which she now had to live. Of course I knew that this house was huge, but still, the head of the village is entitled to a large mansion. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, and sighed and looked at Anko. I need my blood so that I can rewrite the security circuits on myself, okay? Anko nodded and took out a kunai, gently scratched Naruto's cheek. Is that enough? Yes. Naruto nodded to the ground, and Anko put the kunai with Naruto's blood on the ground. And now the most difficult thing. Naruto sighed and a light blue, almost gray chakra burst out of his body. Why does it change color? Anko looked with interest at Naruto, or rather at the fire of chakra that burned around him, because of my element. Naruto watched as a drop of blood gradually rises up. If you use only the innate element, then the color of the chakra will gradually acquire a shade. Water is blue, wind is gray, fire is red, and so on. But children have the same. The human body mainly consists of water, that's the whole reason. Naruto closed his eyes. My chakra will turn dark gray. I'm going to give up the development of other elements. This is stupid, Anko sighed. Any fire shinobi can easily defeat you, a stupid misconception that the element has a weakness. Naruto grinned, and under the puzzled look of Anko continued while the barrier began to rebuild. His participation was no longer required there, it was only necessary to start the process. I had a friend there, he explained something. When he found out that the elements are equivalent, he laughed for a long time and called us fools. In 3 minutes he told how to make fire, water and lightning out of wind, except that there was a slight difficulty with the earth. And it is much easier to resist fire with wind. Naruto looked at how the barrier flashed and smiled. This is our home now. Don't get off the topic. Anko looked at Naruto, who came up to her. And what is not clear, the wind is essentially air, there is water and dust in the air, which can be collected. There will be no fire without air, so it's easy to create a vacuum, the same principle against lightning. Mom, to get in, you need to hold on to me. after which I can add you to the hosts. Yes, yes, Anko, putting her hand on Naruto's shoulder, slowly drove after him. When they crossed the barrier, a wave of chakra passed through her body. It seemed that the mansion itself checked her. Can't they hear us? And they don't see it. Naruto sighed and looked at Anko, smiled and nodded, and moments later he looked at a 20-year-old girl and sighed. It's strange that they were allowed to live together at all, yet Anko is in fact still a young 20-year-old girl, but so much has fallen on her life that it's simply impossible to call her a child. And now, watching her bouncing around the mansion, Naruto could only smile. It is a pity that they are very weak now, and only Kurama protects their peaceful life, but even so Naruto could not be sure that one day they would not decide to eliminate him, although Kurama said that sane shinobi in life would not go for it, and after Naruto found one of the seals in which there was a Biju bomb. Naruto, Anko came up to Naruto, bent down a little and stared intently into his eyes. How to purify the chakra? If Kurama knows, then you know too, it's impossible. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. The color of Kurama's chakra depends on her desire. At the moment she feels good, so the chakra is golden, and can heal, but if she gets angry, then her chakra will become poison. How much I don't know yet, we'll find out. Kasama, stop calling me that, I'm not old enough to be a mom. Anko looked at Naruto resentfully. You're wrong, your age is just right. Naruto grinned and rushed towards the mansion, dodging flying kunai along the way, which even without chakra could break through a steel plate. What? Anko literally exploded, but it was fun in her soul, constantly watching herself, her behavior, so as not to give herself away. She was just tired, she was only 20, and she had already become a cripple, but Naruto appeared, whom she already perceived as her son, which was very strange, because he was only 11 years younger. And now, chasing after the child, she could relax. And just be yourself, not being shy of others, not caring about the opinions of others, to feel like a girl. Come here, brat, why do you need so much? Anko stared at the pot of black viscous liquid in bewilderment. The smell was so pungent that tears flowed from his eyes. I will grow my own hands. Naruto frowned at his clone, who did not even have color, and in desperation, closing his eyes, lifted his head and opened his mouth. It's disgusting. Anko, watching the black liquid pour into Naruto's mouth, left the room, going to explore the mansion, which she had access to less than an hour ago. Still, she was wondering how her named sister lived. Going into the bedroom, Anko looked at the mountain of toys that were scattered around the room, and at the crib that stood in the middle of the room. So this is Naruto's room. Yes, Anko slowly looked around the room. It was strange to be here. The boy who was supposed to live in this room called her mother, although he knew perfectly well who his real mother was. It was so wrong. Anko carefully arranged the toys and left the room, thinking that whenever her own child, a girl, would be in it. Going into the next room, she looked at the wide bed and a small scroll lying on it. Touching it, Anko looked shocked at how he flew into the air with a pop, turned into a red-haired woman. Kushina-san? Anko took a step back from shock, looking at Uzumaki Kushina. Anko? Kushina Uzumaki stared at Anko in shock. You're Anko, right? Receiving a nod, Kushina shuddered. How old are you now? 20, I thought 25. Kushina never watched her tongue and always said what she thought. Sorry. Noticing how Anko's eyes darkened, Kushina shuddered. How did you get here? I left my clone in the scroll to be able to talk to Naruto if something happens to me. It happened. You've been dead, Kushina-san, for 9 years. Anko shuddered when she saw Kushina's dead eyes. For a second it seemed to her that it wasn't even a clone. How's Naruto? You can say that it's okay. Anko looked away, afraid to tell her mother that her child is crippled. Minato? Dead. You are dead, or rather you were killed, so Naruto was entrusted to you? Kushina sighed and sat down on the bed. But you were too young. What about Mikoto? Hanabi? Tsum? Inoshi? Tsunade? Jiraiya after all? Mikoto died, as did Hanabi. Anko sighed and began a long story, gently omitting the details of Naruto's life and her own. Old bastards. Kushina's hair began to move, and having separated into 9 strands, they resembled Kubi's tails. I'll kill every one of them. Calm down, Kushina-san. Anko gently touched Kushina's shoulder, afraid to dispel her clone, the last clone. Is it possible to replenish your chakra? Unless Naruto will have fire like me, then you can, well, or the chakra of another Uzumaki, with the element of fire. Naruto has the wind, and Uzumaki is almost gone. Anko sighed. I have a sister, a second cousin, Terumi Mei. I've never heard of her, but she's definitely not in Konoha. Anko waved her head negatively, from which her hairstyle, which was barely holding on, was disheveled. As always, you don't take good care of yourself, Anko. Well, at least you've become much better dressed. This is Naruto. He just brought this kimono one day, like the others, and just threw out all the clothes. Anko smiled and closed her eyes, feeling such a familiar feeling that she had almost forgotten, thin fingers gently fingering her hair, braiding a complicated hairstyle. Is he happy? Kushina, braiding Anko's hair, experienced complex feelings that a clone should not experience. Probably yes, although I've never seen him sad. Anko basked in this feeling. He has friends. It's hard for him to have friends. Anko chuckled. But I can say that he has already found a girl for himself. He's fast. Kushina smiled through her tears. What is she like? Similar to Hanabi-san, but even more shy. She's her daughter. Anko leaned back, feeling my arms gently hug her. You need to meet Naruto. He's on the ground floor now. I understand, you have to see him yourself, yet you are his real mother, unlike me. Anko pulled away from Kushina, and smiled encouragingly. Just don't scare him, he has a very peculiar reaction to danger. Thanks for keeping an eye on him. You're wrong, he's the one looking out for me. Anko smiled weakly. If it wasn't for him. Son, Kushina, looking at the sitting silhouette, did not know where to put her hands. She was afraid to see contempt, hatred, or fear in her child's eyes. She left him, though not of her own free will, could not take care of him, help him. She understood that Anko had not told her a lot, and realized that she had kept silent about the worst. Naruto slowly turned around and stared in shock at Kushina Uzumaki, his mother. A strange feeling appeared inside him, but suppressing it, Naruto stared intently at the woman who had been dead for more than 9 years. How? I'm just a clone, Kushina smiled sadly. And after she noticed Naruto's condition, a cry of horror froze in her throat. She could not utter a word, looking at her son, who was crippled. What happened to you? Naruto didn't know what to answer. He couldn't even imagine meeting his mother in a dream, in reality, and even if she is only a clone, but a clone created with the maximum possible amount of chakra, the character is no different from the original. These are the consequences of my stupidity, which I am trying to correct. Naruto smiled wryly and nodded at the table, where a strange oblong object lay, matte, black in color. It's so weird, I gave birth to you no more than a couple of hours ago. Kushina smiled wryly and stared at Naruto. It's strange to see your child so grown up. It's strange to see your dead mother alive. Naruto sighed and got up and walked over to Kushina. But I'm glad I can talk to you in reality. It's a pity that I only have a couple of hours left. Kushina smiled sadly and impulsively hugged Naruto. Kira, can you create a body for her? Naruto, hugged by his mother, felt a strange warmth inside. It was different from what he experienced with Anko or Kurama, but at the same time he did not want to lose this feeling. We need a cup and time, Naruto. She's Kushina. I already know Kurama. Naruto was a little confused by Kurama's words. You didn't understand, she is a real Kushina, but in the body of a clone, her soul caught on to this clone and merged with it. Kurama, can you maintain her condition? Naruto understood that Anko was not his mother, she was rather his sister, younger sister. But habit and the desire to have a family gave rise to a strange attitude towards her, and now he had a real mother, even in the body of a clone, but over time, I can, although she will have to be very careful, I can feed her with my chakra, still she was my Jinchuriki, but I can't protect her from danger, she's still a shadow clone. Father, I can start creating a body in the likeness of Kurama-san's body, it will be much faster, but Kurama-san's body will take half a year longer to create. I will need to duplicate the process, and I will be too busy to help you, Father, Naruto? Can you hear me? Kushina looked worriedly at her son, who was standing with half-closed eyes and thinking hard about something. You may not believe me, but I have a way to bring you back to life. Naruto fell silent looking at Kushina's shocked face, but it will take me 3.5 years to create a body for you, I won't be able to last that long, even if you seal me, the chakra will still go away, and I'm just a clone, and here I can argue with you, girl. Kurama appeared on Naruto's shoulder and grinned. It's been a long time, 9 years have passed, KQB? There is no other chakra, who are you? Kurama. You can say that I am Naruto's wife. One of the 8, what? Kushina stared at the golden fox in shock. You're talking about it again, Anko looked at Naruto with displeasure. Her curiosity was so strong that she decided to eavesdrop on Naruto's conversation. 8? He's only 9, I'll tell you later, immediately. Kushina looked sternly at her son. And with all the details. By everyone and not like you Anko, why yes Kushina-san. And you, my son, are still a dog, Kushina, sitting at the table, looked at the confused Naruto, and Kurama sitting on his shoulder. Yes, and a pervert, I explained, yes, I understand everything, but only with Ami? With your own sister? Kushina wanted to attach her son with anything heavy. You do realize that this is a little wrong, a little? Anko snorted. By the way, you forgot to mention this fact when you told me. But if you judge it like that, there are no normal shinobi, everyone has a kunai in the ass, regardless of age, yes, who told me that it was wrong, I was 8 when I got into the illusion. Naruto sighed. Yes, and I always wanted a family, but to do lemon, so I learned to read from the books of Ika Ika. After the orphanage, there were only books for children. Naruto fell silent, after which he stared in shock at the bewildered Anko and Kushina. I remembered my life before Itachi, almost all of it, don't change the subject, son. Kushina looked threateningly at Naruto. Okay, we've dealt with that. Now Kurama? Seriously? She's a biju, hey. Kurama looked resentfully at Kushina and also a series of Ika Ika, Naruto sighed. There was one scene with dressing up, in the second book, like, there really was a kitty, but I always liked foxes more. Anko coughed. Well, are you a chicken? You're biju, Kushina looked accusingly at the fox that turned away and pressed her ears to her head. It was interesting to me, at first I thought that I would play and that's it. And then I got used to it and realized that I already think like a woman, and I love Naruto, and after that I didn't care anymore, May? Beautiful, Minato, the asshole said that too. Kushina sighed. He saw her on one of the missions, in the land of fog, he slept in my hallway for a week after that, Anko? Naruto, having caught Anko's look, turned away and remained silent. I'm waiting for an answer. Anko stepped on Naruto's foot, made him grimace in pain. Well? It happened by accident, and in fact Kurama is to blame there, and then, Naruto wanted to remain silent, being scolded by his mother terrified him. Naruto would castrate you, Anko thoughtfully turned the knife in her hands. No, Naruto jumped up abruptly, and jumped away from the table in a panic. Ha 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 ha. Anko laughed cheerfully, and after a split second Kushina and Kurama joined her. Don't be afraid, Naruto, I still need you whole. Kurama jumped on Naruto's shoulder and stroked his hair. I want kids. 9. Naruto stared at Kurama in shock, but as soon as he saw that she was trembling slightly, he took a deep breath and sat back down at the table. But Jiraiya needs to be castrated. Kushina sighed. If I knew that his books would spoil my son like that, would have castrated him after the first book, and Tsunade-san would have helped me. I agree. I have one poison, it's certainly not castration. Is it okay that I'm sitting here? Naruto sighed in anguish. Mom, what? What? Which Kushina? Naruto smiled, looking at Anko's confused face. Your body will be the same as Kurama's, except that the face and figure may be slightly different. So I'll become a beast? Kushina tensed, looking at Kurama sitting on Naruto's shoulder. No, Naruto waved his head negatively. The body will be human, except that the tails and ears will be fox. You can consider it a genome. To remove them means to increase the time by a year or more. Then I don't mind, Kushina thought. Seal me up so I can wait. If you use the seal of the Uzumaki clan with the transformation of the chakra into a fiery one, there may be enough time. It's not necessary. Kurama jumped on the table in front of Kushina and released her chakra, which slowly rushed to Kushina and entered her body. This will last for a week, after which I will feed you again. But you have to be careful, if you get scattered, it will be almost impossible to restore you. Kurama sighed. I have not yet figured out how the necklace is arranged, in which the fragments of souls are sealed. When I understand, I will be able to seal your soul in Naruto's soul. It's good that Amaterasu added such an opportunity to his soul. Thank you. Kushina looked at Kurama with tears in her eyes, after which she gently stroked her. Warm, this is just a clone, the main body is still in Naruto. Kurama sighed. In any case, no children until Naruto turns 18, and also, Hinata-chan, Naruto, you will tell her everything, understood, everything. Kushina looked expressively at Naruto. But this is only if your relationship is serious, and it's too early for her to know such details. Yes, Mom. Naruto nodded obediently, not noticing how Anko and Kushina twitched, the first from the fact that she understood that she could no longer call herself Naruto's mom, and the second from the consciousness that she was alive and could raise her son, even if he had already grown up. What a wonderful weather today, isn't it? Anko was grinning at the students who were looking out of the window with frowning expressions where the storm was raging. Now listen to me. Break up into groups of 2 people, you have 20 seconds, those who do not have time will be punished, and yes Sasuke, this also concerns you. Kiba, Akamaru does not count. Sasuke-kun, let's go together. Sakura, literally hanging on Sasuke at the top of her voice, screamed right in his ear. Ino pushed Sakura away and herself hung on to Sasuke, who had already begun to lose his nerves. Naruto-kun, Hinata looked pleadingly into the eyes of Naruto sitting next to her. Of course. Naruto nodded and looked at Anko, who was looking at the frightened children with a grin. It has been more than a month since Kushina appeared. Life has changed for the better. Now Anko could fully devote herself to bullying children while Kushina was preparing the program and checking the work. Naruto had almost finished growing the first hand. When Anko and Kushina saw her, they fell into a stupor. The demon's hand, that was what first came to Anko's mind. Black, with 2 popping spikes of 30 centimeters, one popped out of the elbow, the second from the palm. There were also claws, each of which was about 1.5 centimeters, but most of all it was amazing that she was able to grow together with Naruto. But most of all, Anko and Naruto were happy to cook. Naruto could not cook normally with the help of a clone. Anko could only cook dango, and even in a dream. Sasuke, Kiba, after lessons I will be waiting for you in the office for punishment. Anko grinned and looked at the children who had already split into pairs. And now play rock paper scissors, the loser, Anko smiled significantly. Sorry Naruto-kun, Hinata looked at Naruto in embarrassment. I don't want to lose, you play once, after which the winner climbs on the back of the loser, Anko grinned. Shikamaru, I saw that you lost, so please put your back to Choji. Mitarashi-sensei, the lazy representative of the Nara clan, looked at his well-fed friend with a pained look. He tried to calculate the consequences of his decisions, and if he succeeded with other teachers, then with Anko everything turned out quite the opposite. Looking at the kunai that stuck into the desk in front of him, Shikamaru sighed and got up and knelt down. From this day on, you're on the Choji diet. I'm sorry. As soon as Choji climbed on Shikamaru's back, a distinct crunch was heard throughout the class. Nara thought with horror about what they were going to have. After that, a moment with the weather popped up in his head. Mitarashi-sensei, you're not going to chase us outside, are you? Smart, Anko grinned. And now march to the street, you will run around the academy, how much? Ino, holding a contented Sakura on her back, winced. Until I get bored. Anko smiled. Everyone who falls will be punished, the one who is carried on his back will be punished doubly, who will be the last to stand will be rewarded. By the example of Hinata, Shikamaru, Ino, Sasuke, you should understand that for the sake of the reward it is worth giving everything to the fullest. Naruto-kun? Hinata, hugging Naruto tightly, was in seventh heaven with happiness, despite the vile weather, and the icy rain that chilled to the bone, despite the moans of the children that gradually fell to the wet ground literally drowning in mud, but the fear of being punished forced them, clenching their teeth, to rise again and again. And only Hinata blissfully closed her eyes and smiled, feeling the warm chakra that enveloped her body, warming and giving peace, listening to the powerful heartbeat that was even louder than the rain. An hour after the start of the run, Hinata was already sleeping peacefully, completely trusting Naruto. Shikamaru, and Choji, I can congratulate you on losing, I don't care. Shika, breathing heavily, looked at the sky, and even the rain did not interfere with enjoying peace, and I don't care that his friend was lying next to him in the mud, whom he could not stand through right at the puddle, on heavy drops that beat him on his body. I just want to die. I got up, took a friend and ran. Anko, even sitting in the rain, remained absolutely dry, her fiery chakra instantly evaporated raindrops, at a distance of more than half a meter from her body. Do what you want, but you have to run 5 more laps, or you will be punished every day. I can't. Shikamaru wanted to scream, but there was simply no strength left. I just don't have the strength. Then you'll just die. Just because you didn't have the strength to run, your team will die just because you didn't have time. Anko's words were interrupted by a loud scream and subsequent screams. Here are some more corpses for you. Sakura and Ino, and what are you doing? Anko smiled wryly and looked at the girls who were covered in mud from head to toe, and cried loudly. And you still want to become a shinobi? You might as well climb the Hokage rock and just jump down. Where am I? Hinata, looking around sleepily, tried to remember how she got here, but nothing came to mind. The last thing she remembers is Naruto's back, and his chakra is so warm that it recently became completely gray. Hinata had noticed for a long time that Naruto had 2 chakras, gold and gray, and to her surprise Hinata liked to look at the gray chakra much more, it resembled the wind. Are you awake? Naruto came into the room, looked at Hinata with a smile that she still hadn't woken up to the end. And Naruto-kun? Hinata jumped up in a panic and instinctively grabbed the blanket and pulled it up to her chin. Gee, where am I? At my house. You fell asleep during the test, so, Oto-sama will swear. Hinata sighed sadly and carefully looked around. A large bright room, with a huge, full-length adult man's window, looked out on a small lake. The room was left surprisingly poorly, a wide, almost double bed, a wardrobe and a table. The rest of the space was littered with scrolls and strange flasks. He won't, he knows. Naruto smiled. By the way, we won again. You were sleeping so soundly that we couldn't even wake you up, and after Hayashi-san tried to pick you up, but you clung to me so tightly, and even caught on with your chakra. I'm sorry. Hinata fell on the bed, and completely disappeared under the blanket. She began to remember the vague noise and strong hands that were trying to take away the heat source, so she instinctively gave the chakra. It's okay, tomorrow morning I'll take you home, it's late today. Naruto clung to the blanket with his teeth and tore it off the bed with one jerk, forcing Hinata to shrink in fright. Naruto unclenched his teeth, and the blanket fell to the floor. Mom, already cooked dinner, and Naruto-kun, why do you call Mitrashi-sensei your mom? Hinata has always been tormented by this question, but neither she nor anyone else at the academy dared to ask either Naruto or Anko. She adopted me, a couple of months ago. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, and headed for the door. Sorry for the mess, I'm a little uncomfortable cleaning up after class. Hinata realized Naruto's words, gave a startled yelp and jumped out of bed. Is this your serum? Yeah, Naruto, it will cool down. Anko's loud voice made Hinata shrink with fear. Come on, why yes, Hinata nodded involuntarily, but her face began to glow much more when her gaze fell on the bed. Convenient, There is nothing. Hinata shook her head negatively, slowly following Naruto. She just looked at his back, not even paying attention to the surrounding situation. It's delicious. Hinata looked admiringly at Anko, which in her opinion made this dinner. Mitarashi-sensei, you cook very well, this is Naruto. Anko chuckled and, under Hinata's shocked gaze, continued to eat, once again amazed at Hinata's shyness. But, believe me, the lack of hands does not prevent him from not only cooking, but even eating. Anko grinned and poked her chopsticks at Naruto, who was looking thoughtfully at the scroll floating in the air while two chopsticks were picking up food and bringing it to his mouth. It was so natural that it didn't seem to cause Naruto any difficulties. And believe me, I don't even have a clue how he manages to control his chakra so well, but he's not very good with techniques. I can hear everything. Naruto frowned at Anko and continued. Hinata activated Byakugan and froze in shock. Her golden eyes looked with admiration at the streams of chakra emanating from Naruto. It even seemed to her that nature itself was helping Naruto. Beautiful. Anko carefully looked at Hinata's admiring face. A long time ago, she had seen the same face at herself, and Anko, like no one else, understood how dangerous it was to look like that. Will you join Naruto? Anko smiled mischievously, looking at the thoughtful Naruto, who spent all his free time remaking seals from the world of illusions, and every time she heard that he cursed his chakra volume, which is enough for a maximum of 2 shadow clones, to what? Naruto looked thoughtfully at Anko, who was sitting in a chair holding Hinata's hand, whose face was incredibly red. We're going to the bathroom, Akno smiled, noticing how Naruto choked. You can handle it yourself, and I'm afraid after that, I'll have only 2 options. Either die or marry Hinata. I don't mind. Hinata's voice was very quiet, but both Anko and Naruto heard it perfectly, but decided that she had had enough. Coward, Anko pulled Hinata after her. It was unusual for her to move around in a wheelchair in the house, but Hinata was there, and even if Anko believed her, Hinata was still a child. Do you love Naruto? Anko was sitting in the bathroom, hugging Hinata sitting in front of her. Hinata wanted to break away, but as before, Anko's grip was steel. Come on, I won't tell him. Why yes, Hinata nodded shyly. Hinata, you are only 9 years old. Anko sighed. What you are experiencing is difficult to call love. Yes, you admire him, but you don't love him, but in books. Hinata lowered her head, feeling gentle touches to her hair. Love cannot be described. Anko sighed. Tell me, what do you feel when you see Naruto? I want to talk to him, touch him, hug him, hear his voice, see his eyes. I want to be with him all the time. I dream about him. Every day. It can no longer be called just love, it's already madness, as it was with me. She's only 9, almost 10. Where did she get such desires? Even though shinobi grow up faster, but not at the same speed. Anko looked thoughtfully at the top of Hinata's head. Although most likely she has already entered puberty, it will only get worse. I will have to give her a lecture. And it won't hurt the rest. Mitarashi-sensei? When you are not at the academy, call me Anko-san. And they probably didn't tell you about it either, so listen. How long have you been? Naruto studied Hinata, who shrank under his gaze and wrapped herself more tightly in yukata, hid behind Anko. Is something wrong? We had a productive conversation. Naruto looked thoughtfully at Anko and sighed. In any case, it's time to go to bed. Hinata, you can lie down in my room. Naruto did not have time to finish as Hinata shook her head negatively, desperately blushing. She will lie down with me. Anko smiled encouragingly at Hinata. Naruto, I say right away, tomorrow is a day off, and I really ask you not to blow up anything. Let me at least get some sleep on the weekend. Naruto nodded to Hinata and going up to Anko, habitually kissed her on the forehead. Good night, Kasama. Hinata-hime, I still can't get used to it. Anko thoughtfully touched her forehead. Come on, you slept well, so you won't be able to sleep for a long time. Hinata, seeing with what tenderness Naruto kissed Anko, sighed with envy. What, do you also want him to kiss you like that? Anko, seeing how Hinata nodded, could only sigh. You know Hinata, you are the only friend of Naruto, except for me and you. He does not communicate with anyone else, I know. Hinata could only nod. And believe me, when alone with me, he is very different from how others see him, although he almost does not hide in front of you. Hinata will live with us. Anko's words made Naruto and Hinata choke. Hayashi-san and I have discussed everything. Hinata didn't know what to say to such a sudden statement. Don't worry. It's only for the weekend. Poor Kushina, Kurama, sitting in Naruto's subconscious, could only sympathize with Kushina, who was now sitting in the basement with her clone. I agree, Mom will be angry. Naruto sighed and a moment later a frightened expression appeared on his face, just for a moment. Byakugan, only Anko's bedroom is screened. Well, in principle, you can know Hinata, as well as Hayashi. Are you sure? Will we show you too? Hinata still thinks that you are my summoning animal. I will be offended. But if she stays for a couple of days and sees you sleeping on my tails, she'll probably have questions. I need to talk to Anko. Go ahead. In the meantime, I will prepare Kushina for a meeting with her future daughter-in-law. 3 years later. Hokage's office. Report. Hiruzen frowned at the captain of the ANBU who handed him the annual report. There is. Shinobi stretched out to the string, and quickly bowed, handed the Hokage a scroll, and waited until Sarutobi unfolded it and continued. The number of dead genins from the first academy was 8 people. The reason? False information from the employer. ANBU thought for a second and then continued. Sarutobi-sama, I think it's time to give Mitarashi Anko more powers. If she takes over the management of all academies, the number of genins killed will be reduced by 80%. Yes, I know. Sarutobi exhaled wearily. After she became the director of the first academy, the quality of education has increased several times. But the problem is with the Jinchuriki she's raising. Konoha's advice just won't give her that much power. Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Nara, Hyuga, Akimichi, they all support her. Now Anko has a little less influence than me, if not for her injury. She could be the next Hokage. Maybe it's time to change the council? ANBU took off the mask, showing the face of a 40-year-old man, dark short hair, a long scar crossing the right eye and catching the lip. I'm sorry, but their actions have a bad effect on Konoha. I don't have the power to do this. In fact, now they control Konoha. If the war had started, then everything would have changed, but until then, Sarutobi got up from his seat and went to the window and lit a cigarette. And now, in your own words, this is P.'s debts, Umbu sighed. Full P.'s debts, what is it? The number of failed D-rank missions has become 0, as well as angry reviews about poorly done work have disappeared. And what don't you like? My subordinates do not have time to deal with dissatisfied parents, whose children are taught by Anko. Her punishments are aimed at ridding children of a sense of disgust. If we take into account only Clan 1s, then Inazuka Kiba was tied up and thrown into a cesspool, with the task of getting a scroll that was previously drowned at the bottom. I remember Tsum was so furious then that she had to call 3 groups of ANBU so that she wouldn't kill Anko right on the spot. That's just what struck me about this snake. When a gray 3-headed dog flew into her office, she just glanced at her and returned to the documents. ANBU sighed. I was just watching her, there was nothing in her eyes, just boredom. I'm afraid if it wasn't for Naruto, she could have committed suicide, Hokage sighed. Go on. Yes, I do not know what they talked about after, but the next day Anko asked for a day off, and all members of the Inazuka clan up to the age of 18 did not leave the clan throughout the day. That's just after that, the children literally cursed Anko, and Tsum singled out several clansmen so that they would hold several classes with children. The same situation was repeated with almost all clans. Anything else? Yes, Mitarashi warned ANBU that tomorrow there will be a mass exercise at the entire academy, outside the village. I have already approved it and sent 6 ANBU detachments to sweep the area and patrol. She didn't say what it would be? I have no idea. Even the Nara has already failed more than once on bets. What are the stakes, do you know? ANBU looked at Hokage in surprise. About half a year ago, some of my fighters who are constantly watching the academy argued among themselves which of the teams would win at the next exercises, but according to the results of the task, both teams failed, after which all were punished. With one exception, Naruto. He is the same. There were several children who were given a personal task. He was the only one who did it. Hinata Hyuga and Shikamaru Nara almost did it, but they didn't have time. ANBU sighed. After which Anko demanded money. From that moment on, for every mass exercise, the heads of clans and some merchants place bets. Several times no one won and Anko took the winnings, and no one was against it. Everything was fair. And Bushnik shrugged his shoulders. As a rule, Anko talks in 2 days about the composition of teams and students that will be outside of them. How big are the stakes? Money is almost not put there, mostly equipment that is stored in warehouses, like trophies, weapons, drugs, information. I also play. It's quite interesting. Does Anko play too? Of course. And she puts what everyone wants. The Hyuga and Nara clans managed to get what she put. Captain ANBU sighed. Their clan barriers were strong even after Uzumaki was finalized, but when they received Anko's bid, the barriers were strengthened twice. Sarutobi waved his hand. What about the QB seals? There are still 8 more, the man shuddered. Hyuga say that there are enough chakras in them to destroy everything within a radius of 300 meters, but even with such a background, until you find the seal itself, you will not see it. Where is it this time? The hospital. The seal was found under the bed, the library, in one of the books. It was found purely by accident, the warehouse of provisions on the inside of the bag. Were you able to figure out the device? No, the symbols only resemble Uzumaki. It is impossible to deal with them without the original alphabet. I'm afraid if they explode all at the same time, Konoha will be destroyed. What about Jinchuriki? Monstrously strong physically, already surpasses Rock Lee, although without hands, does not use technology, but almost freely controls the wind, a radius of 4 meters, is unsociable. There are no friends, the only ones he communicates with are Hinata Hyuga and Mitarashi Anko. Control? Impossible. The only one through whom he can be influenced is Hinata Hyuga, but even there is no one to influence her. There are at least 3 guards around her all the time. What about Hinata Hyuga? Quiet, unsociable, spends almost all her free time with Uzumaki, often stays in Namikaze mansion for a few days, skillful taizutsu, strange Byakugan, although it is impossible to say how he differs from the others. I know what's different. Hiruzen sighed. Kyubi's chakra is the same color, which means the girl is under her protection. Tell everyone, Hyuga is inviolable, like the clan. They are loyal to Konoha, which means the future heiress is loyal, whose husband will surely be Naruto. There is. What about the formation of teams? P.Stets, an interesting report. Hiruzen chuckled and looked at the gloomy Enbushnik. Mitarashi Anko found 6 children with a deviation of the Berserk type, 8 with a deviation of the Mednin type, 10 with a deviation of the Control type, and what's the problem? Because of her influence, she gave the Mednins to the hospital. 2 of them have already received the rank of D. She gave all the bears to Guy. Did he agree? Hiruzen looked at the captain in surprise. Yes, I do not know what she did, but after a week, Rock Lee was able to control the chakra normally. After that, Guy began to train the bears. Mr. Hokage, Mitarashi Anko asked me to hand over the initial list of commands. The secretary, entering the office, put a weighty scroll on the table and left the office. Hokage took the scroll and plunged into reading. What? Did something happen to Hokage-sama? Basically, the composition of the teams and their mentors remained unchanged, but with the clan changes went. Hatake Kakashi, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Inazuka Kiba, Siko Nura, clanless. She showed herself well as a leader, direction, pursuit and assault. Hiruzen sighed. I can say that this is reasonable. Nura is an excellent leader, which cannot be said about the rest. Here are only 4 people, I'm not done yet. Juhi Kurenai, Inoshikacho Trinity, I would suggest Asuma. I thought so too, but my son got a very strange team. Kurama Yakumo, Shino Aburame, direction, elimination of enemy manpower and interrogation. The girl may not be able to stand it, although mine reported that Anko recently met with the head of the Kurama clan, so it will hold. Hokage sighed. But here's the last command. Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, mentor, temporarily incapacitated. The council will not allow. There is a possibility that it will be Anko herself, since she was able to cure the Chakakanals of Rock Lee. Hokage-sama, don't forget, she was wounded by Kusunagi's blade. In the whole history the wounds inflicted by him did not heal to the end, and in her case even Tsunade-sama spread her hands. It is impossible to restore her ability to move, and even if a miracle had happened, she would have immediately. You forget one important detail. Anko Mitarashi has a child who studies at the academy. Any woman in her place would stay with the child to look after him. Hiruzen sighed. What about the father for a demon? Mission failed. Anbu sighed. Despite the fact that Anko is a cripple, she ranks first in beauty among the kunoichi of our village. Many volunteered for this mission. That's just. Are they even alive? Almost. The first was found on Mount Hokage, naked. The second was found in the hospital with broken arms and legs. The third will no longer be able to have children. The fourth disappeared and reappeared a month later, constantly talking about a demon with black hands. The fifth will not be able to move for about a year. The sixth was found tied up in a cesspool. He stayed there for more than a week. A seal was found in his mouth that periodically supplied water. Have you tried sending girls? You never know. Hokage grinned. Do you think that do you have any idea why she didn't get along with anyone? I will direct Yugao. Go ahead. Hokage waved his hand, and thought about what you can bet and on whom. It would still be interesting to get a few trophies. 2 20-year-old girls were sitting on the veranda of a large mansion. The dark-haired woman was lying on fluffy tails and reading the scroll with half an eye. Watched the fight. Mitarashi Anko was not for nothing called the most beautiful girl in the village of Konoha. Despite his disability, almost every man in the village wanted to possess her. Slender, always looking great with dark silk hair that was braided into a complicated hairstyle, and a white kimono pulled down to the shoulders made all men swallow saliva. The girl sitting next to her was only a little older than Anko. Her dark red hair fell to her feet and spread like a carpet behind her. Kushina Uzumaki, who had risen from the dead, was even more beautiful than when she was alive, and fox ears and 9 tails, the colors of her hair gave her an exotic appearance. Her eyes were dark purple and cheerfully looked at the world, but in the depths you could see the pain of loss. Hinata sitting on Kushina's lap and basking in her hair touches. Tall for her age, with long black hair with a slight shade of blue. The light blue kimono was worn for Anko's example, but because of the reputation of the princess of the Hyuga clan. Outside of the mansion, she wore it normally. Golden eyes with love and admiration looked at Naruto, who was standing in front of Kurama. And all 3 of them occasionally glanced at the blonde man who was fighting with Kurama. Tall for his age, looking about 14 or 15, with golden-colored hair, the tips of which were slightly darker. The multicolored eyes looked warily at Kurama, who was standing opposite him. Everything below the eyes was covered with a bone mask. Of the clothes there were only trousers on top of which black bone plates were attached, which was sharply stated with the white color of the pants. The entire spine was covered with armor that connected with the mask and protected the neck. Bone plates protected only the ribs because it was impossible to place them on the stomach, and they would interfere with movement. So Naruto had to wrap his torso with bandages on which strengthening seals were applied. Is he serious? Kushina looked with a grin at Anko, who was sprawled on her tails. It cost her a lot of work to learn how to control tails, and the sensitivity of her body was too strong, as well as the monstrous power from which she was unaccustomed to being a clone. But Kushina was still bad at handling tails, although she quickly got used to managing them. Kurama taught her to use them to fold seals for fuinjutsu, and Naruto and Hinata liked to sleep in tails. Very often they sat with Kurama under a tree and Naruto, Hinata, and Anko slept in their entwined tails in an embrace. They could just lie in this position for hours and look at the sky and just be silent. Just the presence of each other was enough for them. Anko nodded and looked thoughtfully at Kushina, who was sitting next to her and braiding Hinata's long hair, which had already grown to the middle of her thigh. Hokage seriously thinks I'm a lesbian. Although I must admit, I did not expect this and, confused, I agreed, go Anko-san, and you will have fun. And Hinata smiled modestly, but there was malice in her eyes. 3 years of communication with Kushina, Kurama and Anko have left their mark, and now the quiet and modest girl has become just a mask. When she's a snide girl inside, she knows her worth perfectly well and uses it. Although she never managed to embarrass Naruto, when he had already blushed her more than once, with his actions and words. Can you stop spying on all of us? Anko looked at Hinata with displeasure that she had changed a lot in these 3 years, but she still loved Naruto madly, even though her attraction had ceased to have a frightening character. It's too much fun to stop. Hinata grinned and looked at Naruto, who flew away from Kurama's blow, which did not budge from the very beginning of the fight. 9 tails moved only along one trajectory known to Kurama. They did not stop for a moment, although Naruto was able to get a thorn to Kurama's neck and cheek a couple of times. But this did not upset her at all. They only smiled harder and increased the intensity of the attacks, forcing Naruto to accelerate. Yes, and this is how I learned to use Byakugan. Hinata shuddered when Naruto crashed into the barrier with great speed, and Kurama's hand crashed into his torso with replaceable bone plates, and forcing Naruto to spit out a blood clot that flowed over the bone half mask, and moments later he disappeared, and in his place was a gray silhouette that exploded in a cloud of gray smoke that hid the entire Kurama review. The fight is over, Kushina grinned looking at Naruto, who was hanging in the air behind Kurama and was tied by her tails. Although there was a small cut on Kurama's back. Although Naruto never fought in full force, Hinata sighed. Unless with Gai-sensei he doesn't hold back, almost does not hold back, yet only we saw his hands. And without them, he can only use a third of his strength. Enko grinned and turned over and buried her face in the warm and soft fur. How tired I am, what are you up to this time? Kushina smiled as she felt Enko hug her tail. You'll see. Enko closed her eyes. This time even Hokage accepted the bet. And what did he bet? A technique from the Forbidden Scroll to choose from. As soon as Enko finished, a wave of energy swept through the barrier and concentrated around Kurama, and Naruto evaporated. Like Naruto and Kurama themselves. What the? Enko instantly got up from her seat and a naked blade appeared in her hand. Hinata instantly activated Byakugan, scanning for about a kilometer looking for any signs. And the tails of Kushi rose into the air and literally lit up with a fiery chakra that began to form fireballs at their tips. I don't see them, there's not even a chakra. Hinata looked around in panic, and her eyes began to shine even brighter. A drop of sweat rolled down her forehead. I don't feel a drop of chakra. I. Hush, Kushina hugged Hinata and hugged her, but her tails continued to toss in anxiety. I do not know any shinobi or techniques that are capable of such a thing. Enko's snakes were already streaming down the ground with might and main, spreading in all directions. Well, where are we? Kurama released Naruto and looked around. This place was strange. She didn't feel a drop of chakra here, but there was an incredibly dense energy in this place. Huecomundo, Naruto grinned and stood in front of Kurama. This is Ichigo's world. The dead desert of eternal night. Suddenly, two funnels opened at different distances from them. Gold and dark red. Looking at the red one, Naruto noticed a guy about 18 years old in strange clothes and a red tattoo on his body. By the hand he was holding a girl who was almost very similar to a young man and also had tattoos, even if they looked more elegant. Tatsumi, look, the black-haired girl nodded in their direction. And the guy began to accumulate power, which Kurama did not like, which began to create Biju bombs. The newcomers were wary and looked at them warily. Shifting his gaze, he looked at Ichigo, who hadn't changed at all since their last meeting. But there was a girl standing next to him, a little shorter, dark-skinned, with outstanding forms that could compete with Kurama. And long dark hair that almost touched the floor, and mesmerizing golden eyes. The same color as Hinata's, but they had a vertical pupil. Where are we? Tatsumi looked at them carefully. And who are you? A blade appeared in his hands, and bloody wings burst out from behind his back, and the tattoo literally caught fire. Naruto frowned and released the spikes. And a gray chakra began to rise around his body. Ichigo grunted and a black katana appeared in his hand. And a moment later, darkness covered the world. Men, a sarcastic voice came from Ichigo's side, and the darkness disappeared. You just want to fight. You haven't changed at all, Ichigo. Naruto grinned under the bone mask and looked at Ichigo. But you've become even younger. Ichigo smiled and waved his hand. And a moment later, all 6 of them were standing in a black clearing dotted with golden grass. This is how I understand Kurama, so you're Ichigo. Kurama coming closer to Naruto. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and her breasts were right on Naruto's head. And you're stronger than I thought, as I understand it, you are familiar. Tatsumi grinned, noticed a barely noticeable nod from the long-haired man and removed his wings, and a moment later plunged the blade into the ground. And as I understand it, you know what's going on here. With these words, a stream of blood burst right out of the ground, which gradually formed a red round table. And 6 comfortable chairs. Can we talk, can we? Ichigo nodded and went to the table, touched the chair, which after a moment was covered with exquisite carvings, golden color. Won't you introduce yourself? Tatsumi, Oga Tatsumi, and my sister Misaki Oga. Oga nodded and sat down in a chair, and a second later Misaki sank into the next one. That she leaned back with pleasure and closed her eyes. Ichigo, Kurosaki Ichigo, and this is Yoruchi Shihoin, my wife. Ichigo chuckled and looked at the table. Blood? Yes, it's my blood. She has a strange taste, and a strange power. Naruto's voice made everyone choke and look at him. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, and Kurama. Oga looked with surprise at how the boy plunges a claw into the table and, after drawing a long line, licks the blood. His blood. Also Uzumaki. Kurama smiled and sat down in a chair. And a moment later, her tails darted to Naruto and now he is already sitting on her lap. Entwined with tails. I thought you were Mitarashi. Oga chuckled, looking at how the scratch that Naruto left on the table is being tightened. Although you're kind of like Namikaze, so they told you? They? No, I just found out myself. Oga shrugged his shoulders. But the others are too strong. If you are A with a minus, then they are at least S with a plus. So they didn't tell you anything. Naruto sighed. Will you tell Ichigo yourself? It's not difficult for me. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. But first of all, what happened to you? Last time you were older and stronger, an illusion. My whole life has been an illusion. And only after creating the Guardian, I managed to escape from it. The Guardian? Tatsumi's sudden voice made everyone look at him. Is this by any chance AI? AI? Artificial intelligence. Oga shrugged his shoulders. Artificial intelligence, if I may say so. I was informed that I would receive it within a year and a half. My Guardian is not an AI. Can I take a look? Ichigo looked at Naruto curiously. He nodded and closed his eyes, and a moment later hundreds, if not thousands of seals appeared behind him. That they created a very complex system. Funny, Oga stared intently at the seals, which after a moment turned into a translucent girl. Almost an exact copy of Kurama. Quite a complex system, runes. There is no seal. Naruto shook his head negatively. But from what I saw, I can say that it's still AI. In my world they call artificial life. You're a soulsmith. Why didn't you do it yourself? Let's everyone tell us everything they know. Ichigo smiled and folded his hands in a lock and put his hands on her. That's funny. Oga leaned back in his chair and looked at Misaki, who, along with Kurama and Yoruchi, were discussing something quietly, occasionally giggling, and looking in their direction. They were sitting at a separate table 10 meters away from them. So why do you need a caretaker of the Oga? Naruto stared intently at Tatsumi, who closed his eyes in thought. My world is weak and boring. Oga shrugged his shoulders. People are weak and in search of relief from boredom they overstep all boundaries. Ichigo should understand me. Tatsumi shrugged his shoulders. My world, as well as the world of Ichigo, have advanced much further in terms of technology than yours. We have games, every year more and more people are playing. Games give imaginary freedom, but it is imaginary, they do not give a sense of reality. Do you want to create a virtual reality? Ichigo looked at Tatsumi in surprise. It's almost impossible at this level of technology in your world. Yes, to unite so many consciousnesses, I wouldn't say that. Oga shrugged his shoulders. Naruto's illusion is essentially a virtual reality, but he couldn't get out of it at will. Virtual reality, however, creates an illusion, but an illusion, controlled moreover, an illusion in which millions of people can be gathered so that they can relieve their tension there, so I can control them. Do you want to make people slaves? Ichigo and Naruto frowned at the calm Tatsumi. Slavery has not been productive since ancient times. Tatsumi shrugged his shoulders. Believe me, most people want to be dependent, they don't want to be responsible, but they want to have power. There are heroes. In the game, you can give tasks, rewards will be given for tasks, there will be no reward for failures. Moreover, there will be a punishment that cannot be avoided. By giving tasks, I will program people to be heroes, there will be a reward for salvation, there will be punishment for betrayal, moreover, I will have information about their actions. That will allow us to weed out unnecessary people, not give them power in the real world. The children of heroes, raised by heroes, will become heroes themselves. I never thought of that. Ichigo thought deeply. But the game will always be a game, believe me, 2 generations, and the world will be a better place. Naruto grinned. I'm not against your RSA plan, but wouldn't it be better to separate the heroes from the others? It is impossible, there will be no others, and there will be no heroes. An ideal world is impossible, heroes that cannot be heroes will become villains. Tatsumi shrugged his shoulders. I've thought about it, sometimes. I myself will create others, monstrously strong, dangerous, people who are ready for anything, they will be the very embodiment of evil, but under my control. Are you sure you can pull it? Ichigo chuckled. I can increase the power of the AI, it will also be responsible for monitoring and issuing tasks. Ichigo exchanged glances with Naruto, and thoughtfully looked at Ogu. What are the chances of success? 50-50, why is it so low? It's either yes or no, Oga shrugged his shoulders. But more yes than no. I can't give you the keeper. Naruto sighed. But I can teach you if you can understand it, then go ahead. Oga grinned. Oga looked thoughtfully at the seals that appeared in the air and frowned more and more. You can discard the creation of personality. And leave only the transfer to a solid carrier. Yes, Naruto nodded. And a huge number of seals just disappeared. Is it able to do it in text form? Your seals are very different from runes. I don't know. Naruto looked at the seals that had reassembled into the figure of a girl. Can you? A second, father, the guardian closed her eyes, and then disintegrated, and in her place appeared a scroll that fell in front of Tatsumi. Oga carefully took the scroll, and unfolded it, began to read the text. After a couple of minutes he closed his eyes and nodded to Naruto. And it's easier than I thought, but the basis will be the same as yours. The time is up, a woman's voice echoed through the space, after which everyone disappeared. Naruto fell to the ground directly from a sitting position, and looked around in bewilderment. After a couple of seconds Kurama gracefully landed near him, which, noticing the belligerent girls, grunted. We're back. Kurama chuckled. And a moment later, she and Naruto were literally knocked down, worried by Anko, Kushina and Hinata. We're fine, they just took us to talk. Who? Kushina frowned at Naruto and Kurama. Gods. Naruto frowned and lifted everyone into the air with the wind and slowly began to untangle the tails, Kushin's and Kurama's, in which they were all entangled. I met Oga Tatsumi and he suggested the idea. It's not often you see you so thoughtful, Naruto. Hinata looked intently into Naruto's eyes. What did he suggest? One of the few ways to properly control people. Naruto smiled wryly and leaned back on the ground, feeling thoughtful glances on him. But in order to organize it, you need to subjugate the entire continent. It will lead to war, there will be rivers of blood. I will always be on your side, Naruto, we will help. And so, Anko looked with a grin at the 5 courses of students of her academy. Today I have prepared something important and very interesting for you. But first Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara, Kiba Inuzuka, Ino Yamanaka, and Chuji come to me. Anko, noticing how the children turned pale, grinned even more, and the snake lying on her lap hissed. In 3 years, these 5 have become much stronger than one could even imagine. Shikamaru Nara is wiry, with a short crew cut of hair, and eyes in which there was only excitement and curiosity instead of laziness. It cost Enko a lot of effort to rid him of laziness, but the result was worth it. Already now Nara can become a chunin, if not the strongest, then a solid middling. Kiba became much calmer until it came to the fight. Under the influence of monstrous training, he looked about 15 years old, even though he was half a head shorter than Naruto, and Akamaru was no longer just a puppy. Ino remained Ino, almost nothing has changed in her. Only the hair became shoulder length. But her skills and clan techniques surprised even her father, who had already come and thanked Enko more than once. Chuji has visually changed the most. It could be compared to a closet. There was no fat, there were only muscles. He could compete with Lee in strength. But he was still losing a lot in speed. And the last Sasuke Uchiha. Enko's biggest headache after Naruto and Hinata. The humiliation to which Enko subjected Sasuke reshaped his personality, and unfortunately, Enko, not for the best. Sasuke began to enjoy his popularity, learned to emphasize himself favorably. He became a pervert, but the thirst for revenge on his brother did not disappear. As well as contempt for other students. Sometimes it seemed to Enko that there were bookmarks in Uchiha's mind, and she even ventured to ask Yamanako to check his mind, but found nothing, although she had little knowledge about Sharingan and its capabilities. The only plus was that Sasuke learned to think. He didn't even touch Naruto and Hinata. I was afraid. Just ignored it. And so these games will be different from the rest. You have half an hour to divide all students into equal groups. And I warn you, everyone should be taken at once, not just senior courses. Enko looked with emotion at how the children without panic and calmly split into 5 almost equal squads. For 3 years, she has absolute power over the students, no one dares to interrupt her or disobey. After waiting for all the students to stand in straight columns, she grinned and took out 5 scrolls and threw them into the air. The students understood everything without words and each grabbed one. Having opened them, they read the text in surprise and looked at each other, and after a couple of minutes they printed out small bandages from a scroll and put them on their shoulders. The games will last 2 weeks. The territory is 3 by 3 kilometers. My clones and Umbu squads will look after you. What is the purpose of this assignment? Nara looked at Enko curiously. Over the past 3 years, he has known the taste of adrenaline. Every riddle, every task, every lesson or sparring awakened unknown feelings in Nara. And over time, he noticed that he became addicted to new riddles, new sensations. There are constant wars in the shinobi world. They can be visible, they can be invisible. Enko chuckled. You will play the world of shinobi. Each of you must lead your village to victory. Make alliances, attack together, fight, bribe spies, do everything for the sake of your village and your subordinates. And now the rules. Dozens of claps rang out behind Enko, and the students froze in shock. All the elite Jonin clan heads, advisors, and even the Hokage himself were present. There were also several genin teams that had graduated a year ago. And Hinata and Naruto appeared on the sides of Enko. In black raincoats and straw hats. The first year of the academy is Janini, the second year Chunini, the third Tabuketsu Jonini, the fourth Jonini, and the fifth Jonini A rank. You must assign tasks according to rank. All the details are in the scroll. Just like in the real world, every village has Jinchuriki. Their role will be played by genins from the previous issue, but I will choose them, and I will also control their actions. Can I get more details? Nara looked thoughtfully at Enko and the genins, immediately noting the weaknesses and possibilities of their use. Of course. For example, Suna, whose Kage you are Shikamaru. Shikaku is strong but uncontrollable. He is kept in a cage, and releasing him on the battlefield, he will attack everyone, both his own and others. Ino as Mizukage also has Biju and Jinchuriki, but her Biju sits in the lake and only protects her possessions, and Biju executes some orders. Yukiba will have a Kubi, but he can only protect, but he is the strongest. Kyomokage, which is Sasuke to Biju, and they completely obey him. Another one is at the stone and lives like a hermit, he must be bribed. And one will be free, but will not attack until they touch him. Jinchuriki can be captured, as well as Biju, and for 2 days they will not be able to perform their duties, after which they will take your side. Interesting. Nara grinned and looked at Naruto and Hinata. But that's not all. Yes, Anko grinned. Naruto and Hinata will be a criminal organization. Their capabilities are as follows. Full control of both Biju and Jinchuriki. They can attack any villages, Sao enmity. They can even be hired for money, and they will follow your orders. How much time do we have to prepare? Day. Tomorrow at this time you are going here, and the Umbu will transport you to the already prepared villages. Your villages will be isolated from each other until tomorrow. Anko noticed how twisted Nara grinned. You can consult with any people who stand behind me. But only Kage can do that. And now the distribution of Biju. Yumano Irika grinned and took out a scroll and came forward. Suna, Takahashi, Tenten, Konoha, Rock Lee. Kyumo, Hugo Niji. While Irika was reading the scroll, the shinobi looked at Anko with interest and admiration. For 3 years every shinobi had heard her name at least once. Her influence grew. The death rate of genins after she started teaching decreased several times, as did the quality of assignments. It is very rare that a genin could not become a chunin after 6 months of completing missions. And this game promised to be the most popular and interesting. Especially the influence of the sixth force. Forces that are potentially capable of competing on equal terms with everyone at the same time. And the last thing. Anko waited until Irika finished reading the scroll and took his place, continued. The weapon will be special. By passing the chakra through the weapon, you activate the seal. When it comes into contact, it deprives the opponent of consciousness. It is possible to resist this, and the duration of the loss of consciousness depends on the amount of chakra that was applied at the impact. Well, no one cancel taizutsu. You can also use jutsu, but try not to kill, but just in case each village will have 2 A-rank medics, and special ANBU teams will monitor the battlefield. What about the reward? Sasuke stared at Anko. Looking at that with an oily look. The Kage of the winning village will receive a rank A technique from me, and I will personally select the one that best suits how I will train. All jonins will receive equipment in the rank Chunin C and Genin's 2 D rank techniques. All the students roared joyfully. Even the shinobi who were standing behind Anko looked at Anko in surprise. And what if several villages were left at the end? Well done, Anko nodded to Nara. 2 villages reward decreases. That is, instead of A, there will be 2 B ranks. Instead of 2 B there will be 3 C, instead of C there will be D, and instead of D there will be F. If there are 3 villages left, then the reward will become even smaller, and then the reward in rank will completely disappear. 4 villages will remain only D, and what will they get? Kiba nodded at Naruto and Hinata. If they can destroy all the villages, then they will get S rank. Anko with a crooked grin looked at how the children froze in amazement. And Jinchuriki and Biju will receive 2 A-rank techniques for the victory of their village, 1 if they were not captured, but their village lost, and 1 B rank if they were captured. And may the strongest win. The next day. Half an hour before the start of the game. In the large hall for clan meetings, the entire top of the village gathered, and Anko was also present. I have to admit that I don't quite understand your actions, Anko. Hayashi looked intently at Anko that grinned. Everything is simple here. The 5 I chose for the role of Kage showed the greatest learning ability and potential. And there is only one goal: I am preparing them to bear and accept responsibility. And technology is just an incentive. Aren't you afraid that those whom you have chosen for the role of Biju will conspire? I hope so, and I will be only glad. Anko grinned and opened her palm, in which there was a small ribbon that turned into a small snake. In general, the purpose of this game is only one, and what is it? Hokage stared at Anko. There is a condition that I have not voiced. Anko chuckled. If all 5 villages survive and can stop Naruto and Hinata, the reward will be doubled for each village. I have already picked up techniques starting from B rank for each student. Aren't you afraid that we will tell our children about it? Some stared at Anko. And the meaning? Anko shrugged her shoulders. Yes, and you don't have time anymore. My clones have already set up a barrier so that no outsider will simply be able to get in there, or somehow transmit a message, and the QB barrier feeds this, so you can't do it even with all your desire. Kubi, you say, it's still boring for her to stay at home, and also Hokage, the very last seal that QB put is under your ball. Anko looked into Kage's startled eyes with a grin. And now we're betting. I bet on Naruto and Hinata. 2 drugs. The first increases the speed of chakra recovery by 2 times, and the second increases physical strength by 1.5 times. The effect is constant. There are no side effects. The cost of manufacturing 2 drugs for 1 shinobi is 50,000 ri. I accept. Some nodded and took out a scroll and threw it to Anko. I'm betting on my son. I support. Nara grinned. I bet that Shikamaru will force the villages to unite. On the sun. Akimichi's recipe for combat pills. I bet on Uchiha. Naruto Uzumaki looked with a grin at the 5 Kage who were sitting tied up in front of him. Next to him stood a sleepy Hinata, whose eyes were closed, and she herself was swaying a little from fatigue. And behind them were all the Jinchuriki. It took them exactly 3 days to defeat all the villages. Naruto just didn't give the villages time to gather. And in the first few minutes he sent a dozen clones to attack villages. The attacks were constant. He simply did not give a break every other day. The first courses did not even obey orders, but simply slept. A day later, the Chunins surrendered. And then Naruto and Hinata began to act. The first to be captured was a free Jinchuriki, whose role was played by Kunoichi, who graduated the previous year. She was strong, of course, but she didn't last more than 20 seconds against Naruto and Hinata. And then they began a methodical capture. While Jinchuriki was distracting, he and Hinata made their way to the village and captured the sleeping Rock Lee. In one night, they captured all the Biju and Jinchuriki, and with such power, they simply began to sweep away villages one by one. Well, are you giving up? Naruto yawned and snarled maliciously, looking at the battered Kage that angrily looked at him. Your mistake was only in one thing. You were in no hurry to unite. Although Shika did the most literate of all. He sent envoys on the first day, but did not give them proper protection. It wasn't worth much effort to catch them, and you put a reasonable guard. That's just you're the only one who realized that Jinchuriki is the biggest danger, and even posted guards near his. I had too little time to prepare, Nara sighed. And you, Naruto, started acting too fast. I didn't expect an attack in the first hour, and your attacks were too exhausting. I respect your Shikamaru abilities too much to give you time to prepare. Naruto grinned. By the way, Sasuke, the village of some Kunoichi is certainly fine. Noticing how proud Sasuke was, Naruto grinned. But honestly, I didn't even have to do anything. It was worse there than in the snake den, and believe me, I know what I'm talking about. You couldn't even contain them properly. They argued more about who would protect you, so your village became the second, But Neji is much stronger than Rock Lee. Sasuke looked at Naruto in bewilderment and grinned. Sasuke himself did not understand how he felt about the blonde with different eyes. He respected his strength and talent, but he would never agree to switch places with him. Despite the authority of his adoptive mother, Naruto is very disliked in the village, and ordinary people, seeing how Naruto almost flies, became even more afraid of him, and Sasuke would not want to be a cripple if Lee had fought at full strength. Only a jonin of at least A rank could have stopped him, but this is a one-time fight after which he will have to recover for almost a month. Naruto grinned. Yes, and in this state he is able to fight for only 2 minutes. Remember, I didn't go to school for 2 weeks? We then kicked each other so hard that we were pumped out for 2 weeks. Naruto, I want to sleep. I don't have as much chakra as you do. Hinata yawned sleepily and walked up to Naruto from behind, wrapped her arms around his neck and closed her eyes and snored. Okay, ANBU is already aware, so the barrier will be removed in a couple of minutes. Well, what can I say? Anko was smiling contentedly. My son did not let me down. Anko looked at those clan heads who grimaced looking at their offspring that were tied up. I did not expect that Naruto-kun became so strong. The head of the Aburame clan looked at the screen where the most interesting moments of the game were shown. I congratulate you, Anko-san. Hayashi-san, Anko, I would like to know who will be the captain of their team. Hiruzen looked intently at Anko, believing that now she would rise and say that she would be the captain. You know that Kubi and Naruto got the memories of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, right? Anko looked into Hiruzen's widened eyes and grinned. During these 3 years, we managed to extract their memories and create a body for them. Is the fourth alive? Hayashi jumped up from his seat, looking at Anko in amazement. Unfortunately, Minato's soul was sealed, and neither I nor Kubi have the opportunity to print it, so we managed to resurrect only Kushina, returning her soul. Now she is recovering her strength, but by the end of this course she will be back in service. How? Anko did not understand who asked this question, but he just drowned in the hubbub of what started here after her statement. Everyone in the village knew Kushina, each of them respected her. Many were friends with her. All except the civilians who were afraid of her to the point of trembling at the knees. But I must warn you. Anko continued, and everyone had more or less calmed down. Her body was reconstructed from Naruto's DNA as the closest relative, but I couldn't extract some extra elements from his chain. What do you mean? Hiruzen frowned at Anko. Kubi has influenced Naruto since his conception. His chakra has influenced his body, strengthening it and modifying DNA. In Naruto it is almost imperceptible, except for stripes and some bone growths, but when creating the body of Kushina-san, roughly speaking, now she is something in between a Kubi and a human. It's easier to show Anko. Kushina's voice came from the darkest corner. And a moment later, a girl with 9 red tails appeared right next to Anko. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Kushina smiled as only she could. Wide, sincere, slightly closing his eyes and tilting his head to one side. I have a lot of questions for you, Hokage-sama and dear advisors. After these words, a wave of monstrous ki passed through the room, and the hair flew up, the tails restlessly darted behind his back, and the red chakra bursting out of the body in disorderly streams forced many clan heads to swallow. And the golden chains that escaped from the tips of the tails left no doubt that it was Kushina. After all, only Uzumaki are able to summon them. Kushina, Hiruzen was sure that it was her. He remembered her too well, remembered her character and her strength. She could restrain Kubi, although she was very weakened. And now she was even stronger. He wasn't sure he could defeat her and stay alive. Shut up, old man. Kushina looked up and glared at him with dark purple eyes. Minato and I entrusted you with the most important thing we had. Entrusted our son, and what did you do? You threw him out on the street. You told the residents that he was a Kubi. It was necessary. To whom? The chakra shot up and the papers that were lying on the table ignited. Minato and I gave our lives to save you all, entrusted you with our child, and what do I see? He was left crippled. Why did no one fulfill even a fraction of the will that each of you heard? The chains were moving menacingly in the air and most of them were aimed at Hokage and Danzo. Why didn't anyone adopt him? No one should have influence on weapons. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Kushina almost instantly appeared right on the table in front of Danzo, and the chains wrapped his body. You wouldn't dare. Danzo looked up at the blood-drenched eyes and was afraid. Kushina has always been unrestrained, and with such strength, she could easily kill him. Are you sure? Kushina bared her teeth and the chains began to tighten more, making Danzo wheeze. The chains that are able to restrain Biju also acted on shinobi and they acted much stronger. I'm not a Kyuubi, I'm not held back by the contract. And I have enough strength to wipe this village off the face of the earth, so explain to me why I should let you live? Kushina, can we talk? Hiruzen has always disliked Danzo for his methods and ambitions, but as a Hokage he had to admit that he was useful. And Hiruzen has too few friends left, we have nothing to talk about. Kushina frowned and the chains instantly pierced Danzo's body and squeezed it, cutting it into dozens of pieces. A fountain of blood covered Kushina and almost immediately disappeared, and Kushina jumped into the air with a roar and her chains rushed into the corner. Everyone watched in shock as Danzo, riddled with chains, reached for his bandaged hand. But the kunai launched by Anko pierced his head. The seals that the Sharingans were hiding blocked their abilities, so Danzo had to use Shirsue's eye. You won't get away with it, Kushina, Hamura roared furiously, and a moment later her neck was encircled by a chain, the tip of which hung directly opposite her forehead and trembled slightly. It's already gone. Kushina bared her teeth and the thorn entered the forehead of Konoha's advisor. And that there would be no questions. I want to show you something. Kushina with chains that were still in Danzo's body lifted him into the air and sent him to the center of the room, where the heads of clans were standing at the tables ready to defend themselves from the enraged woman who was now avenging her son, and they understood that they are also to blame. They are to blame for being afraid to insist when it was necessary. They are to blame for the fact that they started looking for benefits and missed the most important thing. They missed the fact that Uzumaki always took revenge for the family. Even from under the ground they managed to take revenge at least a little, and now each of them saw revenge with their own eyes, revenge in the form of a beautiful red-haired girl with 9 fox tails from the tips of which chakra chains come out. What do you mean, Kushina? Hiruzen was in no hurry to act, prudently waiting for Kushina's anger to come to naught. As a politician, he understood that it was impossible to get away with this, but at the same time, such a strong shinobi that he could restrain Biju alone would make others think 100 times before attacking them, and taking into account that Kubi agreed to guard, and if you show other villages to Kushin that he can use chakra chains. Hiruzen came to the conclusion that replacing advisors is a very interesting thing. It remains only to convince the daimyo that Kushin is needed by the village. Do you really think that the Uchiha clan just started a coup? Kushina grinned. Danzo and the advisors slowly but surely pressed on them, and all just because the next Kage would be Uchiha Itachi. And knowing the nature of the Uchi, it is almost impossible to control them. You know, Kyuubi can control her size and she got some very interesting documents. And here's what's interesting. The Uchiha clan initially did not think to rebel until they began to be pressured, skillfully pushed rumors, as in the case of my son, outright provocations, oppression, and now discontent is maturing among the younger generation, which with their explosive temperament develops into a wave. And all just so that Danzo could become stronger. To gain more power. With these words, one of the chains cut through the bandage, which turned out to be a pale red eye with 3 volumes. There is an Izanagi technique. It allows you to return the body back in time for a couple of seconds in exchange for blindness. Kushina approached the body of Danzo's hanging body, from which the branch was still dripping, and after removing the bandages, she began to fold the seals. After a couple of dozen the protection fell to the floor with a crash and everyone breathed out in amazement. Staring at the hand in which there were about a couple dozen sharingans that randomly rotated. Still, the chakra has not completely disappeared from the body yet. And this is the result of Orochimaru's experiment on crossing the DNA of Senju and Uchi, and also Hokage-sama. I sent clones with copies of some documents to Tsunade and Jiraiya. I think they will be interested in learning some things. And my advice to you is retire. You've been making too many mistakes lately. It can only be decided by the daimyo. Hiruzen sighed. He wanted to retire himself, but he didn't know who to leave the village to. And who will take my place? Daimyo is not a problem. Kushina waved away, and one of the chains wrapped around the neck of the last advisor. And your place may well be taken by Tsunade or Jiraiya. They will refuse. I have something to offer them. Kushina grinned. Well, now. Please forgive me. My children are not fed. And Kushina disappeared. As suddenly as it appeared. And after a couple of moments, Anko disappeared as well as the advisor. It's good how. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and smiled happily. Under the bewildered looks of others. What? Officially, I could not displace them, and the daimyo had no business, and now. A couple of days later, so how was the date? Naruto, looking at the embarrassed Anko, chuckled, and nodded towards Hinata, who was sitting with flushed cheeks and lowered head. Kushina, Anko, ignoring Naruto, flew off the chair and flew up to the red-haired kitsune and fell to her knees. Tell me I'm not a lesbian. Anko sobbed with tears in her eyes and looked at Kushina. Her gaze involuntarily fell on her breasts, which seemed to have become even bigger over the past month. And what do you want me to say? Kushina grinned looking at the lowered Anko, and laughed merrily when she noticed how the girl sitting in front of her shuddered. It was the first time she had seen her like this. So confused, desirable. Succumbing to the excitement, the red-tailed kitsune smiled seductively and pulled the squeaking Anko to her with her tails, gazing intently into her eyes. For a couple of long seconds, she stared into the dark chocolate eyes that she loved so much. Kushina, without even thinking, untied the belt on her kimono with her hands, lowering the thin fabric, exposing a voluminous, elastic and very beautiful chest. Which was 2 sizes larger than in life, yet the body was created in the likeness of Kurama, although deep down Kushina was only glad. Although her size more than suits her, she would not mind increasing it a lot more. Especially remembering the size of Tsunade, and how the latter often teased her because of her small size. Kushina drove these thoughts away without even realizing that Kira was well aware of all her desires, because as the creator of her body, she constantly controlled her condition and that Kushina's thoughts, like Kurama's, were like a book for her that she could easily read. It's a pity she couldn't influence them well, at least directly. That's just eating a little to correct the hormonal background in certain cases and she will get even more power than she could. Naturally, Kira, who was originally created as an assistant for Naruto and her main desire was to make him happy. The guardian didn't care about all moral and ethical norms. As long as her father was happy, she would do everything. And while all Naruto's loved ones are happy, he is also happy. So Kira has been correcting her hormonal background since the very resurrection of Kushina, slowly step by step changing the body of Kushina and Kurama, bringing them to their ideal. Because what kind of woman does not want to be beautiful? The guardian regretted only one thing until she had the opportunity to modify the body of Anko and Hinata, but the time for the guardian is relative. A year later, a year earlier, with the opportunities that her father had given her, she would not allow any of the people dear to him to die, whether it was a fight or old age. Turning around, Kira nodded her head with satisfaction, looking at 5 projections of female bodies that, in extreme cases, will become a substitute for the present, but for now she will look at what is happening with great pleasure. bathing in such at the same time familiar and yet new sensations of her father. Naruto did not even suspect what kind of creature he had created and what the guardian seal that was already engraved directly on his soul would turn out to be for this world. Kurama silently entered the room, and looking at what was happening, her eyes widened in amazement. She even involuntarily licked her lips and her tails were excitedly tossing. Kami, how long she had not had sexual discharge. She had already taken a step towards kunoichi when she heard a slight rustle. Turning her head, she saw Hinata, that she was looking at what was happening with all her eyes. And there was a feverish blush on the cheeks of the latter. Sighing, Kurama slowly turned her head and looked at Naruto, who felt her gaze flinch and looked straight into her eyes. Noticing his gaze and seeing something new there, Kurama looked down at them and grinned broadly. It was very difficult to excite Naruto, especially after the world of illusions and given his will, but right now he was so excited that his breathing was lost. Only self-control and the realization that everything that was happening was wrong kept him in place. And Kami knows what it cost Naruto. Kushina, not paying attention to the situation around her, took Anko's hand and put it on her chest, gasping convulsively, feeling the uncertain and gentle touch of a cool palm. Kami-sama, I never thought that this body would be so sensitive. Kushina closed her eyes, enjoying the new sensations. The only thing the red-haired woman forgot about was that in addition to her, Hinata and her own son Naruto were in the room, who watched the incident with fascination. Up to this very moment, he had only seen Kushin as his own mother, but right now something inside him desired this woman. Naruto quietly swallowed a heavy lump and continued to watch his mother's, his own and the one who raised him, albeit in a world of illusions. All Naruto wanted right now was to be near them. But, intuition told him that if he took this step, the moment would come when he might not see the future. Wait, father, and your wishes will come true. Naruto shuddered when he heard Kira's voice, which quietly echoed through his subconscious. So quiet that Naruto almost didn't catch it. Kushina sama. Anko shuddered when she saw creamy skin and perky protruding nipples, one of which rested against her palm like a hard pea. And after a couple of moments, she felt the fluffy tails crawling under her clothes caressing her body, causing a herd of goosebumps and a lingering desire in the lower abdomen. I will be gentle, Kushina grinned and, approaching Anko's face, kissed her passionately. Anko froze, she was afraid to even move, but the worst thing still happened. She liked it. And after a couple of seconds, she herself knocked Kitsune to the warm wooden floor and began feverishly nibbling her neck until her free hand touched Kushina's thigh and continued to slowly move up. Kushina shuddered when she realized that the game had ceased to be a game and now she was in captivity. Feeling the cool fingers that were already walking all over her body. A warm floor through the thin fabric of an already fully opened kimono, and soft slightly bitter lips with a taste of sweet dango that have already completely taken advantage of. She already wanted to stop all this and tried to reduce everything to a joke, but her tail stopped listening to her and only pressed the half-naked Anko closer to herself, whose kimono almost completely fell to the floor, holding only to the singing that never untied until the end. We need to, will stop, Kushina arched from the orgasm that Anko's fingers delivered to her, which penetrated under the thin fabric of underwear. This is wrong, Anko just grinned and pulled away from her chest and sat on Kushina's stomach. A couple of seconds and her fingers that were wet from the lubricant penetrated into her mouth, made Kushina stumble and her eyes widened in amazement. Kushina felt her taste for the first time. And the realization of what was happening was clouding her mind more and more. A small load suddenly disappeared, as did the thin and elegant fingers, and after just a moment Kushina looks at Anko in shock, the head of which settled in her groin area, seeing a noticeably elongated tongue that moved the interfering fabric with extraordinary agility, and the tongue invaded her. Kushina realized that now she is only a submissive doll. Well, no, Kushina's tails shot up. And after a couple of seconds Anko was already writhing from Kushina's caresses. A couple of seconds and now Kushina hovered over Anko, after which she turned around taking the 69 position. Anko smiled contentedly and pressed Kushina's head closer with her hips, feeling how painfully her clitoris was bitten, causing a wave of pleasure. A sudden cough caused the startled girls to freeze and look away. There was silence for several long seconds. Anko, lying on the floor, looked up when she came across Kurama's ruby eyes, in which understanding, malice, desire, and approval splashed. Anko felt a strong pain, screamed and looked indignantly at Kushina, whom she was still holding with her hands, and froze when she noticed a look of horror full of dark purple eyes with a vertical pupil. Anko suddenly realized that the pain was caused by the bite, yet there she is very sensitive. Surprised by such a reaction in Kushina's eyes that she froze with her flesh in her teeth, Anko looked up again and her eyes widened in horror. She even forgot about the pain that did not think to subside. And about the fact that Kushina never pulled away. Right above them stood a chicken whose tails were excitedly tossing from side to side except for three. The sixth tail, the most independent and intelligent, had already closed Hinata's eyes. The other two were holding her in place. But having concentrated a huge amount of chakra in her eyes, Hinata saw everything perfectly well until another tail stuck a seal of suppression to her. To the right of Kurama sat Naruto, whose eternally calm face was rapidly changing emotions. Surprise, disbelief, shock, pleasure from what he saw, understanding, humility, excitement and desire, a great desire. And Kurama herself was licking her lips while her hands were already ridding her of her clothes with the help of tails. "You could have called me," a couple of moments, and Kurama, already completely naked with her tails, pushed aside the shocked Kushina and gently descends on the face of the stunned Anko. That she even opened her mouth in shock. "Let's go, Hina." Naruto closed his eyes with his hands. Hinata turned towards the house but froze, feeling that the girl had not moved from her place. "I want to see." Hinata raised her hands and tried to remove Naruto's hands from her eyes, but she didn't succeed. And after a couple of moments, she felt a seal and a scan fall on her forehead and her phone just froze. "Hey, it's too early for you." Throwing the indignant Hinata on his shoulder and not paying attention to her active attempts to escape, he headed outside. He needed to cool down and calm down, and Hinata only inflamed a huge desire with her movements. He felt like a volcano that was ready to explode from any push. Literally feeling the shocked look of his mother behind his back, Naruto left the room. And judging by the excited moan that she tore out of Kurama's mouth, Anko got down to business. "I won't say a word to you in a couple of years, but now." When Naruto disappeared into the house, Kushina finally froze abruptly, rising, walked a couple of meters back and sank to the floor, covering her face with her palms. Feeling the taste of Anko's blood on her lips that moved with her juices, she involuntarily licked her lips and shuddered when she heard another moan of Kurama. Raising her head, she came across an excited look of crimson eyes, the vertical pupil in which was so compressed that it was almost invisible. Looking at Kurama's smile, she was now caressing her breasts while her tails caressed Anko's body. Don't worry." Kurama has already stood up a little, thereby forcing Anko to rise. They came close to Kushina's face. Tears began to appear in her eyes. Kushina Yin's eyes widened in amazement when Kurama plugged her mouth with a kiss and one of her tails went over her crotch with the tip, making her tremble with pleasure. Don't worry. Naruto will never despise you or condemn you. Just believe the one who has been watching him since birth." Kushina, noticing the animation in the eyes of the kitsune sitting in front of her, smiled and forcefully pressed her head to Anko's pussy while her tails were already walking over their bodies. "How long have I been waiting for this? It's a pity Naruto is not with us." Kurama screamed and looked down. Where Anko licked a drop of blood from his lips and crooked Osalila's, laugh, Kurama grinned. "I'll drag you both into his bed." A couple of hours later. 3 girls, each in a rumpled kimono and disheveled hairstyle, stumbled into the kitchen. and there is no other way to say it. And on the face of each of them there was a satisfied expression. Kurama shone with the most satisfied smile, followed by Anko, who was already looking forward to future nights with Kitsune, and only Kushina was still in prostration. She didn't understand what had come over her, and how to look into her son's eyes now. The son, who was now standing with his back to them and concentrated on cooking, while the bound Hinata was writhing on the floor trying to tear off a dozen suppressive seals and get out of this hateful rope, which tied her so tightly that it was difficult to move even a finger. "Dinner is ready." Naruto calmly turned around and looked at the two Kitsune and the dark-haired girl with a skeptical look and smiled wryly. "Did you like it at least?" Hush, Kushina-chan." Kurama smiled and hugged Kushina from behind when her hands were already loosening the belt with might and main. "Yes, Naruto, I liked it even very much. Only for the future mom." Naruto sighed and looked at the startled Kushina. "I'm fine, I'm almost used to this, but with Hinata then?" "She's already, what is Naruto-kun already?" Hinata almost instantly appeared behind Naruto and hugged him tightly. "How are you?" "And exactly," Naruto sighed, feeling like small palms slowly stroking him through the fabric. "Seals, I burned them," Hinata smiled, then turned to Anko. "Anko-san, will you tell me how the date is, or should I do it? If you tell me about what happened a couple of hours ago, I will not discuss it with anyone." Hinata instantly jumped away from Naruto, dodging the chakra snake that escaped from Anko's hand. A couple of seconds and she already runs out of the kitchen laughing merrily, until several gold chains grab her by the waist and pull her back into the kitchen. "Where are you going?" Naruto stared intently at Hinata as his chains slowly entered the back of his neck. "What?" Naruto looked at the shocked girls in bewilderment. "See chains? But you're not a pure-blooded Uzumaki." Kushina looked at Naruto in shock. "And what? I've already learned how to use them for 2 weeks, but how?" "Kira." Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "She constantly monitors your condition, Mom, for everything from the level of hormones, ending with the current of the chakra, so." Naruto did not have time to negotiate as he was crushed by Ki and let him be strong, but he was still too small and young. The body was not yet able to withstand the full potential of his strength, so I had to limit myself very much." "What?" The aura around Kushina flared up furiously, and the tails furiously darted around the room, threatening to turn it into ruins. "Calm down, Kushi-chan," Kurama grinned. "Our bodies were created artificially, and they need to be constantly monitored to avoid defects. I don't like being followed." Kushina frowned, but still calmed down. Realizing Kurama's rightness, she herself realizes how much this body was different from the past, how much stronger it is, more sensitive. And it's just tried stronger, not to mention the tails that are like extra hands, even if not so comfortable. "And so, son, what's for dinner?" As always, Naruto smiled and tapped the table with his finger, on which several dishes appeared. "Whatever you want." "I love you." Kushina flew up to her son, pecked his lips in the cheek area and instantly found herself at the table. "I love you too, Mom." Naruto and Kushina tried to behave as before, but after today their relationship has already changed. 3 days away from Konoha. Koko's tavern, repeat? Tsunade instantly sobered up and looked at her teammate who was now sitting opposite her and gazed intently into her eyes. Although his gaze kept dropping much lower. "If this is a joke, I'll take you. Do you really think that I would joke like that?" Jiraiya sighed and grinned and poured himself a bowl of sake. "I don't know how, but Kushina rose from the dead and on the first day killed Danzo and Kohara right at the council, after which she calmly went home. But how? I don't know." Jiraiya sighed. "That's just what scares me is the fact that according to my information, Kushina is no longer a person but something else. And I'm not sure it's her." "But how?" "I personally examined her body, and attended her cremation. Is it really Orochimaru? Everything can be. Jiraiya shrugged philosophically. I don't know about you, but I'm going back to the village. Without Danzo, I can now raise my godson. Fuck you, I won't let you raise my godson as a pervert. Yes, yes. Jiraiya grinned and disappeared in a cloud of smoke, and in place of his shadow clone there was a small message with just one word. Loser, I'll kill you. Shizune shrank her head into her shoulders in fright and Tun gave a muffled grunt. 2 days later. Hokage's office. Hi Tsunade, Jiraiya. Hiruzen chuckled contentedly looking at his student who flew into his office in the middle of the night, dragging a beaten Jiraiya with her. You know, although I'm glad to see you, but why are you doing this to him? Molested? Honestly Tsunade, if it wasn't for the hair and the scroll I wouldn't have recognized him. Hello teacher. Tsunade nodded. Is that true? Are you talking about Kushin? Seeing the hesitant nod, Hiruzen sighed. Depends on how you look at it. Common sense says it's not her, but intuition says that. Is this Kushina? Tsunade smiled when she saw the nod. Where is she? It's the night of Tsunade, go sleep it off and tomorrow morning we'll go to them. I myself have something to talk to her about. Papa. Jiraiya made a sound for the first time in the whole conversation, and even tried to get up, but Tsunade's elegant leg fell with force on his stomach, the pig floor under him. Haftu? Tsunade just smiled. 3 days ago. The palace of the daimyo of the land of fire. And what happened that you had to wake me up in the middle of the night? The daimyo looked with displeasure at his servant, who shuddered and handed over a scroll that had been delivered literally half an hour ago and on which the symbol of the leaf was depicted. Handing the scroll to the daimyo, the servant obediently retreated, then knelt down. After a few long minutes, the daimyo threw the scroll away in a rage and got up and began pacing the room. Hishi, as soon as the sun rises, we are going to Konoha, and order the first 6 defenders to get ready for the road. As the daimyo-sama commands, how dare she? Morning. Naruto turned around and sighed sadly. What? Is the floor slippery again, Kurama? Looking at Kurama's satisfied grin, Naruto understood everything without words. Life is beautiful Naruto. Kurama came up to Naruto and taking his face in her hands, smiled affectionately and bent down a little and kissed him hard. Hey, Kushina looked shocked at Kurama and Naruto that they were kissing in the middle of the kitchen. Just for a moment, she wanted to be in her place. But she quickly pushed these thoughts away. A couple of moments and a frying pan appears in each of her tails. Kurama, oops, Kurama grinned and pulled away from Naruto disappeared, and in her place a golden silhouette quickly melted away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm coming for you, Kushina thought for a second, then grinned. Kill. Naruto scratched the back of his head and smiled until he felt a herd of goosebumps run down his back. Turning around, he saw Anko moving towards him with a sweet smile. Everything would have been fine if hundreds of small chakra snakes had not slid down her bare legs. Mom? Yes, son. Anko was slowly approaching Naruto, who was afraid to even move, feeling how the snakes were holding his legs. A couple of seconds and Anko is already standing next to Naruto and looking at him from above. Remember, even though Naruto was quite tall for his age, he was still a head shorter than Anko. I'm not the one. Naruto did not have time to finish as a rolling pin flew into the open window, which hit exactly in the back of Naruto's head. I haven't forgotten about you, son, Kushina's cheerful voice rang out from the street, who continued to chase Kurama. Anko, lying on the floor, looked shocked at Naruto's wide-open eyes that were now looking at her, and their lips were fused in an innocent kiss. Naruto pulled away abruptly, got up and took a step back, his gaze slid over Anko lying on the floor. Now, with only one housecoat on her naked body, lying on the floor with her head turned away and her hand covering her lips, she was mesmerizingly beautiful. Sorry, Naruto caught his eye for the most intimate, noticing that the dark-haired woman was without underwear. Don't you understand Naruto's words to anyone? Anko, still lying on the floor, looked up at Naruto, and only then realized that she was now wearing nothing but a robe, and the robe itself was almost completely revealed. Turn away. Naruto nodded and turned away, turning sideways. Anko coughed in embarrassment and carefully looking at Naruto began to rise until she noticed that Naruto was clearly excited. And the fact that it was she who aroused Naruto pleased her. Realizing this thought, Anko froze in shock. Anko shook her head desperately. You can't do that. Anko got up and turned around and left the kitchen. Yeah, and what should I do now? Naruto sighed and sat down at the table and hit the tabletop with his forehead. A cursed body with a faulty hormonal background, Kira, yes? Can you reset your hormone levels? I can. That's just for you. It will be very harmful, father. Now you are growing up, and taking hormones under control I will cause your body very big damage. Kira could not lie, but she learned to tell the truth in such a way that it was like a lie. We'll have to endure. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes, but as luck would have it, a picture of 2 days ago appeared before his eyes. Shower, I need a cold shower. Hokage's office. Hi Daimyo-sama. Hiruzen got up and respectfully greeted the man standing in front of him, who arrogantly fanned himself with a fan, and his old friend Hamura, who stood and looked at him with a wry smile. What brings you here, the monster that dared to kill 2 of your Hiruzen advisors? The daimyo brazenly interrupting the Hokage angrily growled, waving his fan. Where is she and why is she still alive? What kind of monster are you talking about? Hiruzen, grimacing, remembered what had happened at the council and exhaled wearily. Of course he knew that such a thing could happen, but not so quickly. About a certain Kushina Uzumaki, supposedly resurrected from the dead, the daimyo grinned and waved his hand. After a moment 6 of the 12 defenders appeared behind him, each of whom was at the level of a strong jonin. Bring her to me and I will personally execute her for violating the laws of my country. I'm afraid it's impossible. Hiruzen rubbed his temples tiredly. Uzumaki Kushina has a special status. I'm afraid if she is killed, the land of fire will be destroyed. If there is anyone capable of it at all now. But he said the last sentence so quietly that no one heard him. What do you mean? The daimyo was not a fool. Fools do not live long, especially in his post. Uzumaki Kushina is the birth mother of the current Jinchuriki Kubi, who is able to fully control his Biju, and believe me now Kubi is much more dangerous than before, and there is simply no one in the village who is able to cope with him, yes? The daimyo chuckled and looked intently at the Hokage. He had an idea of what the shinobi were capable of, but he didn't even know their full capabilities. And especially Biju. I was informed that Seinen Tsunade Senju and Seinen Janaya returned to the village yesterday. And according to rumors, you have a shinobi with the element of wood. If I'm not mistaken, it is able to suppress the tailed. The daimyo looked significantly at the old man in front of him, and there was a hint of an order in his gaze. Hiruzen sighed. It was beyond his power. I order you to bring Kushina Uzumaki, or whatever the name of this creature is, and bring her son Jinchuriki. I want to see him. Yet he is a weapon. With all due respect to the daimyo-sama, you just don't say in front of her that he is a weapon. I'm not sure I can save you. I have the first 6 with me. Even you Hokage-san are not able to harm me. Humph. Hiruzen grunted with displeasure, looking at the 6 men who stood calmly behind the daimyo who, after his words, shuddered and looked at each other nervously. Yet they are only jonins and they are far from the rank of Kage. Kami, rest your souls. Did you say something? Please follow me. I doubt that she will come here voluntarily. Your shinobi don't listen to you? I should have listened to Danzo-san then and made him a Kage. The daimyo frowned in displeasure, but still stood up, after which he nodded to his servants. An hour later, Uzumaki Mansion. And why are we standing? The daimyo looked at the assembled shinobi in bewilderment. The barrier, even if it is invisible, but it is very difficult to break through a barrier of such strength. Hiruzen lit a cigarette, looking at the barrier, the presence of which was given out only by a barely noticeable ripple, and what? Break! The daimyo waved his hand and 3 of his subordinates headed for the barrier. I'm wondering, by what right are you going to destroy this barrier? Naruto slowly came out of the barrier and froze, looking at the daimyo, near whom there were 6 shinobi and several dozen servants who stood behind him. Then he turned his gaze to Hiruzen, who was standing on the side, and a dozen shinobi, among whom he saw Hatake Kakashi and a strange shinobi on whose face there were no emotions. And there was only indifference in his eyes. The daimyo stared intently at the boy who had just come out of the barrier and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Tall for his age, dressed in a white men's kimono of a strange cut, but that was not what caught the eye. Most of all, he was surprised by the lack of hands. Just for a moment he wondered how the boy had lost them, but when he noticed his indifferent look, he instantly became enraged. On your knees! The daimyo did not have time to finish, as he himself fell to the ground, and Naruto stood on his shoulders, one of whose legs stood on his head, pressing his head into the ground. Kill him! The daimyo did not expect this. It was the first time he was so disgraced, and who, a snotty boy. Rather, the daimyo turned his head with difficulty and froze in shock. All his 6 defenders were hanging in the air, a golden chain was wrapped around the neck of each of them, which was slowly strangling them. They managed to see only a golden stroke, and now each of them is already fighting for his life hanging on chains. I would look at how you were going to kill my son. Kushina, dressed in a crimson kimono, came out from under the barrier. 6 of her 9 tails were releasing chains that held 6 defenders, and 3 more tails were moving slowly, but everyone was sure of one thing. This woman will have enough of a split second to kill many of them. After a wave of murderous lust burst out of Kushina's body, after which all the servants who were standing behind the daimyo retreated a few steps in panic, so that they could then run away in fear without sorting out the road. How dare you! The daimyo did not see her. Naruto's leg still continued to press her to the ground. I am the daimyo of this country, one word from me, and what? Naruto got up from the daimyo's back and walked around him and squatted down, gazing intently into his eyes. All the words stuck in his throat. He didn't know what to answer such a simple question. Naruto, Kushina, calm down. Hiruzen came forward and raised his hands in a conciliatory manner. Old man, please shut up. He dared to threaten my son. Kushina twitched her tails, causing the melodious chime of the chain and the painful groans of the suspended defenders. Let's start with the fact that it was Naruto who attacked first, and what? Kushina tilted her head, looking perplexed at the Hokage that choked on this question. This is the daimyo. Hiruzen, noticing the look of Kunoichi, faded away. You're still as out of control as your entire clan. You should have understood Hiruzen-san long ago. Kushina grinned. I don't care about everyone. I don't care what happens to this country, village, or people around, but don't you dare threaten my family, or believe me, I'll show the whole world why Uzumaki were called scarlet-haired devils. Everyone froze in deafening silence, only the quiet chime of chains and the wheezing of defenders whose faces had already turned pale. Should I kill him, Mom? Naruto looked at Kushina, and his leg rose above the daimyo's head. Kushina thought. After all, she was older than Naruto and was now calculating the consequences. No matter how strong she and Kurama were against the whole village, they cannot stand. Well, maybe they will survive, but still here is their home. Kushina shook her head negatively and approached Naruto, who lowered his leg and took a step back. Why yes, the daimyo bowed his head in humility. Now he understood that his life was completely in the hands of this monster. Well, that's great. Kushina got up and went to Naruto and tousled his hair. What is this? Grabbing Naruto's head and tilting it, she stared in amazement at the 2 small flat white horns that grew from his forehead. The horns are finally growing back. Naruto grinned and touched the middle of his forehead, where he barely felt a thin line. I'll tell you later. Of course you will tell. Kushina, putting her hands on Naruto's shoulders with a smile, began to push him towards the barrier. Oh, I almost forgot. The chains disappeared and 6 unconscious bodies fell to the ground around the daimyo that was lying on the ground. Half an hour later. Kushina, was it really worth it? Still, the daimyo, Anko, was lazily lying on the warm floor. Her kimono was almost completely open, only by accident or deliberate calculation hiding all the most intimate, but nevertheless revealing almost the whole body. Naruto automatically looked at the body of his foster mother, and mentally gave himself a crack. Yes, you're mocking me with Databayo. I'm not iron. Naruto sadly exhaled and looked at Kurama, who, noticing his gaze, smiled seductively and pushed back the edge of the fabric, revealing a view of his naked chest. Grr. Not now, but later. Kushina lightly shrugged her shoulders, mentally assessing Anko's body, and not noticing Kurama's actions. Sooner or later he would have come anyway, yet I openly killed Danzo and Kohara. I was lucky that he didn't have time to print his hand. I'm not sure I could have killed him so easily. Then I don't have to pretend to be a cripple anymore. Anko lazily stretched and looked at Naruto, who, blushing a little, looked away. Smiling without knowing why, Anko still straightened her clothes, and looked at Kushina again. Well, yes, it's been a week. I thought you liked it. Kushina grinned and looked at the dark-haired woman, whose mouth was opening and closing soundlessly. Naruto and Kurama chuckled softly. Shoo, what? Kushina grinned. I thought you liked being pushed around in a wheelchair. Do you know Naruto? Kurama, who was sitting next to Naruto and watching what was happening, smiled. It's worth thousands of years of suffering. Thanks, you're welcome. Kurama. You're welcome, Naruto smiled. Hokage Palace. I warned you. Hiruzen exhaled a dense stream of smoke. You must have heard about the Uzumaki village. In the past 3 of the 5 great villages and more than 20 small ones united to destroy them. The total army numbered about 30,000 shinobi, among whom more than 1,000 were of the rank of jonin. Do you know how many Uzumaki were? The daimyo sat silently on the sofa looking at the floor while several shinobi tried to remove the seal. 1,000, of which barely a third were combat ready. Almost half of the army was destroyed in the first seconds of the battle, when the Uzumaki activated the weight of the protective barriers at once. And even now, the remnants of this clan roam around the world. But Hokage-sama, isn't Uzumaki a side branch of the Senju clan? No, it's over, rather the opposite. This Uzumaki can be called the progenitors of all the clans of the shinobi world. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and lifted his head. Uzumaki is the first shinobi clan, but, enough, you'll read the story later. Hiruzen waved his hand and looked at the daimyo. Daimyo-sama, my advice to you is not to touch them. Uzumaki is a peaceful clan until they are provoked. Do you know what happened after their village was destroyed? Within a week, all the small villages simply ceased to exist. Almost 2 million people were destroyed, and then the surviving Uzumaks, those who were not in the village, took revenge on those who started this war. They attacked the great villages. The 5 surviving Uzushio jonins killed 2 kage, and killed more than 5 dozen jonins in 3 great villages. Moreover, they completely destroyed all the protection of these villages. They gave their lives but left their mark on history forever. Even now the older generation that survived the massacre are afraid to just look at the red-haired. And it has been since then that Uzumaki bear the title of scarlet-haired devils. I can't let this go. The daimyo raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at the Hokage. They dared to attack me, I warned you. Hokage sighed. Excuse the daimyo-sama, but I do not know how to remove this seal. Moreover, if I damage it even a little and it will explode. Monster, the daimyo got up and headed for the exit. You have a month to get rid of Uzumaki, or this village will have a new Kage. Half a day's journey from Konoha. The daimyo violently threw a glass of sake into the palanquin. He was furious, he had never been so disgraced before. I will take revenge, of course, a woman's voice came from the other end of the palanquin. In the next life, Kurama's eyes flashed, and in the next moment several bookmarks penetrate the daimyo's brain. A moment later, the kurama disappears, and in its place a golden silhouette remains to fade. The daimyo became a slave, the first Biju slave. And Kurama at this time was squinting, rather lying on the warm ground and hugging the sleeping Naruto, burying her face in his crown and inhaling his smell. Her clones, under the guidance of Kira, protected her family. Konoha. Uzumaki Mansion. 20 minutes after the daimyo left. Well, who else is there? Naruto sighed and left the mansion to find out who else is going to crack their barrier. He was just going to doze off under a tree where Kurama was already lying, invitingly waving their tails and clapping their hands on the ground. Barrier. Well? Tsunade looked impatiently at Jiraiya, who was folding a lot of seals, looking for an opportunity to break the barrier, or at least give a signal. Can you try it yourself? Jiraiya was unhappy. He thought he was quite talented in funjitsu, but in practice, it's not worth it, Jiraiya-san, it won't work anyway. Naruto left the barrier and greeted Jiraiya and Tsunade with a nod. It is isolated and it is impossible to crack it, only to destroy it. I've already figured it out. Jiraiya looked intently at Naruto. Long time no see, about 12 years, Naruto chuckled. Well, hello godfather, what's wrong with your hands, and this? There are none. Had to be amputated. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade-san, didn't you tell him? I forgot, Naruto-kun. Tsunade sighed. How's Anko? Can we go into the house and talk there? Naruto headed for the barrier. Kira guessed pass. Already, Tsunade exchanged glances with Jiraiya and carefully headed for the barrier. After pausing for a second, they simultaneously sighed and took a step forward. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, Jiraiya. Kushina, sitting on the veranda, smiled affectionately. Anko was sleeping on her lap, covered with 9 tails. Kushina? Is that really you? Tsunade looked at the woman in front of her and hardly recognized in her the Kushina she knew and taught. Everything about her was different. The figure, the shape of the face, the cut of the eyes, the only thing that remains the same is the expression. This smile cannot be faked. I see you're not as flat as you used to be. Tsunade deliberately said exactly this phrase, because Kushina always flared up after these words. Complex is what to take from them. And your bags of meat have become even more tsu-sensei. Kushina's hair rose threateningly, as did the tails that had been calmly sheltering Anko, who turned around with displeasure and turned around, buried her nose in Kushina's stomach, before grabbing one and the tails and squeezing into her arms. Do your shoulders hurt? You really are Kushina. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. But how? I don't know myself. I left a clone for Naruto to communicate at least like that, so this scoundrel didn't let me go in peace. He created this body for me and now I'm alive. Kushina smiled and looked at Naruto, who was already leaving the house, and several cups were floating in the air in front of him. But Naruto was followed by Kurama, who was grinning nastily. Godfather, if you don't stop looking at my mothers like that, I'll cut something off for you and tell you that it was. Naruto grinned at the trembling Jiraiya that finally froze and stopped staring at Kushina and Anko, who were wearing only short summer kimonos, and even casually dressed, revealing a beautiful view. Tsunade instantly found herself near the panicked Sannin and slammed her fist into his face. A short flight and he flies out of the barrier. Well, here's the pass again, it will do. Kushina chuckled. Naruto won't leave us. I would like to talk to his teacher. Of course, Mom. Naruto nodded and headed for the barrier. Well, he will also have something to talk about with Jiraiya. Tell me. Tsunade sat down on a warm tree. And who is this? I have a name. Kurama indignantly chuckled, and her red-haired vosts moved restlessly. Kurama Uzumaki, I didn't hear. Tsunade shook her head negatively. Ah, so they know me under the pseudonym that the people gave me. Kurama bared her teeth bloodthirstily and a monstrous thirst for murder burst out of her body. Kyubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed demon fox. A moment later, Tsunade jumps away from Kurama and the seal on her forehead quickly began to spread all over her body. The fire of the chakra flared up brightly and Tsunade prepared for battle. Kurama, Kushina sighed bitterly, and one of her tails slapped the indignant kitsune on the back of the head. Calm down Tsu-sensei, it's really a kubi, but she's not dangerous. Tell me everything, from the beginning to the end. Tsunade hid the seal, but still looked at Kurama with apprehension, that she closed her eyes and turned her face to the sun. Looking at her now, you wouldn't say that this beautiful creature is capable of such a thirst for death. Then I'd better start. Kurama opened her eyes and stared at Tsunade. Sit down, Tsunade, don't worry, I won't eat it, I like rabbit meat more. An hour later. It's unbelievable. Tsunade looked at Kurama, who was now lying on a warm tree, her head resting on Kushina's lap, and her tails were fanning out behind her. How did he manage to create bodies for you at all? Let's say you can transfer the soul. Yamanaka is an example of that, but the creation of a living organism, while fully functional. Tsunade thought about it, then abruptly stood up, and clapping her hands looked intently at the two kitsune and Anko who were still sleeping with her face buried in Kushin's stomach. Follow me, everyone, quickly. Sometime later. Senju Mansion. And what did you find out to Tsunade? Kurama lazily waving her tails was lying on her stomach, her head propped up with her hands, her chest prevented her from lying on her stomach normally, so you either have to put a pillow or a tail. Fortunately there are 9 of them. And everyone is so soft. I have 3 news. Tsunade leaned back in her chair and rubbed her eyes. The last few hours have been very difficult. Good, bad, and how to look at. Let's go with the last one. Kushina chuckled and tied her robe. You are not people. Tsunade smiled wryly. More precisely, people, but not in the full sense of the word. What created your bodies made them in the likeness of a man, but it's just a shell. In fact, you are a hybrid of a human and a fox, but there is one detail in your genes that I cannot understand in any way. But that's not important. The location of your internal organs is different from anything I've seen before. It feels like every organ, every vein and artery was created by a genius. This is especially true of your chakra system. The channels themselves are so large that they can be seen even without an armed glance, and the volume of the hearth is simply abnormally large. It feels like something that created your bodies took the best it could from all the clans of this world and optimized. The only thing that surprises me is the presence of animal DNA, which does not fit this system, and I would be surprised why it has taken root at all with the incompatibility of different species, but you are both Uzumaki. Tsunade smiled wryly. Kushina, you know that Uzumaki are in fact the first among others. It's over. The red-haired woman nodded. We are descendants of the rabbit goddess, and we were the first to learn how to use the chakra. Moreover, all shinobi are essentially descendants of Uzumaki, but their blood and genes are very diluted. It's not customary to talk about it and somehow I don't care. Yes. Senju nodded. In Uzumaki men, this is not as pronounced as in women, but Uzumaki DNA is very plastic, so much so that purebred Uzumaki are able to have offspring from other species. This allowed you to instill animal traits. The same Inuzuka took a lot from wolves and dogs. The good thing that they went the other way and artificially instilled this gene in themselves. Like other clans, there are no perverts and perverts were always enough. But now I don't understand. Kushina looked at Tsunade in bewilderment and continued grimacing in disgust. Simply put, Uzumaki women are able to bear offspring from any living warm-blooded creature with a chakra, Tsunade grimaced, imagining how some Uzumaki women were forced to bear offspring from other species. It was good that for such an act this should be voluntary. It will seem disgusting to many, but this is a fairly simple explanation for the mutation of Kushina and Kurama, and the origin of almost all clans. Well, okay, not about that now. Tsunade thought about it, then continued. As I understand it, Naruto's genetic material was taken as a basis, and your bodies were grown on its basis, with the modification and addition of some chains. Comparing your DNA and Naruto's DNA, I found more than 90% coincidence, in fact that you are Kushina, that you are Kurama, his twin sisters. And what does this threaten us with? Yes, in fact, nothing. Your DNA is stable, there should be no more unforeseen mutations, which gives good and bad news at the same time. Let's go with a good one. Kushina sighed that she could accept that genetically she was now her son's sister. You are immortal, I won't go into details, but in fact your bodies don't age. Tsunade grinned. If you are not killed, you can live for thousands of years. And Naruto? Enko? Hinata? Kurama has lived for more than 1 century, and did not want to lose the family she never had. Only if their bodies are like yours, although studying the Naruto genetic material that you provided to me, Kushina, I noticed that his aging process is artificial, that is, something controls his age, after which he will become immortal like you. Tsunade rubbed the bridge of her nose again, after which she began to stretch her shoulders. This leads to bad news, and what's the big deal, and the fact that your bodies have lost the plasticity of DNA and in fact were created only for one person. Tsunade got up and went to the closet and took out several flasks. Kushina, you know about compatibility, of course, every pair of shinobi conducts this test before having a child, in clans marriages are only arranged in this way. Kushina remembered how she herself took this test before conceiving Naruto. Yes. As Uzumaki, you should know that your DNA is perfectly compatible with any kind, that's why all the clans wanted to get your women so much. Tsunade put the test tubes on the table and then looked at the frowning Kushina. But now everything is different. Look. Tsunade took 2 test tubes with blood from the table and dropped a drop of blood into one of the flasks. Bright red is the perfect gene compatibility, black, offspring is impossible. Look, Tsunade shook the test tube and the liquid turned bright red, it seemed that it glowed. Absolute and perfect compatibility. These 2 people will have absolutely healthy children, they will take the best from their ancestors. And whose blood is that? Yours and Minato's. And don't even ask me where I got your blood from. Tsunade grinned. Your old blood is Kushin, and believe me, even if I took the blood of any mongrel from the street, the result would be the same. I hate you. Kushina's tails were furiously tossing behind her back. I love you too. And now look. Tsunade took, mixed other blood, and the result was completely the opposite. This is your new blood and Minato's blood. But how? I'm Uzumaki, yes, and that's the bad news. Tsunade took the 3rd sample, after which the liquid became perfectly red and even seemed to glow from the inside. And this is the result of mixing your DNA and Naruto's DNA. Your child, if he is, will take not just the best from both of you, he will take the best from both of you, no defects, an ideal organism. I've never seen such compatibility, your bodies are made for only one person. For Naruto, Kushina stared at the test tube in fascination. Yes, Kushina, so if you want another child for yourself, you will have to take the genetic material from Naruto. And what's wrong with that? Kurama looked at Tsunade and Kushina in bewilderment. That's even better. He's my son. Kushina glared at Kurama. I gave birth to him, carried him under my heart, and what? Kurama sighed lazily. Kushina, you are not a person like him. Soon Anko and Hinata will become the same. Forget about the rules of ordinary people. You should have already understood that people would not accept us or remind you how they treated you when you were a child. Or tell me how they treated Naruto. So at that time you looked like ordinary people. Imagine what will happen now. I agree with Kurama Kushina. Tsunade sighed. As a person, I understand that this is immoral, but from the position of the clan or family, it's even better. If I were capable of such a thing, I would have gotten rid of my problem long ago and would have created a double for myself to revive my family. Yes, I loved Dan, but at the same time I was raised in a clan. You know Kushina, the clan is everything. I need to think about it, think. Kurama grinned. We have an eternity ahead of us, that's just who will give you so much time. Not far from Konoha. A few minutes after Jiraiya flew out of the barrier. Jiraiya looked shocked at his godson, who was now lying on the ground with his face turned up to the setting sun. He expected a lot from this meeting, expected friendliness, hatred, indifference, but nothing like this. He did not expect to see a cripple who lost his hands at such a young age, and even these black stripes all over his body. Jiraiya didn't know what to talk about, so he just lay down next to Naruto, exposing his face to the sun. He caught himself thinking that it had been a long, long time since he had just rested. What happened to you, Naruto? Jiraiya finally broke the established silence. A lot of things, Godfather. Naruto closed his eyes. This conversation may drag on for several hours, and I don't trust you enough to tell everything. I'm not surprised. Jiraiya chuckled and turned his head to stare intently at the two white growths that grow from Naruto's forehead. Horns? What, are you already being cheated on? You're screwing up godson, the legacy of the chakra, if that means anything to you. Naruto chuckled. And yes, I don't have such a relationship yet that they would cheat on me, and believe me they won't. It would be interesting to listen, but I don't think you'll just tell me about it. You're right, so what about the hands? And how are you even able to use techniques with an inferior chakra system? The hands had to be amputated, they were almost completely burned by the flames of Amaterasu. Naruto shrugged indifferently. As for the techniques, then the training. Very much, and for a very long time. But that's not the point now. Why did you come back to Jiraiya's village? When I found out that Danzo is no more, I realized that now I can return home. I love to travel, but, Jiraiya paused. Sometimes I just want to settle down in one place and just relax, have a family, children. But, you only love one person, don't you? Naruto chuckled when he noticed the nod. And if I'm not mistaken, this is Tsunade Senju, your cousin. From where? Only I know about it, you, and also Danzo, yet you are the illegitimate son of the second Kage. Despite his reputation, he was still a walker. You have no idea how many interesting things were in the root archive. More than half of the information that was stored there is capable of turning the whole world against us. Naruto chuckled. But seriously, Tsunade? I'm sorry, of course, but, are you judging? Jiraiya looked intently at Naruto, who just laughed at his words. What's so funny? Jiraiya, believe me, I am the last person in this world who will condemn you for such a thing. Naruto grinned wryly. I will tell you a story about a boy who was in the wrong place at the wrong time, about a boy who lived his life in a world of illusions believing that this is reality. And about the boy who became worse than the devil. An hour later. Jiraiya, sitting on the ground and leaning on a tree, looked thoughtfully at the setting sun. You know, I have a book in honor of the main character of which you were named, and right now you'll give me an idea about his adult version. You wouldn't dare. How dare I? I'll even point you out as a co-author. What do you say about 3% of all sales? JRR, 4. Run, Godfather. A few days later. Kira, can you explain yourself? Naruto, sitting in his subconscious, looked at his daughter, who looked at him with a guilty look. Now she has taken the form of a 5-year-old golden-haired girl and was scratching her leg in embarrassment. And can you tell me how much you are able to influence the bodies of Kushina and Kurama? Dad, this is an unfair accusation, yes? And the fact that my mother's breasts have become the size of such a tsunade is not your handiwork. Of course I am glad to see my mother happy. Naruto stared at the keeper. I know perfectly well what you are capable of. Father, since you know everything, then why these questions? Yes, and you don't mind much, I feel that you like. Kira returned to her former appearance and smiled wryly. I can stop controlling their hormonal background, but then it will get out of control. What is the threat? Father, you know that the chakra affects the mind. You've seen most shinobi and chakra users are inadequate, right? And the chakra of Kurama and Kushina is fiery, and they will have more strength than yours. And if in your case you are drawn to adventures, then they will be like a sleeping volcano, and even I cannot predict what kind of volcano will be, from all-encompassing rage to unrestrained love. Then why did you change Kushina's body? Don't you like it? She wanted something like this herself, I only helped her a little. Kira knew her father very well, and the way he choked on the prepared phrase told her more than words could express. I live in you, and I know about all your desires. She's my mother, and what? Kira looked at Naruto uncomprehendingly. When I created her body, she was created for you, father, even more. Any man just touching that Kurama, that Kushina will cause a rejection reaction in their bodies. What's that for? Naruto frowned, but after a few seconds he exhaled with relief. He would not allow outsiders to enter their family. Never. I can't allow an outsider into our family, and you men are sometimes very skilled at charming women. I can't take such a risk. Kira seemed to read the thoughts of Naruto himself. And stop resisting. Yes, I'm so. Naruto chuckled, and for a moment closed his eyes remembering today's breakfast. It was that rare moment when he was left alone with his mother. And the moment when Kushina sat down at the table, or rather the moment when she had to put her chest on the polished wood, because otherwise it would not be convenient. In general, Naruto was glad that he was sitting at the table. And the lower part of his body was hidden. I know, why did I come at all? Naruto drove away the vulgar thoughts and looked seriously at Kira. What is happening to my body? The mutation continues, under the influence of the positive chakra of Kurama, which is still sealed in your body. Kira showed a projection of Naruto's body. The body is slowly being rebuilt. I have already analyzed all the changes and came to the conclusion that now all impurities are being thrown out of your DNA, returning you to the source. That is, yes, you're slowly becoming an Otsutsuki. A being who possessed the strongest and purest chakra. How long? Several years. The progress is not linear, so I can't say exactly how long the transformation will take, although theoretically it can be accelerated by removing the seal, but your body simply won't withstand all its power, so you'll have to wait until you get strong enough. Kira sighed with regret. She couldn't directly influence her body. Her father was only at the level of hormones, but it was dangerous to play with it. She had already changed something without asking permission. How about, I have already started to change their bodies according to your changes, though I will not remove the tails and ears. Kira was silent for a moment. You really have a weird fetish, father. Naruto smiled wryly. Is the body ready for Anko? 80%. Kira nodded. Hinata will have to wait until she grows up, at least until she's 16. It's in your body that I can completely stop the aging process. Their bodies, thanks. Naruto went up to Kira and stroked her on the head and then disappeared. A month later. Hokage's office. I mean, I can't be their mentor. Kushina looked at the Hokage in bewilderment that sighed and tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose. Because you are officially dead, Kushina, and first you need to be officially resurrected. This is one time. Then, you have to take the Jonin exam, that's 2. 3 is a loyalty test. Hiruzen looked with satisfaction at the gloomy Kushina, whose tails were furiously tossing from side to side. And finally, thank you for hiding your tails in the village, yes Tebane, spit on the tails. Kushina snapped, then turned around and flew out of the office. I'll be back soon old man, Sokol deliver the order to everyone, create all possible difficulties for Kushina Uzumaki for the official resurrection, won't she kill them all? The falcon appeared in front of the Hokage thoughtfully scratched his chin. Yes, what will happen to them, tenacious as cockroaches, and so at least we will knock down the arrogance. The next day. Mom, answer honestly, does your chest bother you? Naruto looked expressively at the chest of almost the 6th size that was now lying on the table, while Kushina herself choked, looked at him shocked with tea. Yes, and the neckline could be made smaller, I'm not iron, and who are you such a pervert, Kushina sighed, but still slightly adjusted the fabric of the bathrobe, which after a few seconds parted again. But she was still pleased that Naruto sees her as a woman. In you Kushina. Kurama grinned, then abruptly ducked her head, passing one of the tails over her head. And it's true, I have a solid 3 and it's not very convenient to move anymore, what would you understand, I've had a small size all my life. Kushina smiled wryly. Yes, and Tsunade was a teacher, do you know how many times I listened to her barbs in my address, especially when she brazenly propped up her chest with her hands or in the bath? Tsunade is generally unique in this regard, a melee fighter and with such a figure, you don't understand Kurama, a long time ago I also asked such a question, and do you know what she answered? Kushina grinned and looked at Naruto who was still squinting at her breasts. Put yourself in the man's place, and now imagine Tsunade rushing at you, believe me, half of her opponents were just lost and didn't know where to look. Enko, if I'm not mistaken, you used to fight in a similar way, well, yes, almost all kunoichi fight like that, just because we are initially physically weaker by 20 or 30%, so open clothing is already a kind of unspoken tradition, like taking care of your body, the fittest survive, and I thought that you were just exhibitionists. Kurama grinned when she saw 2 furious glances, and the top of Naruto's forehead was lowered onto the countertop, and his shoulders were shuddering with laughter. Well, or are you trying to seduce Naruto, and she herself? Yes, would go naked at all, but I'm afraid you won't understand me, and I don't want to show my body in front of others, because it belongs only to Naruto. Kurama licked her lips. Yes, and Naruto can't stand it, though, not before Naruto turns 18, Mom. Naruto jumped up abruptly, catching the table. Because of what the latter flew up strongly, forcing Kushina's chest to jump, and the robe will open. Ahem. Well done Naruto, Kurama grinned, looking at the embarrassed Kushina, who was hastily adjusting her robe. But still, is it really okay for you to fight like this, and so you haven't seen Kushina fight yet? Enko turned her head to Naruto who shook his head negatively. My style of fighting is called Bastion. Kushina calmed down, the first impulse was to hit Naruto on his head with something heavy, but something inside her was against it. And Naruto's gaze on her body was pleasant, albeit somewhat perverted. In fact, only Uzumaki can use this style. In battle, we rarely move at all, thanks to the chains. The women of the Uzumaki clan kept the enemy at a distance while protective barriers are being created, after which the most interesting begins. Attacking and defensive Fuinjutsu. Kushina grinned. Uzumaki is not needed to develop the element, except to direct it into weapons. With the help of seals we are already able to create any jutsu. So my fighting style is a minimum of movement, huge survival and firepower. Uzumaki were also called mobile fortresses, because even just in the field they could create a well-protected camp, and they were excellent doctors. Enko grinned and looked at the thoughtful Naruto, whose fighting style was strictly the opposite, maximum mobility and firepower to the detriment of protection. By the way, Anko, how long will you be riding in a wheelchair? Kushina looked at Anko. I'm already used to it. Anko shrugged her shoulders. Yes, and so there will be a surprise factor. To be honest, I thought that after the release of Naruto and Hinata, you would return to the shinobi ranks. I've been thinking about it. Anko nodded thoughtfully, then grinned. But you know, when I started teaching little defenseless kids who are completely in my power, I realized, this is my place. Pervert, I hear from a pervert, Anko answered Kurama automatically. Okay, Anko, I'm going to need your help. Kushina looked at Anko, who, out of habit, grabbed the nearest tail and began stroking it, forcing Kurama, who was sitting next to her, to purr with pleasure. You are the only one who can confirm my identity, and I haven't been to the Hokage Tower for a long time, of course. Anko nodded and then looked intently at Kurama, in whose eyes a predatory light flashed. Kurama, are you going to stay in this house? Can we register you as a resident of the village? Why would I do that? Kurama, basking in Anko's touch, relaxed and lazily looked around at everyone. Believe me, Anko, I am more than happy now. At least I will throw on the illusion of Kushina. Our bodies are almost the same. I will pretend to be a shadow clone, as you know. Anko shrugged her shoulders and got up from the table, released her tail under Kurama's dissatisfied sigh, headed to the second floor. Hinata won't be here today, clan training. Naruto nodded and looked thoughtfully at Kurama, who licked her lips rapaciously. Should I also go anywhere? Well, fuck him, she won't eat him. That's the end of it.